Why is it like surprising to you guys that I stream at midnight? Y'all should just know by now. When I start streaming at midnight, it means my sleep schedule is just totally fucked. Like it is right now. I went to bed at like 1 p.m. today and got up at 8 p.m.-ish. It just gets fucked up sometimes. But welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, Patrol, Easy Money, Hulk Flyer. I don't know by now. I just started watching you because of the chairman. That's fair for you, Hulk Flyer. I do know that. Okay, I do know that. Okay, that's fair for you. But Easy Money should know better. I don't know if Gregory. I still call him Patrol because before YouTube changed, from using usernames to using the stupid @ thing, the handle, whatever the thing is, he was Patrol. Now it's just like his full ass name. I don't know if he can. I broke the engine on my boat and I'm back in Ohio waiting for the new engine to arrive. Damn. Cannot believe you're back stranded on land. How horrible. Well, I hope you get your new engine. Hope it's not imported. Hope there's not 10% tariffs on your engine. 10% tariffs on every part in the engine, and then also on the final assembly. But first of all, as you can see, both in Belhaven, NC. Yeah, you've told me before, your boat has been in NC. We got the Christmas cheer here. I think I'm gonna buy a mannequin for the shrimp costume because I feel like that'd be better, and like the lights around it would not be like compressing it in it. I think it would look better. I looked on Facebook Marketplace. There are really only female mannequins, and I mean, I'm probably gonna buy one. I just feel really weird as a single 20-year-old man buying a female mannequin and taking it home and putting it in my room and offering the explanation, no, it's so I can put a shrimp costume on it and then put lights around a shrimp costume and then call it the shrimp mystery. Like, I just don't think just the shrimp mystery explanation is even that much better. But, they always have one for sale at Goodwill? Really? I feel like I don't think I've been at a Goodwill in a while, but I feel like I haven't seen a mannequin in there before. Not fun, but you need to be inconspicuous. Only amateurs buy everything in one store. True. I would totally believe you. Okay, well, the chatters will believe me, okay? And the nice thing about streaming is that I do have proof that I do stupid things like this from Welfare Subathon. It's so oddly specific it has to be real. That is kind of true. That is not a thing anyone would be able to make up, I guess. So that's true. That's true. Maybe I'm safe. Also, I'm sure they won't ask questions. It's just gonna be weird. But well, I'm gonna feel weird. I don't know if they will. You should do the get what you can pledge for Christmas. Do it. I will for sure do it for New Year's. I don't want it. It's like I should do it now. 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 But I'm so close to getting a GPU. But I just need my GPU. I will do it for New Year's regardless, but yeah. You can switch careers and learn how to become a shrimp whisperer. I could. There is that one dude who I think wrote some book on, consciousness in aquatic creatures. He talked to Alex O'Connor about it. He's also like a scuba diver. Like he's pals with a bunch of shrimp. He's buddies with some shrimp. So maybe. I don't really know what carbonates is. I'm assuming it's some chemical precursor stuff. Someone, I guess, China. Okay, then number 3. Feels like the right wing has overwhelming hegemony on Twitter now. I mean, that's it. what do you mean by now? Because it seems like that's just kind of been a trend for the last 2 years. US is number 2. I guess one of the top 5 would be Australia. I mean, I don't really have any better guess. I guess it could be Japan, maybe Vietnam, maybe Germany. Australia's not up there. Australia's not up there. I'm gonna guess Germany. Could be Switzerland. I'm pretty sure Switzerland makes some of this shit. You chose Austria? Oh my god, I did. I'm smart. I'm gonna guess Switzerland though. They were not up there. Argentina, Turkey, Chile was number 1. I would never have guessed that one. I feel like I could have guessed Turkey though. It's like the whole country is strong and is in a strong anti-liberal mood. I don't think it's the whole country, because Twitter is not always representative. Like Trump is not super popular if you just poll, whether people approve or disapprove of Trump. Now, the Democrats are also not popular, to be fair. But okay, only $1 billion, and it's a bunch of rolled tobacco and nickel. So, and crustaceans. It got to be like some island nation. I just really don't know which one. I'm gonna guess Jamaica. Yeah, Cuba, I guess. I feel like Cuba would have more than this, but yeah, okay. Jamaica is too big. Well, apparently it's Cuba, and actually it's Cuba. I don't know if Cuba's GDP or Jamaica's GDP is higher. Incredible. What? What if I do it in this window? I did it, guys. Oh, they don't even have a proper source. Around 107 billion. 2 billion by some. World Bank says 107. Jamaica is at 20 billion. Does it have per capita here also? Liberal culture is, in my opinion, a losing battle at this point. It's a way for everyone to be distracted over ultimately far less important things like abortion compared to oriental defense or an actual coherent economic plan. Maybe I don't know exactly what I mean by liberal culture. I think we don't say 2014 and 2022 was a massive overreach mistake. I mean, maybe it's just because I'm too young. I don't remember stuff that happened in 2014, but and maybe more overreaches happened in 2022, so I'm underweighting what happened in 2014. But like when I watched, for example, I think I watched most of it on stream, like Ben Shapiro talked to Ezra Klein. I'm younger than you, yeah, but apparently you've done more. I'm just giving you like I'm saying I don't have the full context. I understand. I know you're like a year younger than me, but you clearly watch people who talk about this. I don't as much, but like I watched like Ben Shapiro talk to Ezra Klein, and it's like the stuff Ben Shapiro brings up for the crazy shit Obama did or whatever was like comments he made about some like black teenager who was shot by a cop or whatever. I don't remember their names, and they just seem like, to me, they come off as like unbelievably mundane. But maybe that's because I first started being interested in politics in 2019, 2020. So maybe I'm just underweighting that because I grew up under peak woke. What I mean by liberal culture is very overcommitment to the culture war. There, I could agree with you, but yeah, the illiberal cultural view is by liberal folks on the left. I don't know. I mean, I agree. What's the word? When is where referring to? Yeah, Trump focused on it. It just sold Taiwan $10 billion worth of offensive weapons, military stuff. I did see that. U.S. should never go to war over Taiwan. Well, I think, in fairness, Malibu, part of the purpose is just to deter China from invading, right? Like, it's not necessarily a commitment to go to war in defense of China. It's trying to deter China from invading in the first place. Which, I don't know. I don't know what to read of that whole situation. Okay, we're not watching all this or anything. I'm just going over it because I've already seen it and stuff, and it's whatever. Dude, I was pumped to see Micah debating again, okay? Micah, my goat. Still an Econ wonk at heart, okay? But they set him up against biggest retard in the world. And it was only a 30-minute debate. So it was just very disappointing. Like, Micah did well on rhetoric, and I think Micah clearly won and everything, but they didn't get deep into anything. This guy's just a retard. They debated who pays a tariff half the time.
For Trump, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And if you got the choice today, you would vote for Trump over Kamala Harris, right?
Of course.
Okay.
Yo, thanks for the sub. Phil Rutherford. AA discrimination in elite institutions, sure. Belief in silly stuff like standpoint estimate, epistemology, true.
And you think that Trump's...
The problem with that era is that there's a wide-scale progressive... Thanks, Sean, for the sub. I appreciate it. Capture pretty much every institution, and every Dem just didn't care. What was he doing with Prax Ben? They were just both at the... I don't know if they did anything together specifically. They just both went to the Amfest event or whatever. Like, Micah... went to Phoenix with Unfuck America, and Unfuck America went to Phoenix to follow the, TPUSA. What's up, Japinga? Welcome back. Subs for both. To follow the, it's no longer Charlie Kirk, Erica Kirk led TPUSA thing. I don't know if they did anything together. They just got the picture, but we should absolutely go to war with China if they were to invade Taiwan, though. So my intuition to that is initially yes. I just think that it would, if I think about it, it's hard for me to imagine a case where it would be just net good, considering how many people would likely die, even though I don't think it would be a crazy amount. You cannot, as you say yes as a utilitarian LA. Oh, true. Intuition, correct. I mean, I just think and also considering, all the, so if China were to literally invade Taiwan, no overfitting on that one. Well, I don't even think it's, it might be overfitting a little bit. I don't even know if it would be overfitting though. I think it'd just be wrong for other reasons, but if I would imagine if China invaded Taiwan, and let's just say, in hypothetical, do you subscribe to Chartbook? No. We were able to, or China was able to take Taiwan over relatively quickly. I don't know if, I don't know if that would be super horrible for the US, or I don't know if whatever chip fabs are there obviously is very strategically important, but we already slowly working on doing that stuff here, and I would imagine if we were at war, resources that otherwise could be devoted to making chip fabs and stuff would have to be devoted to making Navy ships, and it'd probably just be worse, and again more people would die. Oh no, what did Automod not like? Oh, it didn't like the term destroy the Chinese nation. The Chinese come in Taiwan is also stronger, if I'm being unbiased. Yeah, I don't think it's incredibly one-sided. I don't think it's it's not super clear to me that the claim is entirely illegitimate. Now, like I don't actually care about that as much as I care about just like, well, it's like, you know, liberal democracy is probably pretty good. So like even like if there was some, you know, like I think also like I also think like Somalia's claim over Somaliland is like probably, you know, technically pretty good or whatever, like legally speaking. But like Somaliland is just like a functioning democracy-ish place, and like I, at some margin, I care more about protecting that than I do just about like any claim, like historical land claim or whatever. But I read I don't know, I read that one post by Scott Sumner, which was just like quoting a book by some people. There was some solution that was like, you know, we'll hand over Taiwan in 50 years to China or whatever, with some, at least, guarantee of some basic stuff, and hope that China liberalizes more in the meantime as well. But he goes over some of the land claims here as well, I think. This is the modern Milan dialogue problem. Don't know what you mean by that. Maybe I'm just unfamiliar with the term. Maybe I'm making up what he goes over the stuff. Regarding China in general, it's worth noting that a good portion of non-Taiwan territory disputes with other nations are also ones that Taiwan technically has. That's true. This is, I mean, yeah, well, Taiwan, yeah, just claims to be the real government of China, right? But I guess they also claim the South China Sea and Kashmir. Whatever island, or sorry, mountain disputes they have with Afghanistan and shit, and Pakistan
And Mexico, these are many countries which we have free trade agreements with. Can we find some agreement on saying
haven't been put first?
What's up, vegan? Frick war, drain of resources, morally wrong, inefficient with technological progress. That's true, but like obviously you should be willing to, you know, defend states that tend to be good and liberal democracies and such to some extent.
And so we've been giving our money to.
Can you play the songs on the channel if copyright holder is in chat? Kind of. It's not dependent on whether the copyright holder is in chat. I can play songs like if there's no auto strike feature set up and I get permission, or they're just released under Creative Commons or whatever.
A majority of countries, foreign countries
But
specifically.
the point is that the silly maps we've
been
bully
charging
China for
basically
just are not just CCP revisions. Sure, yeah.
To these countries, and so when you tax these countries,
oh, you think those countries pay the tariffs, not Americans?
Like this is, like Mike has the econ degree. Okay, he did fall to law school, unfortunately, but this is what we're doing. This is the tier we're sticking him in, bro. This is the tier we're sticking him in. Why? Why must we do this? Why?
I mean, we're paying them eventually, but they're paying them to import into this country.
Okay, so whenever you go to customs to get your good, who has to pay the tariffs? The people that export to you, or the people that are going
Repeat
to
that
customs?
again?
So right now, I'll explain how tariffs work.
Okay.
Whenever you
Write your bumper in segue music. I don't even have segue music. I mean, you could write intro music. I would not say no. I would take it, and if it was good, I would use it.
go to customs and you want to pick up the goods,
But you certainly have no obligation to.
American company that imported the goods has to pay the tariff. American companies pay the tariff. There is no way, it's even indirectly, that foreign countries pay the tariff.
In the impending war between Spartans and Athenians, they were caught in the middle. Everyone is right and wrong for both good and bad reasons. Wow.
Tariffs. And so I don't see how you could say that we're taxing foreign countries.
What does the non-fun show sound like? It's the... I mean, you've all heard of it before. Is this? It's a Severance theme, but it's a specific version of the severance scene that doesn't get me copy striked.
When in reality, American companies are being tariffed.
Okay, so that's why I
I
said
think the Taiwan 2027 thing is entirely fake. It's not happening. I mean, I'm by no means qualified to talk about it. I would be intuitively skeptical of it, but I feel like that's just because my brain is nothing ever happens pilled. Is my understanding, like China does have, like they have made, it seems like they do some drills for it. It seems like they make missiles that are supposedly capable of striking aircraft carriers. It seems like they recreate stuff, but some of that has to just be, you know, threats and deterrence and stuff as well. My politics is solely MMT true based.
Direct. So when you're taxing these companies, look, there's a whole thing to this. When you're taxing a corporation to import goods, you're essentially, it's a whole domino effect. You're going to create a shortage in labor, which we all know has to do with a lot of illegals came into this country.
Wait, how does it create a shortage?
This is a tier we're putting Mike in. None of this makes sense at all.
Because a majority of illegals were the ones taking up our jobs.
I don't see how this is relevant to tariffs at all.
It is very relevant because when you have a shortage of labor, it forces these production companies to produce in-house. When you're having these production outsource labor from other third world countries, you look at Apple, for example. They were creating Apple products in the Congo.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. If you have a shortage of labor.
D-shill versus R-shill? Okay. Criticize Micah all you want for D and C shill posting, okay? What he did good in this debate. Like, he was very rhetorically effective. Everything he said was actually accurate. He just like saying D shill versus R shill for this debate just seems crazy. It just seems crazy. It's like retard versus, you know, hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby here. It's like our shill is so much better. Like he's not even like really shilling here. He's just saying like true things.
In America, then people are going to produce stuff other places. They're going to go somewhere else.
I shit my pants off the ERB.
If we have a shortage of labor in the United States, people are going to go somewhere else
shows
to
the human
produce
capital
stuff.
difference.
And now you're talking about immigrants.
Yeah.
Immigrants don't give us a shortage of labor. They give us a surplus of labor.
That's why we reduce the tax
The
bracket.
Democrats are all over the. I know, dude. I've never been closer to buying the Bill Clinton flag that says I have not had sexual relations with that woman.
To incentivize these corporations to hire American first.
Wait, so they didn't reduce the tax bracket, they increased taxes. Tariffs are a tax hike paid by American companies. But let's shift to some other policies of the Trump administration. Let's talk about something that you probably know about.
Okay.
The one big beautiful bill. That's a bill that's,
no, actually I don't know.
You don't know about it. That's the single biggest legislative accomplishment of the Trump
It
administration.
was so in-depth, guys. It's a hard read, okay? The education system failed me. That's why we're trying to
this is why I've been dealing
defund
with
the
Trump
education
supporters all day.
system.
Okay, well, I'll talk to you about it. Because
Like kill me. Yeah, this is the second one. They only gave him 30 minutes or whatever. Okay. I was disappointed. I was disappointed in this debate too. Like I said, we're not going to watch all this video or anything, but like, this was a abortion debate. This guy just does some version of, I mean, he's very religious, and like well, actually, this was a birth control debate.
Guys, take it away.
This guy's like a full-on groiper dude. And he makes like an animalist argument, although I think more fundamentally he cares about religion and ensoulment. And then they debate fucking the moral worth of dogs and pigs the whole time. It's fucking kill me. I know he said that easy money, but I don't remember the specifics to why. It was something to do with just the Medicaid funding, right?
Go ahead and
And I guess I know he probably likes the full expensing in a big beautiful bill, but I don't know how crazy that would be. Or how like beneficial that is on that. You banned the two best viewers, Mark Salvi and Localist. Localist is not banned. Localist is just not here that often anymore. Mark Salvi is banned though.
What the topic is? Yeah, so the topic is going to be whether or not birth control should be banned.
Really quickly. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Make it possible.
All right, give it to him. All right, so the debate topic is going to be whether or not we should ban birth.
Why would you say I'm a retard in the debate? What was Micah's opponent doing? He is unbelievably dumb. If you don't recognize him, he's the guy that on Jubilee talked to Sam Cedar and didn't understand that government offices are funded by taxes and don't get tax cuts for DEI shit because they're funded by taxes. They don't really pay like Sam Cedar is also dumb. Oh, what's up, South Rama? Welcome back. That's true, but and I don't even think from what I remember, like he did mostly well because he was talking to like dumb people in that debate, but there were definitely dumb points he made in that like Jubilee thing because he does like a lot of populist memes. But like Sam Cedar's not that dumb, okay?
control in America. And
Locals might be drunk during your streams and only watches. Yeah. I mean, I've seen him pop in a few times and stuff, so he could just be more into lurking now. We're going to watch the Knowles bar fight with the Groiper. The Kai guy, probably not. I can't do they talk about anything I would care about?
stand to that we should ban birth control pills and IUDs in the United States of America. That is in the best interest of the American people, and it is the most moral option for women to do. All right, when you say you want to ban birth control, are you talking about across the board, all of it? We're talking pills, we're talking hormonal birth control, we're talking...
Knows how to balls to call out a Groiper. Consider me pleasantly shocked if true. I don't know if Noah's called him out or if the Kai guy called him out first, but...
And IUDs the whole lot.
Also, the bar fight is like is a really dumb format. No, Noah's moderated a bar fight. What? I thought it was... Usually they have like two people on the other side compared to Michael Knowles, right? Not as long as you become a slop streamer. I'm a slop streamer sometimes. We should watch Andrew Tate versus Chase Moore. Oh my god. I don't... Who is Chase Moore? Thanks, YouTube. That's what I wanted to click on.
A universal basic income, as much as it may be to the chagrin of many conservatives who are told that that is socialism and you can never do anything that even approaches that word, it actually is going to allow mothers to stay in the home with their children, allow college students to devote more time to their studies, and is...
It looks like this dude's moderating, is he not?
Guys in perpetual Hawaiian shirts and skinny jeans and sweater vests, and we're not interested in combating the spirit of the age, claiming to be seeker-friendly. It's
Or just kind women, the Mormon Nick Fuentes.
funny how all the
Dude, did you
seekers...
see in his in the debate he did at the UFA thing, when he got really mad that that Hunter kept saying the F word, or not really mad, he just like because he's morbid, he like every time Hunter said fucked, he'd be like F word again, obscenity. It's funny. And then secondly, did that link really show? No, Patrol. YouTube chat does not like links at all. And then there was something else he did. Oh fuck, what was it? I got totally distracted. Oh, he said Soy Pill refused to shake his hand. It was really funny. Unbelievable, Soy Pill would do that.
Yeah, I'm talking about everything except condoms. Everything except condoms, okay. Why? Well, I am staunchly pro-life, and I guess we're going to delve into that a little bit. But birth control pills, IUDs, a lot of people don't know this, but they actually prevent implantation. And as a Christian, and as a person who can think logically, I believe that life begins at conception. And so birth control pills and IUDs will prevent implantation, which is about 5 days in. Henceforth, it is an abortion.
A non-fun gorilla.
Would you say you place the same moral value on a two-cell zygote as you do on yourself, Mercedes, myself?
Yes.
The same? They're exactly weighted the same? Okay. We don't think about anything like this, but let me ask you, let me test your logic, test your consistency.
Yeah.
If you had a dog, and the dog got loose, and it went and attacked a random person living their life walking down the street, and it got
High clips. Oh,
and it killed that person, we would put the dog down.
Yes.
Inherently, we value human life more than we value animal life.
Yeah.
Kill me. It's so stupid. Like he doesn't list it in like syllogism form, but like he just says, oh, a human being, like, oh god, this will be so bad. Yeah, I don't want to watch all of it, but it's just like he's what I get from this is he's saying, you know, it's wrong to intentionally kill a person. A fetus is a person in nature of them having a soul under the Christian view, or because he also wants to appeal to secular views by nature of them being a living human organism. And to talk about whether humans are worth more than pigs the whole time.
Henceforth, it is an abortion.
Zygote as you do on yourself, Mercedes, myself?
Yes.
The same? They're exactly weighted the same? Okay. We don't think about anything like this, but let me ask you, let me test your logic, test your consistency.
Yeah.
If you had a
probably
dog,
isn't convincing. This guy, I've never spoken to this dude, but I think we're like mutuals on TikTok, and I think maybe Discord too, because we're probably in the same circles. I don't think he did very well. Oh, what's up, Gavin? Welcome back. I think there was like one or two points that I thought were decent. I can tell. I think he listens to Destiny. And to be fair, if you watch some of my debates, you can definitely tell I listen to Destiny too. But it's definitely, you can definitely tell.
Got loose, and it went and attacked a random person living their life walking down the street, and it got gnarly, and it killed that person. We would put the dog
Liquid
down.
Zulu.
Yes, inherently.
Maybe one day, bro. Maybe. he's talked to Bethan's Bulldog about utilitarianism. Okay. He's talked to Synth about utilitarianism. Okay. If he's talked to both of them, they've both done more than I can do in that topic. With regards to like econ stuff, one of the issues is it's just going to devolve into a debate about praxeology almost no matter what, I would guess. And I don't like. I don't know if there's any. I don't know if there's any gains to be had there. Just let the #1 Zulu Glazer hamsters do the debate. I mean, Zulu would do, from my understanding, debate with almost anyone. So hamsters could probably reach out if he wanted to. Dude, he reached out to Warren Mosler. Okay, he reached out to Mosler before he reached out to Zulu. So
We value human life more than we value animal life. Yeah.
actually, didn't he?
If that same dog got loose.
Sorry, did hamsters talk to Zulu about animal rights? I think it was Zulu, right? Prax Ben and Liquid Zulu versus Navon and hamsters 2v2. I mean, yeah, he did. Yeah, hamsters debated Zulu. Yeah. That was Zulu. I forgot about that until now, but yeah. So, yeah, he's reachable, but.
And wandered into a laboratory where they're growing zygotes and ate one off the
Zulu
table.
admitted some crazy shit. Well, Zulu that's why he just bites whatever bullet he wants, and he's like, well, actually, you know, if you want to adhere to some principle, then you have to adhere to that principle no matter what. And if, you know, it's a contradiction to change that principle, if you know, I'm glad he bites bullets. I mean, I guess. You know, you have to, if there's a case where you don't act by that principle, then what you're really contradicting yourself or whatever. It's like, bro. Hamsters debated one of the top socialist debaters, Owen McDonald. That's true. You know, I debated him too, actually, but yeah. Oh, man.
You putting the dog down? What was that? If that same dog got loose and wandered into a lab where scientists were growing zygotes and ate one off the table, are you going to put the dog down?
I mean, first of all, this is a situation which wouldn't exactly happen, and also I'm against IVF as well. I think IVF should be banned. I don't think this scenario should even be happening in America.
I don't even think it's a good hypothetical, but it's also so stupid. This guy won't fucking answer the question when he knows what Andrew's getting at. But do you want some fishback econ slop? I saw one more thing, which is him just saying Florida is not for sale, and it had 6-7 in it, and 6-7 is funny. But first of all, it's hypothetical. Would it actually happen? Yeah, I know. Oh, that would kill me. Yeah, I mean, you can send whatever easy money. I might not watch all of it, depending on what it is.
I think we should put the dog down. I think we should put the scientists who are performing IVF. I think we should put those scientists down.
Oh, yeah?
Instead of the dog.
That was a non-answer, by the way.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, it is going to be equivalent in the loss of life. Now, should we put the dog down? Well, that's different. If you accidentally kill someone, right, the dog is going
to kill a billion children for one hair follicle is better than actually this is a loaded question. I agree. Like, I agree with that. Like, I think it is good to bite the bullet instead of trying to like jump around and do stuff like that. But yeah.
Knock over a shelf and know that they're killing a zygote, right? But the dog somewhat knows that they're aggressive and they're killing a fully grown human being.
Yeah, we don't evaluate when we're looking at like animal attacks. We don't evaluate the like internal thought process of the animal like we do with humans. We don't look to intention because we can't even fathom the conscious experience
of the
dog.
dog wasn't exactly aggressive though. The dog knocked something over.
It's not about aggressive. It's about threat to life. That dog has demonstrated when in the person attacking a human being. The dog's demonstrated.
Obviously, the reason we put dogs down if they bite someone is because we expect them to bite someone in the future or like cause more harm in the future. It's not clear that's the case where they just eat a tray of zygotes. Oh, it's a Guna debate? Yeah. Basically.
I'm a threat to humans, and so the dog has to go.
But the dog doesn't show a higher chance of harming future zygotes if they accidentally knock over a shelf, while they do show a higher chance of biting more people and killing more people, like mauling a grown man to death, because they've done it before. If they knock over a shelf accidentally...
We got to the argument after tangent and hypothetical. Yeah.
That doesn't mean they're going to knock over a shelf.
Preventing that dog from attacking a fully grown human being is just as easy as preventing from attacking...
White dudes talking about woman's vagina. It's just the way I like it. Let's go. There's 3 white dudes. I'm a white dude too. Okay.
Don't let it back in the lab, or you take steps to make sure that can't happen again. If a dog attacks and kills a human being, you put him in a cage for the rest of their life. What do you think jails are?
I think jails for black people. But
yeah, okay, that's not the topic. All right.
Incredible guys. He goes to a fucking Jew shit pretty early on too.
We could throw that same dog into a cage for the rest of its life, and we can prevent it. It will never attack another human being again. The question when we looked at like something like an animal attack, because we can evaluate a dog's consciousness, the question is, are you a threat? Have you shown yourself to be a threat to humans? And in this case, if you truly believe in your soul that a 2-cell zygote is the same morally as a fully grown human, you've done the same thing in both cases.
Okay, well, I'm going to bring up
at least Andrew did not run that argument.
Right? Yeah, I'm going to bring up a little bit of an analogy here, right? So, do you value a baby's life just as much as your life? Like a newborn baby?
Do I value a baby's life as much as me?
Get ready, guys.
A baby, yes.
No.
You don't value baby as much as your own life?
No.
So you would choose that you would live over a baby. If you're on the Titanic and it's sinking, you would choose a spot on that lifeboat
No,
instead of a baby.
those are not the same thing. I have more like value for my own life because I know what it's like to be me. I can fathom my own consciousness. I don't know what it's like to be another being.
You don't think that baby's life is equivalent to your own life?
No, they're definitely equivalent. But you asked me if I value it. They're morally equivalent, absolutely.
Yes.
They're more.
Why is the baby morally equivalent to you if the baby's alive?
Because we're both human beings.
Maybe they're just. It sounds like they're like speaking past each other, but like what I get from when someone asks like, do I value, something equally? It's not like my like personal emotions out of it or something. Like they're talking based on my moral like foundations. Like, does this have, more or less? Or what's up, man? Okay. Oh god, the horrible ethics. Possibly both are depth of the red tie. I just got here, but I can tell from looks alone that guy in the red tie is evil. Yeah, this guy's a full-on griper, dude. He's crazy. Why do people debate most right-wingers on abortion? I mean, I feel like most of the time it's the right-wingers who bring that up or whatever. Most right-wingers' belief is rooted in sexism. I think it's mostly rooted in religion. And non-fun, your debate with North is a perfect example of that. What? I don't think North is sexist. I don't think his argument against abortion is rooted in sexism. I think like maybe you could argue it have some sexist outcomes, but what if the dog gets to hunger for human zygotes? It's just true. What if we condition the dog to really favor human zygotes? And who's even maybe the dog gets like some incredible amount of utility from eating human zygotes. This is like the thing that makes them into the utility monster. If you're a moderator, you have a moral obligation to ban all white people. That's true. Can we deny citizenship to neolibs? We already do. Didn't you see the DHS tweet a while ago saying they're not going to let globalists in a country, bro? We're the most oppressed minority. Now I'll give the perfect example. Okay.
What gives life value?
I think abortion is one topic where mainstream debate is retarded on both sides. I agree.
The human conscious experience. The human conscious experience. Does a baby have a human conscious experience, and how do you know that? It does. Are you sure?
Yes.
I don't think they do.
You don't think they do?
I mean, there's no way to exact.
Which, insane, and it seems like he doesn't even. They might just be speaking past each other again, because he seems to admit babies are to some degree conscious. He just doesn't think. My understanding is his argument is like, oh, it's not really a human conscious experience because it's diminished, a ton, such as is equivalent to a pig or something. And then they get into. I don't think Andrew even ever like says, like, oh, I'm just talking about like a human organism with a conscious experience, which I think there are issues with that definition. To be clear, like I think if there were a sentient being that is, that was just as sentient as a human, but like had non-human DNA, whatever, like they're aliens, or if we just found out, like if we just found out everyone in Ohio was an alien, like clearly they would still have moral value, despite not being having the human conscious experience as you're defining it. If we just say it's based on DNA or whatever. Jesus Christ, dude, ACA premiums are going to triple on January 1st. Triple. I saw charts that say double. But yeah. Equities are terrible investments. Everyone should be investing in physical gold and silver. I don't think. Listen, Patrol. I know you're a rich man. Okay, you're big. You're one of the biggest non-fun oilers. All right, but I do think, for most people, buying equities is better than buying physical metals. Although, like, I don't like. You can do both. You can. I'm fine if you want to put some of your money in metal, but I don't think that's sound financial advice for most people. I'm gonna move 80% index funds, 10% silver, 10% gold. Oh my god. SX is chill. Well, I do also have real estate. Historically, S&P 500 beats metal. Right now, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I would. I don't know exactly what the average return is, but I would guess that. Even now, it probably does, and it's probably like, well, you want to be diversified, obviously. Like, it's probably safer in the sense that you're diversified. There are conceivably things that could like hugely impact the price of silver and gold that would not have nearly as big an impact on the S&P 500. And I guess that could go both positively and negatively. But
exactly test this, right?
Okay, AI bubble stuff is so over exaggerated. If you have anything to send me on that, Lucas, I'd be curious. I haven't like looked into it almost at all. I think I've read like a little bit of Derek Thompson stuff on it or whatever. But I don't know. I feel like there's so much slop out there, man. There's so much slop out there. So like most of the stuff I've seen on it is like flop. It's like Drew fucking Gooden talking about it. Okay, it's like, okay, you know, I'm not really convinced by anything he's saying, but
Do they have the brain parts necessary to form a conscious experience?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you want to call it consciousness, just kind of operating their brain. Is a pig smarter than a baby?
A pig is definitely smarter than a baby.
Pig is definitely smarter than a baby. Do you eat pork?
Yes, I eat pork.
Why are you fine with killing pigs but not with killing babies?
horrible.
Because I
value a human conscious experience.
Why do you value a human?
Oh, but this is like in a whole ass sidetrack. But does anyone know, by the way, if Pisco has ever done vegan debates or anything? I was just curious because he, with the whole Ethan drama and all the conversations he's had on them, like I think people have been mad because he's like talking about, you know, logic a lot of times, and I think he said he got that from like Ask Yourself and Avi or whatever. I'm just curious if they've ever talked about veganism. I just looked it up on YouTube. I didn't see anything. But Ethan is evil because he was sarcastic about his lawsuits. Very Pisco. I don't know if Pisco holds that. To be clear, I don't follow all the fucking drama with that, and I don't care that much. My understanding is that Pisco's position is that, you know, you should not bring a lawsuit, even if you have some strictly speaking legal basis for it, on the motivation that you just want to like punish someone out of spite, and not because you actually have any genuine concern over copyright or because you have like genuine interest in like financial interest. What Ethan are we talking about? H3 Ethan. Also, I think I should grab where is where did I put the fucking chat thing? Is it here actually? Yeah, hold on. There we go. I got this stuff. Oh, what's up, Darko? He's had several comments to Isaac. Don't think he's done any full-on vegan debates. Yeah, I mean, I was just curious if they... Oh, wait, I just realized it shows your fucking profile picture. That's awesome. If they've ever talked about that, because I know he's talked to them, but...
Because I know what it's like to be a human. I can't fathom what it's like to be an
animal. That one day that baby is going to grow up and have a conscious experience just like...
Anyway, will only a moderate impact. People already know most of the answers to their questions. They just don't like them. I mean, I think AI will have an impact beyond being a search engine, right? Like, it's going to presumably automate and or increase the productivity of a lot of workers' jobs, so...
Run.
Not just like my own, but it's going to have a similar...
Yeah, especially with research and development, too. It could, in the future, it could have a lot of benefits there.
You know that one day that baby is going to grow up and have a conscious experience just like your own.
Not just like my own, but it's going to have a similar...
Yeah, it's going to have some similarity experience. But doesn't that same logic apply to a fetus of any stage of development? From conception of...
Before a fetus has the brain parts necessary to even form that conscious experience, there's nothing to speak of yet. There is no person yet. There's nothing happening yet.
Same thing with a baby. There is no personality of a baby yet.
Do you think personality and consciousness...
Oh, Nafan, please correct your mod, Neolipilum. Who, vegan? I mean, vegan, I don't know. Like, vegan will admit he's not an econ wonk or whatever. I don't know exactly what his claim is. Economy behind it, leading to subprime mortgage and all that jazz, was one. We'll only know it's not 205. I mean, listen, I don't have super strong opinions on this vegan, but certainly you can make the argument that, you know, the subprime mortgage bubble was not like, you know, the driving force behind their recession at the very least. I think, I think the contraction in NGDP, overly contractionary monetary policy, was like probably one part of the reason the subprime bubble popped in the first place, and then two, the reason the economy didn't recover faster, like after the, you know, quote unquote bubble popped or whatever. But I think like it's not even. I think if you compare like across English speaking countries at least, like U.S. housing prices did not even like rise significantly faster than like other English-speaking countries that didn't even see like a particularly big crash after 2008 with regards to the housing market, at least. That's my understanding. And unemployment did not, like immediately after the bubble popped, unemployment did not increase that much. It moved from like 4% to 6% or whatever. It was just it was because the credit market then failed and wasn't stabilized fast enough that led to like the widespread unemployment. Oops. I don't know how to use the feature chat correctly. That's because Fed stabilized NGDP in 2001. This is true. I mean, I don't know. I've never looked that far into this argument, but I like people will it's just a random recession. No one is saying it was a random recession, and the subprime mortgage crisis did have like something to do with it, right? It was just, you know, the subprime mortgage fiasco it was more of a failure of the Fed to stabilize the credit market and NGDP than it was, you know, because you know, just because that quote unquote bubble burst. It want the tulips, guys. Trust this will never happen again. You know what's funny, Chipringo? I'm not even sure the tulip mania was actually a bubble. My impression is that there's not actually like super great research on this. Okay, that was a real bubble. I mean, I would trust Lucas more than me. My impression from what I read about it was it's kind of hard to have proper data on it, but it had to do, I think it was more to do with like a change in the law that like effectively made tulip futures like option contracts instead of actual like futures. I can find where I read that, but I'm not confident in that or anything. I don't know how to take the chat down without clicking on a new chat and then clicking again to bring it down.
Consciousness is the same thing. I did not. What? But so consciousness would be, so like early consciousness would have a lack of personality. But I want to go back to a point though that you're fine with killing pigs, but not with killing babies.
Also, I mean, they're not speaking philosophical terms or whatever. So this is a 30-minute debate. I get it or whatever. Andrew makes like a good argument, but he doesn't stick with it as much as he would. So he says, so he's like,
even form that conscious experience. Well, conscious experience just like your own. Value a human. Because I know what it's like to be a human. I can't fathom what it's like to be an animal. So you know that one day that baby is going to grow up and have a conscious experience just like your own.
So the impression I get from this is, you know, zygotes, fetuses are entitled to a future like ours. They're going to grow up and they're going to have an experience. So, you know, they have some intrinsic value now.
Not just like my own, but it's going to have a similar.
Yeah, it's going to have some similarity experience. But doesn't that same logic apply?
And then he says, like,
to a fetus of any stage of development, from conception before a fetus has the brain parts necessary to even form that conscious experience. There's nothing to speak of. Yeah, there is no person.
Like,
yet.
This is a good point. They don't stick with it very long before they go back to fucking pigs. But he's making the argument in more formal terms, as I understand it. You know, in order for the future like ours argument to apply, the identity of the future person would have to be like, you know, numerically identical to the fetus as it exists now, and prior to there being any mental state, that is not true. That, you know, there's a mental state in a future person that doesn't exist in the fetus as of now. So there's a paper in this. As Earl Thompson discovered, the purported rise in the price of tulip bulbs was an artifact of Dutch legislation rather than a bubble. The price quoted for tulips were future prices. However, the terms of tulip future contracts were changed such that those who purchased the contracts after November 30th, 1636, had the option but not the obligation to pay the contract price. What this did was convert these future contracts to options contracts. The quoted prices therefore reflect the strike prices and option contracts that would have been paid if the spot price had risen above the strike price. As such, the prices quoted as evidence of the bubble were actually unrealized strike prices on the tulip contracts. But I don't like know. It doesn't appear to me there is consensus on this, and it doesn't even appear to me there's particularly good data for a lot of this stuff. Dumb that down for me. I'm not going to be able to dumb it down a ton. So, I mean, you understand. So an options contract is different from a futures contract. Like so a future, as I understand it, someone correct me if I'm wrong, a futures contract is you saying, you know, I'm essentially going to lock in a price now to buy these certain products at this price in the future. You know, fun fact, onion futures are illegal in the US because of some dude who monopolized all of them once. Like if I want to buy an onion future, like I'm telling a farmer next year I'm going to buy I think that there might be, I feel like there is like some other mechanism to essentially buy onion futures. There's got to be some workaround people I found. But you're saying like you know, next year I'm going to pay you $30 for an onion, okay, or a bag of onions. Even that's a lot. And essentially you're betting that next year the price of onions is going to be under $30. Options, you know, it's what it says. You have the option, but not the obligation to pay the contract price. You're saying, I'm going to lock in now that a year from now, I'm able to buy onions for $30, but I don't actually have to. So the quota prices, therefore, so as in the prices of the tulip futures, now tulip contracts. Yo,
I gave everyone else money
Grassroots.
today. I need you to bury this $20 in your backyard and send me GPS coordinates. I'll explain to you when you're older.
Will do, Grassroots. I presented $20. Thanks. Yeah, I think I pop in Ryan's chat for a second, but nothing of interest to me was going on. So a non-fun back at it again. That's true. I appreciate Grassroots. I think it's how you gave money to him. So the quota prices, as in the prices of what people say are futures, what are actually options, reflect the strike prices. So strike price is like the price you can pay now. That's like the price, price of onions.
How you want?
Oh wait, what did you?
Skewy blue, jumbo sauce, ben, nab.
Thanks, Joe, for the game. The issue with AI is that half the people commentating on it have some irrational hatred and want to fail. I agree. The million rappers will fail. The major companies will probably be fine. AI progress has continued at pace. That's true from what I understand. This is despite a ton of news about hitting the wall. Just scaling doubters are mostly just coping. I don't even think, like, my understanding is even if AI falls off quite a bit and starts growing at a like 10x slower rate, like it's still like very substantial. It's still like very substantial in, you know, how many jobs you can automate, how much research and development you can do. It's still incredible. But okay, so strike price is like the price you can buy now on option contracts that would have been paid if the spot price had risen above the strike price. So I think spot price here is referring to, actually, am I confusing? Hold on, I thought strike price and spot price mean the same thing to me. Spot price is real time, current market price of an asset. Well, strike price is a fixed okay, no, I'm making it up. Okay. A strike price is, what is that? That's a pre-agreed upon thing. The spot price is the price of it right now. So if you have a contract that says I'm gonna, like, I can buy onions for $30, well, you have an options contract. In the case that the spot price, the actual price of onions, rises above $30, you can then realize that options contract and say, I'm going to buy onions for $30 and get onions for cheaper than the current spot price, right? And then you can have cheaper onions or sell them and turn a profit. As such, the prices quoted as evidence of a bubble were actually the unrealized strike prices on tulip contracts. Yeah.
There's nothing happening yet.
Same thing with a baby. There is no personality of a baby yet.
Do you think personality and consciousness are the same thing?
I mean, I do not.
What?
But still, consciousness would be, so like early consciousness would have a lack of personality.
With the there's the GIF. Can't wait to get coffee struck for that. It says above my. Yeah, okay, we're good.
But I want to go back to a point though that you're fine with killing pigs, but not with killing babies.
Banks don't get in trouble. So I think there was one banker arrested after 2008.
Guys,
And there are like okay, I'm gonna turn sound alerts down. Like, you know, when a bank fails or whatever, like usually that like the FDIC functionally nationalizes the bank for some time and then sells the bank to other people. So like Silicon Valley Bank, like the bankers there like lost out still. They just lose some money. Well, like Silicon Valley Bank, when that failed again, like it's not just like a lot of people lost their jobs, and all the assets were sold to like other banks. There's something else you said, Gavin, I feel like earlier, but about North or whatever. Here's a killer argument for every anti-abortion activist. Just ask them if you believe it's a human, like you and me. Can you give the name of a fetus killed during an abortion? Well, yeah, they would like. What? I don't think that's actually any type of logical argument, but like obviously, there like would be a lot of abortion advocates who would be able to like name someone, like certainly Leela Rose or Cressida Hawkins and those type of people who do this for their career would be able to name some. I feel like you said something about North earlier, but I totally forgot what the thing was.
Because the baby will one day grow up to be an intelligent human being.
No,
right?
a baby won't grow. I could not possibly care less about the intelligence of the baby or the intelligence of the pig. It's having a human conscious experience. That's what I value, the human experience.
Okay, yes,
intelligence is a completely. If I knew for a fact that someone was going to grow up to have like a 45 IQ, I'm not going to just blast them right then and there. I don't care about the intelligence part at all.
But it's a human conscious experience.
Yeah.
But a baby does not have that same human conscious experience when they're.
What do you think of conscious? What do you think of what I'm referring to when I say consciousness?
Consciousness. I would say intelligence to know. Let's think.
You're already off basis. If you're trying to invoke, or if you're trying to like signal to intelligence at all, you're already off base. Intelligence is wholly irrelevant in this case.
Consciousness would be the ability to know that you are here exactly. Like if you not having consciousness would just be living in the life, operating like a mouse or something, get food, have sex, reproduce or something. Consciousness would be being able to.
A mouse is like mice are probably to some degree sentient. You're against abortion. Name every aborted person ever. Checkmate Republicans. This is true. I don't care if they have a IQ, if they will have an IQ of 45. Hashtag I love Peter Singer.
To know that you are in this role. It's kind of hard.
Thank God we didn't get the. We went 30 minutes into an abortion debate without Peter Singer infanticide memes being mentioned. Holy shit.
To explain consciousness, there's a lot of different definitions, right? So it's going to be very difficult.
If we delve into deep into philosophy, there's going to be infinite definitions.
I think we have a very similar.
The fundamental question here is, does a thing have the ability to have a human conscious experience, or does it not?
Yes, a fetus does. It has the ability to have a human conscious experience.
At a certain point,
just like a baby.
And at a certain point, and that's the line, right?
A newborn baby does not currently have a human conscious experience that you value, right?
A newborn baby has a human.
That Peter is cooking. I don't. Yo, thanks for the $5.
I lost all my money on this token called Bingus. Take my last $5 slash.
I'm gonna invest it in Dingus coin. Okay, and I'll give you double the profits from it. But I appreciate $5 coaching. Okay, thanks. Peter Singer isn't even vegan. What about you? I thought he was. What do you mean? What? Maybe dietarily he isn't. But, I don't know. So I think I probably agree with Peter Singer's view on infanticide. I think I've heard before, like he would like he was before like euthanizing infants with like spina bifida, and there are certain conditions I think he's stated before that don't strike me as obviously like net negative or anything. But like as I understand it, literally we already for many like children will withdraw life support in cases where it is clear the quality of life would be very low. They probably don't have high life expectancy in the first place, and they require life support, so that they need direct medical intervention now. And we find that acceptable, or at least many people find that acceptable. And I just don't see a big difference between the omission and commission there. non-fun is endorsing eugenics. True. Clip it. Send this to Ryan now, so here's another clip of how evil utilitarians are.
Already has it. It's done. It's already there.
Okay, well, what's the...
Also, part of it is, as I understand it, he still holds the fundamental position. But one, he said he like talked to disability activists or whatever, and they showed him like lives of people with disabilities are just like not that bad. And two, he used to be preference utilitarian, and now he's a hedonic utilitarian. And when he was a preference utilitarian, he didn't think that babies had the same type of preferences as, you know, humans do, or not humans, full-grown humans do. And so it could be more acceptable to euthanize some of them. But now he's a hedonic utilitarian, so presumably he would have some concern for the just, you know, hedonistic pleasure, whatever the infants can have as well. Although I don't know how much that would factor in a lot of cases, at least. But
yeah, like evidence for that, I guess. Like, what is the claim there? You can't ask a baby if they're conscious, and you can't ask a zygote if they're conscious. I could apply that same logic to that a fetus is conscious, just as much as the baby is.
So the bullet you're going to bite, to be clear, I just want to lay this, the bullet you're going to bite is that a newborn baby isn't having a conscious experience.
Yes.
It has no consciousness.
To a major extent, yeah, not to the extent that we do, yes.
And you think that because you think that I'm defining consciousness as, or you think that we conceptualize consciousness as intelligence or ability to understand things.
I think it's the ability to understand that you are in this world and to like look at yourself from an outside perspective.
Do you believe that a baby can see? Can it see its surroundings?
I mean, they're usually like a little bit blind at first for the first week or so, and eventually they open their eyes.
A little bit blind.
See their
implying that it can see something.
Not blind.
Can it see, can it hear, can it perceive things?
Yeah, exactly.
How can it perceive things if it's not conscious? Consciousness is a prerequisite to be able to like fathom perceptions.
I hate those words in order in that sentence.
Well, pig can perceive things. A pig can see. A pig can hear.
I didn't say a pig is not having some conscious experience. I said it's not having a human conscious experience.
But what if
it's definitely having a conscious experience, but it's having...
I don't... Again, it just feels like they're speaking past each other, and Andrew never specifies his view exactly. It seems like he's just holding that like human conscious experience means any degree of conscious experience in a human organism, or potentially, you know, any view there, like any amount of consciousness in a human organism, and or, you know, sentience to such a degree that it is equivalent to consciousness in a fully developed human organism. Because I bet if you pushed him on like, you know, the alien hypothetical, he might just adjust to that view. And say like, well, if you you know have some equivalent sentient experience, such that you're rational and have pleasure and pain to the same degree an adult human does, that would be morally valuable too. But all this guy's name, which I already forgot, all this guy's saying is, well, but it's not really the same. How can you say it's a human conscious experience when, you know, it's very different in all these ways, and they, you know, they're blind for the first week and blah 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 blah. I hate this conscious experience shit, bro. Abortion is bad because fetuses can feel pain or something at some point. Yeah, I mean, my understanding, and like, you know, maybe you know more than me, Lucas. I think like even Avi has a different view than this, and I know Avi's like a doctor, Avi Bitterman, and I think he's done more reading, but I haven't seen any particularly compelling stuff that like fetuses are sentient for 12 weeks, and I think it's not impossible they aren't sentient until like even after that. But I'm not particularly sure either way.
If you were to look at a baby in of itself,
that I don't care about.
If you were to look at a baby in of itself, a pig is going to be a lot more conscious than a baby. It's going to know a lot more about its surroundings.
I'm not measuring degrees of consciousness. I'm measuring, do you have a human conscious experience or do you not? Are you a human being that is...
Oh, also, hedonic utilitarianism in babies gives me fear, lol. Fear, how so?
Capable of perceiving.
But do you think a pig has a greater conscious experience than a baby?
How do we measure the conscious experience between two different species?
I mean, you know, it's a very difficult subject.
What's it like? Let me ask you,
I don't really shit about it. I think it's mostly argument against very late-term abortion. Sure.
Like to perceive the world through sonar?
Through sonar.
Yeah. Through, I mean, like, if your eyes were removed from your head, you couldn't see anymore, and all your perception was based on sonar. What's that like?
I mean, I would be listening for frequencies.
Describe it to me. What is it like?
I mean, I can't exactly tell you.
I know you can't describe it. That's the entire point.
I mean,
that's why you think about how it works. Species. We can't even begin. We can't even take step one into fathoming the consciousness of another being.
Consciousness is very.
I don't know. Like, I understand it. Like, the argument he's making. Obviously, I understand the reference to the "what is it like to be a bat" thing. But I don't think the point of that argument is to suggest that, like, you know, bats aren't conscious or anything, or like lack some like losing brain cells, or like lack some quote unquote human conscious experience. Like, I don't see how you could imagine what it's like to be a baby significantly easier than what it is like to be a bat, right? And I don't think just the fact that like, I don't even think like that's. I think what we mean by conscious is sort of there is a thing that it is like to be that thing, but I don't think the evidence of consciousness is I can imagine whether or not it is easy, or like it is easier for me to imagine being that thing or not. There could be, like, it's hard for me to imagine what it's like to be Helen Keller. I think Helen Keller was conscious. It might be hard for me to imagine what it's like to be a bat. But, you know, there are sort of more quantifiable objective metrics, like having a central nervous system, responding to injuries in a certain way, self-administering painkillers, right? And these are all markers of some degree of sentience outside of me being able to imagine what it is like to be that thing. Abortion numbers go down if easy access, a lot of easy access to subsidized contraceptive are available. I don't know how much it would go down, but what's interesting, this debate, by the way, is supposed to be about birth control. But they only talk about that the last 10 minutes, and it's the dumbest shit ever.
Questionable between zygotes, babies.
It's very questionable. There's a lot of thought on this, but the line, there's one pretty clear line. Can you have one, or can you not have one? That's the line.
Can you not have what?
A conscious experience at all. If you don't have the brain parts necessary to even do it, if you can't even get to step one, then I know you don't have a conscious experience.
A baby doesn't exactly have that strong of a conscious experience. I mean, we could go back and forth on this for a while.
We could go back and forth on this. You keep trying to appeal to like the strength of it. Like, are you having a stronger conscious experience than some other being? But it's not a scale here. It's a binary. It's 0 or 1.
You're saying human or pig?
No, I'd say conscious or not.
Conscious or not?
Is your brain formed enough such that you could have one?
Do you think a pig is more conscious than a baby?
It's not a scale. It's not.
So you're saying it's different? Pig consciousness versus human consciousness?
Yes, it's very different.
Okay.
You know why I know it's very different?
What?
I can tell you what it's like to be a human being.
But can you tell me what it's like to be?
I think I've said what I need to say on that.
Human baby, do you remember?
I don't.
No,
It's
I don't remember
frustrating.
like
Human baby. If I could speak at
Put back to abortion have got up under Republicans and decrease on Democrats. If you're anti-abortion, you should be on Team Liberal. This is true. This is true.
time, if I could form words and tell you, I would have loved to have told you. But couldn't do it. Okay. But again, you're measuring intelligence. I'm not.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, let me bring up another thing, right?
I gotta ask one more clarifying.
Yeah.
If just having this conversation, hearing the way you like are trying to tackle the consciousness, do you think like there should be like an intelligence limit on human beings? Like if we can't measure your IQ over a certain number, we just execute you?
No.
You're placing a lot of importance on that.
I just heard the word intelligence one time, and he kept on using that as my definition for
now we are going to do a Peter Singer argument.
consciousness. Even though I told myself right after. But also, I wanted to bring up something. If you saw in the newspaper that a 35-year-old man died in a car crash, you wouldn't give a crap most likely. Like, to be honest, I wouldn't really care too much unless I knew the man. If you saw that a 1-year-old baby died in a car crash, you'd be a little bit sad. You're like, dang, it had its whole life ahead of it, right?
No.
Really?
It's the same reaction both times.
It's the same.
Yeah. Why would it not be the same?
Yeah. Old man dies in a
Kill me. I think again they're speaking like they're confusing like the emotional reaction to someone losing more potential sentience, right? To like it's just whether or not it is fundamentally someone like a person dying.
nursing home. I'll just bring it to another extreme. Old man dies in a nursing home. Baby dies in a car crash. What's sadder?
What's sadder?
Yeah. Well, like what is sadder for you? What is like a greater
It's
moral
probably
loss?
going to be the baby, but it's not sadder because they're morally inequivalent. That has nothing to do with like moral equivalency between these two beings is the same in my mind. The sadness is there's some intuitive thing that's happening inside of you, like inside of
Do you
you.
know who Counter Dreamer is? I've heard that name. I feel like you might have mentioned him before. Other people have. He's a Twitter poster, isn't he? I feel like I've seen him on Twitter.
Looking outside of like our baby fever and like, oh no, baby died, and like looking at dead.
Yeah,
I'm talking about like,
well, that's where the sadness comes from. It's that intuitive feeling of like, not a baby. There's no sweet little innocent thing can't defend itself and it dies for no reason.
Don't you think it's a greater moral loss for a baby?
Oh wait, by the way, speaking of, I'm getting totally sidetracked. Speaking of the index funds and buying gold and shit, there is like a EA, like effective altruist, like savings account, right? Or like I can donate to a fund that like pools money together and like saves it to donate more in the future, right? Like I think that is a thing, right? Because I don't really want to donate immediately 10% of my income or whatever. I want to save some of it, but like it'd be nice to like know that like people are managing it who are like better than me or whatever. What's up?
It's called a donor advised fund. You can put money into it and you can let that money grow and then place it later.
But is this run by like effective altruists or whatever? But does the Liv think we should not have a preference when we have a 99-year-old, a 10-year-old in a hospital can save one, or all life extensions the same value without regard to length? I don't think he would hold that. I think what Andrew the Lib is talking about, he's saying moral equivalence in the sense that like they are both persons of sort of intrinsic fundamental moral value. No, I don't actually think like I think he would say we should have a preference for saving the one of more future life ahead of them, but I think he was talking about it in a different sense. In a sense, I don't think really makes much sense, to be fair. Okay, but there's no intrinsic say more about like. I mean, I agree, but I think he specified a little bit.
Outside of like our baby fever and like, oh no, baby died, and like looking at dead.
Yeah,
I'm talking about like,
well, that's where the sadness comes from. You think that's a feeling of like, not a baby. There's no sweet little innocent thing can't defend itself and it dies for no reason.
Don't you think it's a greater moral loss?
Sad happening inside of like between these two beings is it's not sadder because they're morally inequivalent. It has nothing to do. The like moral equivalency between these two beings is the same in my mind. The sadness is there's some intuitive thing that's happening inside of inside of a human being.
I like looking outside of like our baby.
Like he's saying moral equivalence there, but I think he's separating that out from like the sadness, and he's saying sadness is because there's more like lost potential and future sentience or whatever. But I agree. I don't think it makes much sense. But I understand what he's kind of getting at in normie terms. He should use terms correctly. This is true. Hold on, it's gotta be. I thought there was just like a. Is this it? Just like a fund run by the EA development or whatever, or institution, whatever, organization, to save my money for me. It might not be. Might have to do it myself.
Baby fever and like, oh no, baby died, and like looking at dead.
Yeah,
I'm talking about like,
well, that's where the sadness comes from. You think that's a feeling of like, not a baby. There's no sweet little innocent thing can't defend itself and it dies for no reason.
Don't you think it's a greater moral loss for a baby to lose 85 years of life that it had ahead of it instead of an old man that died who was 85 years old already? Isn't that a greater moral loss?
There is a greater moral loss? No. No. Those two beings are morally equivalent creatures. There's no.
Which is obviously. That's stupid. That's stupid. That's wrong. But
it's not a greater moral.
What's the larger moral loss?
When you're appealing to, like, I think what you're trying to get at is like, just does it make you innately sadder? I mean, it does like, make you innately sadder.
Thing, right? With me being pro-life, a lot of pro-life people say, oh, it has a heartbeat, it can feel pain. That's retarded because a chicken can feel pain and a chicken has a heartbeat. The main reason I'm pro-life, and pretty much the only reason, is because a fetus has an entire.
Can we get him on the vegan train?
Entire life ahead of it. That is why I'm
I mean, he would just say. I would have to imagine he would just appeal to religion on that point.
Life. But I mean, we're just going to go back and forth a bit. But also, I want to talk about with birth control. There's terrible side effects. Birth control turns a lot of young women gay and retarded. Like it's
Tell
actually.
my ex, I need to go to the eye doctor because I don't know what I saw here. Valid, based, her, sure.
Ridiculous. That birth control is the reason why divorce rates are so high nowadays.
Do you think that there's any positives to birth control?
I don't think there's any positives. I mean, yeah, you could say, oh, some woman has a disease that acts up when her hormones are high, but as it is not a net positive. It is a net negative.
What about economically?
What?
What about economically?
Economic, that's what you're worried about? What?
No, it's not what I'm worried about. I'm trying to see if you'll grant one good thing.
No, I don't think so. Maybe in the short term, yes. Long term, no.
There's a long-term economic down. Like
there's a short-term gain. There's a short-term economic gain from birth control, but long-term, it's a terrible mistake.
So you don't find it to be a good thing that birth control.
He goes immediately into Grover shit. I don't care about this stuff as much.
Women were 2 births per woman.
Just wait. I'm just. I think he mentioned the Jew is pretty.
Control and delaying the families is the reason why the United States has a birth rate of less than 2. We are issue of birth control. A big thing about it is that when a woman gets on birth control, it changes things. Birth control, obviously that's like the whole point. It changes the type of man that she finds attractive. So a lot of young women will get on birth control when they're in high school or something. They'll meet some guy who's like 5'8", he's a software dev or whatever in San Diego, and he's like, oh, he's so cute and fluffy, and they'll marry him. And then they'll get off birth control when they're 30 years old to finally have kids with this guy. And then
she's rooted in sexism. Did you hear what he just said? I think it's rooted for him in religion. I think, to be clear, which has like sexist implications and everything. I agree with that. For this guy, I don't think North's argument against abortion is rooted in any type of sexism. I think you could argue maybe that's like sexist outcomes, but what's your most left-wing opinion and most right-wing opinion? I don't know. I don't know kind of how to where's the repugnant conclusion? The kill insect conclusion on the left-right spectrum. I don't know. I feel like, well, actually related to that, in some sense, like I think many billionaires are, I say evil, but like in some sense they're not necessarily more evil than an ordinary person, but evil in the sense that like I think a lot of billionaires should be donating much more of their money and just don't. And I also don't think that like they're really fundamentally entitled to their wealth. And I think instrumentally, like, there are benefits from having a system that lets them accumulate that wealth, and under free market system and private ownership, and that just tends to be good overall. But I do think they should be donating a lot more of their money, and I think a part of the motivation for why they don't is because a lot of billionaires like are just playing some game to like be higher on leaderboards. Like I get that impression from some of them, but maybe that's just, I don't know, maybe that's me cycling back too much, or like use my intuition too much. As from my most right-wing opinion, I don't know. Like, I feel like the issue is like it's like I don't like I support like efficient taxes, and like those are things that the left opposes a lot, but like I don't view that as like a particularly like right-wing idea. Bill Gates and Dustin Moskowitz are the only good billionaires. There are other billionaires who have agreed to donate a lot of their money on death, right? North Lady said, I guess condoms are fine, when he said banning abortions could lead to contraceptive bans. After doubling down on banning contraceptives, literally. So, I mean, I don't remember him saying that, but I'll accept it. He said it. I don't think that's rooted in sexism. I think that's rooted in a religious belief and some other secular moral beliefs that he might try to appeal to as well, because not everyone's religious, obviously, that implantation can be prevented by things like Plan B and IUDs or whatever, and that would be equivalent to killing a person. I think Thomas Sowell was a good writer. I'm not sure about that. I haven't read that much Thomas Sowell. I think I've read a little bit of his fucking shit about Israel Palestine a while ago, but I watched the Unlearning Economics video. I don't think he was particularly honest, but I think he's like I've seen him be well spoken. I've seen him make good points in like excerpts I've read, but I've never understood why it is greed to want to keep the money you've earned, but not greed to take someone else's money. I mean, so it's not, I don't think the fundamental. Okay, so I think you could want to keep the money you earned for not greedy reasons. First of all, How Easy Money basically said Soul is well spoken, which is racist, or not well spoken, I'm assuming, which is racist because he's black. This is true. Like, there might be some motivations under which you can want to keep your own money and have it not be greedy. I think this is just the impression I get from the way I see many billionaires act and everything, and maybe I'm wrong, is that they are doing it for the purpose of like not actually improving their quality of life, but because they like want to look cooler, they want to be higher on the Forbes 400 list, they want to have more money, they want to feel more powerful. I think greed can be motivation for that. But even say like Easy Money, I think I mean, first of all, under my view, the entitlement there is kind of weird, right? Like, want to keep the money you have earned. What does it mean to have earned? Like, I agree in the sense that like you have a legal claim to that money, and like it's money that you kind of put work into getting. I can agree. Like I recognize you have earned it in that sense, but like I think there's a deeper question of sort of what morally have you earned, and I'm not convinced that billionaires have earned being a billionaire under that sense. And then I guess you should obviously billionaires just have a much lower marginal utility on their consumption. So like in the sense that they could do a tremendous amount of good without doing themselves like almost any harm. Even if the intention there isn't like always greedy, it is kind of a greedier action than simply suggesting that we tax billionaires more or something. Isn't that their choice as long as they accumulate their wealth through non-rent seeking measures? And I don't mean by like, is it like I think for one, there are choices people can make that are immoral, right? So like I think the choice of many billionaires to not donate more of their money like is immoral. So that's number one, and everyone recognizes this. Whether or not we have legally enforce some of that is another question. And I would I don't know exactly what I would do, but like, you know, I want the U.S. government to give more foreign aid, right? And that can be funded via progressive taxation. And it, like, obviously, like when you say their choice, like I think it's still kind of like I implicitly get like the implicit claim there is that they are entitled to this money because they have some moral claim on that wealth, right? And I just kind of don't accept that view exactly. I don't think we should legislate morality under a liberal system. I don't know what it means to not legislate morality. Like maybe my brain is just broken, but like in my view, the reason we make laws is to make society better because the expected value of doing so is positive. And like other people have different justifications for passing laws under different moral systems, but I think ultimately everyone would appeal to a moral system to justify like having laws and stuff.
Then when their hormone levels go back to their natural levels, they're going to find that 6'2" black Tyrone from high school.
My other right-wing beliefs are that I want Singaporean drug policy and more police. I think I do want more police, but I also don't. I don't know exactly how you would fix this issue, but I do feel like police in the U.S. are like too militarized and/or can, you know, just generally use military equipment too easily without being properly trained on them. That's my understanding. My other right-wing opinion is that AA is bad. Oh, affirmative action. You should become 19th Amendment filled with like anti-19th Amendment. Wait, I mean 18th? Oh, prohibition. Listen, I mean, I do think alcohol just fucking sucks. It's like a big negative externality. We're just all like kind of okay with it. I think most drugs just kind of fucking suck. Like there's a reason I don't do, like I haven't drank except at my fucking first communion. Okay. But that was the blood of Jesus Christ, obviously not wine. And I've never done any non-prescribed drugs. Like I do just think they're like bad. I don't know what the most effective social policy is to deal with them. I wouldn't have strong opinions, but like I'm totally open to having more strict regulations on alcohol. It's hard for me to imagine prohibition working like right now, but I'm sure you could get there eventually.
Still attractive again, then they're going to cheat on their husband, they're going to get a divorce. That's why the majority of divorces are initiated by women. It's because they're on birth control because they're gay and retarded.
The thing that the entire scenario you just laid out, what was the moral wrong that occurred there?
Moral wrong with what?
In the scenario you laid out, what was the moral wrong that happened there?
Well, I mean, it's a moral wrong because it causes divorce, and divorce is just invalid in the first place. You can't exactly get a divorce. No-fault divorce is actually non-existent. You just got married to someone.
The divorce was the moral wrong? Like, that was the bad thing in that scenario?
Well, also, I'm just saying it's a huge logistical issue because we're dropping in birth rates. This is like Is the solution to dropping in birth rates like your whole argument for like, oh, let's get rid of birth control so when they...
Only I have half a disagreement. Drugs are dangerous, but not because they suck. Drugs are great. So they're, yeah, okay. I mean, I understand. They're good in the moment. They're great in a sense they, you know, have some hedonistic value in the moment. Massive tax over ban. Oh, massive tax to ban. Yeah, you should get like, again, it's hard for me to, like, that would have to happen over like a 50-year time span or something, but
you can't delay having kids so they have more kids, so we fix the birth rate. So the solution to declining birth rates is just force women into having more kids? Or what?
I'm under the staunch belief that women should get married at like 18 or 19 years old and pop out like 5 or 6 kids on average. Maybe we'd live in such a great society. And also when women have kids when they're like older in their 30s, when they're 40s.
I feel like we're never getting through this video. Didn't Tyler Cohen write something on that? Tyler Cohen, alcohol. I spelled it horribly wrong. Look at that one, folks. Incredible. I think it was just, yeah. How malleable is alcohol consumption? Specifically, how much alcohol consumption driven by the current environment versus individual characteristics? And answer the question, we analyze changes in alcohol purchases when consumers move from one state to another. We find that if a household moves to a state with a higher lower average alcohol purchase than the origin state, the household is likely to decrease its alcohol purchases right after the move. The current environment explains about two-thirds of the difference in alcohol purchases. The adjustment takes place on both the extensive and intensive margins. To be clear, I don't think we should ban alcohol. I thought he wrote something else on it. Schools teach anti-prohibition propaganda. It did not increase crime. It increased some crime, but crime such as domestic violence went down. I'm pretty, like like I've never done a ton of research on it, but I've seen the privatized Social Security dude, I think, like post studies to that effect on Twitter. So what do you think? I say is law? I really have no opinion. I don't know. I would ask. Let me DM Sam real quick. I don't know.
40s, but a lot of them turn out retarded.
What you just like described, aren't you allowed to do that here?
Allowed to what?
Leave high school, be 18 or 19, get married instantly, have 5 kids. Like, isn't that a thing you can do here?
In America?
In America, yeah.
That's what I want my daughters to do.
Yeah, you can do that, right?
I'm gonna try to set them up with dates on the guys who are like in their early 20s or something.
But that's a thing you can choose to do if you want to.
What do you think? More police is needed instead of security guards, better education, more deportations, have drug legalized, civilized prisons that produce less recidivism. So I agree with the last one. I don't think our current prison system is particularly humane, and from my understanding, probably just not it's probably not a good way to even reduce recidivism rates. But typically, like, police have more training, they can do more things. I'm not like against more security guards too, but like just as a general principle, police are able to do more things. I think we should have better education. I don't know how at the current margin where the U.S. is in education, I don't know how much of a reduction you would see in crime. I think at like a very low margin, like going from no education to a small amount of education, you probably see a big decrease in crime. But there's diminishing marginal returns to that. With regards to more deportations, like I think that would just not substantially reduce crime, and immigrants just have a lot of other benefits. And they have drug legalized. Like I just think drugs are a big negative externality. I don't think there should be like super harsh criminal punishment for like just simple possession and stuff, but like I think they're just a big negative externality. Studies have shown that more enforcement is really effective, long sentences or not. Yeah, sure.
You can totally, there's nothing stopping you.
Yeah, people can choose to do that, but I'm talking about if it's a net good for America. Or if it's a net positive.
It might be a net positive for America for any wide variety of things to happen. That's not the question we're asking. Is it a thing you can choose to do?
Wait, how is it a positive thing for America for the birth rate?
I mean, the war on drugs is worse negative externality. I think insofar as our prison system was just not good and inhumane, and the laws were probably to some degree unequally enforced by race. Yeah, I think so. Well, it might depend on the drug.
Rate to be below 2%.
You don't know about it, or you don't have an opinion on what specifically easy money? Say's law? I know about it. That's the supply creates its own demand. I'm saying I don't have a strong opinion on it. I believe that's Say's law, right? Yeah.
Births per woman.
How is it a positive thing?
How's it a positive thing? Yeah.
Did I say that?
You just said that birth control is a net positive.
I said birth control is net positive, but I'm not tying that to the birth rates in any way. I'm not saying it's a good thing for the birth rates to be low.
Okay. I don't think I care about the rest of this stuff.
We'll go down.
Actually,
thing, but
America's
going
to run the world. Maybe
they're trying to replace. It's not.
This is the thing that I don't know why you guys always do this.
You just mentioned Europe, so that's why I mentioned Europe. Europe is going to shit too. The Jews are trying to replace the whites in Europe with a bunch of black and brown people who are retarded and sexually violent.
Bro, if the Jews are as smart as you think,
it's all the Jews. It's all the Jews.
Control them. So that's why they want them to fill up America. Want them to fill up Western Europe. They're a lot easier to control. You know.
Also, I don't know if this guy has like a fucking Asian wife or something. He really likes Asians.
They're better. They're more dirty in every way. That seems to be what you care about, right? You care so much about intelligence, but that's smart.
Yeah, I mean, it is a big thing, right? And like they're trying to replace us with all these black and brown people because they're a lot easier to control. Black and brown people, it's super easy to control them compared to white people or like lighter skinned Asians. It's super easy to control them. So that's why they want them to fill up America, want them to fill up Western Europe. They're a lot easier to control.
I don't know what that's about. Last grouper I talked to really did not like Asians. He said Asians were they were some of the worst. When I was talking to Seth, he was like, "Oh, the Asian immigrants are like, yeah, they're high skill, but they crowd out other Americans or whatever, and like they're all like elite, spiritual Jewish people." One exception is that long sentences are good for repeated criminals. We should have 3 strikes laws or something similar. Simply keeping them off the streets is more important. At some degree, yeah. I also just think like our prisons are just not particularly humane in the U.S. And I don't mind longer sentences, especially for repeat offenders. And I agree. Like, it's my understanding, a lot of crime could be reduced by longer sentences for repeat offenders. But yeah, I don't know. I just think our prisons suck. It's like, they're not very good. Progressives crying after they implemented a 3 strike law. Who is they? I recognize progressives generally do not like three-strike laws and stuff. Starfuse misquoting a DOJ report or stole the shocking from Lactoid. Unbelievable. I don't know. I haven't done a deep dive or anything, but I'm just saying, like, it's my understanding from the stuff I have seen is that repeat offenders are an issue that could probably be solved by longer sentences, whether it be in a prison or like just a asylum. I want to talk about this one a little bit. It's related to kind of what we're talking about still, but we're not going to watch all of it. It's about
please just speak louder.
if America First is unchristian or whatever.
First is not Christian.
Okay, so I guess my first question is, what do you mean by Christian? Because I don't know like what specific denomination you subscribe to. So like,
I'd say anybody that agrees with the Apostles' Creed fundamentally is typically viewed as Christian. So anybody that appeals to that thing. So Protestants, Catholics typically do. I think some sects of Mormon also appeal to the Apostles' Creed. Eastern Orthodox.
Okay. Okay. So why do you think this?
Okay. Let me clarify. You are America First, I'm assuming,
Yes.
since you agreed to it. But you're also a Christian nationalist.
Yes.
Okay. Square that circle for me. What exactly is America First about being a Christian nationalist? Like,
Well, the question is being America First Christian? I would argue that 100% is, and we can look at St. Thomas Aquinas' idea of ordered love. I mean, you have a responsibility to the people closest to you. So just like it's immoral if you were to feed your neighbor's kids while your own kids go hungry, it's equally immoral to support policies that harm your country's people but benefit those.
I don't know how this aired last night. I've watched it 6 times and also aired at Cruster. It's not fair.
from other countries.
I think Nazar Erudite did well, although I was frustrated she didn't it's not even like she didn't answer this because Sarah Stock didn't ask it that directly. I don't know if Erudite believes in special obligations or not. Because they run through, I mean, we'll get there. They run through the hypotheticals of like, oh, would you give your neighbor a loaf of bread or your own kid or whatever? Erudite, I feel like, does not very directly answer that. Although, in fairness, I don't think Sarah Stock asked it appropriately, and it all has to do with how it relates to Christianity and not even like Erudite's own specific views on it. Although she is a Christian, obviously, that's why she's up to this, but.
And this has been explained in the Catechism as well. So.
That's really weird. So, you correct me if I'm wrong about the Bible. My understanding is that God gave up godliness to come down to earth, right? He sacrificed it.
No, he did not. Jesus is also a God and a man.
Yeah, but he also became man, right? I mean, do you want me to just pull up the verse for you? God's sacrificial love. We can just go there if you want to.
I understand that Jesus is fully God and fully man, yes.
Okay, great. So God sacrificed by coming down. In fact, he sacrificed so much that he died for not just his friends, not just white Americans, but for, I'm assuming, the world.
Putting Dems running on... Wait, can I do this with... Oh, I can. Oh, I see we got your profile picture there. Hell yeah. On three-strike laws for felonies to rehabilitate their image and crime. It would just depend on me developing a stronger position on the law itself. Like, it feels like for at least... like a lot of U.S. cities, that probably would be good, but it might, it might depend on how broad they apply and how shitty our prisons are and how, how effective they actually are. My intuition would say, at least on the local level, like in cities, not good, but.
World, right?
Yes.
Okay, so sacrificial love seems to be a pretty fundamental piece of Christian ethos. Would you not agree?
Yeah. Are you going to respond to my claim that ordered love is?
What's up, Biz Guitar? Welcome back. The only discussions are like arguing who would win in a fight, Batman or Iron Man. This is true. This is true. This is true. Organized proof that creating more rehabilitation than imprisonment is a great solution. I don't know. My understanding is that some of the like not rehabilitation stuff in Oregon, but like the decriminalization stuff in Oregon did not perform very well. But I don't know, like when it comes to rehabilitation, the impression I get from that is more like the prisons and stuff after penalties are imposed. But it's my understanding Oregon just stopped enforcing penalties on a lot of things. But then they went back to enforcing penalties on a lot of drug use at some point. Because my understanding is it didn't work that well.
Virtuous? Like, what do you think? Like, if I were to feed my neighbor's kids, but my own kids went hungry, do you think that's virtuous because you're loving your neighbor's kids?
It depends on if you're feeling that you're called to do so, right? I would imagine that God would probably say that you would split it, right? Like, I don't know in what world. I feel like I have one loaf of bread. I can't possibly figure out fractions and just like give all of it away.
Poor people exist, so yeah, that is definitely.
I don't know how that's a rebuttal. You're right. Poor people do exist. Thank you. Rich people exist.
Big brain stuff going on
I don't know
here.
why you're saying that's not possible. There is quite literally a Bible verse that says.
Right, if I
if you're going to say the Bible, there's a Bible verse that quite literally says that if you were to take care of someone else's child before your own, you are worse than an unbeliever.
Cite where that's from.
It's in 1 Timothy something, I don't remember.
Okay, I'm sure that's there.
Why is it? Wait, it is. You guys can look it
I
up.
love quote sniping the Bible. I love quote sniping the Bible. In fact, like Erudite said it a Bible thing too. I feel maybe it's because I'm not a Christian. I just think you're never gonna settle the meaning of the Bible by like quote sniping it in a 30-minute debate, but whatever.
That's a verse.
Sure. So here's one of the issues, right? Is you're creating like this world where essentially I have a loaf of bread and I'm going, actually I'm gonna give none of this. But the America first, like look at America right now, right? America doesn't go, we're actually gonna spend zero.
Have you read the Bible? Not that much of it. So I was like raised Christian, and my family used to go to church, but we stopped going when I was like 10-ish years old. So I remember attending like sermons where they would read the Bible. I remember being in like some Christian summer camp where we read and listened to like audiobooks of the Bible and like got rewards for doing so. But I've not read that much of the Bible really. Like I couldn't tell you that many like quotes off the top of my head. Like if you asked me to $20 name a Bible quote, like the Instagram reels I get, like I wouldn't be able to tell you exact quotes. I don't know. It's John 3:16. I don't think it's John 3:16, but I think it's in John, the before Abraham was, I am. I know that one. I know like I wouldn't be able to tell you where these are, but I'd be able to tell you like roughly like one gospel reports that Jesus was told to take a staff, and another gospel says that Jesus was not told to take a staff. But I don't know the exact things. John 3:11-35 is the easiest. Hold on, I want to see if I was right about John 3:16. I don't think I was. Yeah, I was not. John 8:58. You weren't, LMAO. Yeah, I did not think I was. Do I recognize this one? Oh, Jesus wept. Shortest verse in the Bible. Let's go.
Zero money on Americans. We're not going to have welfare. We actually do have these things. And then we also do things like US aid, which I...
Is that "and David danced before his Lord with all his might"? Is that a real Bible? Is this a real? I don't know if it's real or not. Oh my god, it is. David danced before the Lord with all his might, wearing a Presleyest garment. 2 Samuel 16:14. Let's go.
I imagine you're opposed.
I think religion is not good, although most such all of it is falsehood. Thoughts? I'm not sure. I don't like. I'm a agnostic atheist, right? Although I don't put a ton of thought into religion. And I think if they're, if religion is true, like, or if there is a God, it's far more likely to be not the God that we have described in any like conventional religious text, right? Like it'd be a God in a much more broader philosophical sense than the God of the Bible or anything. But I think today it might be not good. In the past it probably wasn't, but maybe 100 years from now people will be saying the same thing. Like from my understanding, it seems like people who are part of religious communities, like, were, for example, able to cope with the COVID lockdown better. I don't think any of that's intrinsic to religion. I think that's just, more broadly community and stuff. But I think that's what religion gives a lot of people. But what do you think the expected value of religion? Yeah, I don't know exactly easy money, but Oregon and Washington states experiments with decriminalization drug possession caused a surge in serious violent crime and property crime, especially in Portland and Seattle. I haven't heard that much. I've heard like it just did not, like it just led to like more drug use and homeless people and stuff, but
opposed to. And so the whole issue with being a Christian is there is a fundamental piece, which is caretaking of others, right? If you want to look, for example, I'm sure you know this. Do you know the parable of like the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so what happens in the Good Samaritan?
Why are you? Yes, I understand. Like if someone is suffering, you can help them out, but there is a certain amount of resources that America has. If we were to give away all of our resources to others,
what's the one about testicles being crushed? It was in a salmonella video. It's like Thou who has their testicles crushed shall not be admitted to the assembly of the Lord. This is going to be wonderful to have in my search history. Deuteronomy 23:1. No one who has been emasculated by crushing or cutting may enter the assembly of the Lord. If a man's testicles are crushed or his penis is cut off, he may not be admitted to the assembly of the Lord.
Other countries in our own people's
I read Manhattan Institute's works on drug decurement effects. Nope. Wow, this predicted the future? What?
Because nobody's saying give away all of our resources.
There's a limited amount of resources, yes.
That is true.
Just like there
It's
is
just like
on a
fractions
familial
exist.
level, there also is when it comes to your nation.
Do you think that what I'm advocating for when I'm saying that America First, so when I say America First is unchristian, is because fundamentally what it does is it looks at...
Where's the, I feel like Alex O'Connor mentioned like just a like paper or like essay on this. I'm getting like this is like all apologetics. America first or Israel first? Israel's always first. There's only one good person at the Manhattan Institute, Charles F. Lehman. What about David D. Martino? Yeah, I'm Israel first. I'm Israel first because I have the Jewish blood in me. Don't fact check.
Every resource that America can have. The #1 economy in the world, right? Trillions. It's worth trillions of dollars a year. And it says, you know what? We can't help others. It has to fundamentally be about us all the time. Not only is this stupid foreign policy, because soft power is incredibly important and it weakens our allyships, but on top of this, it's fundamentally selfish. What you're saying is, I know I have a lot, but nobody else can have any of mine. That's not Christian. I'm not saying America should bankrupt itself and give away all of its money and then like live in the gutter. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that America First supports the banishing of US aid. It supports not helping Ukraine in the war. That to me is both fundamentally selfish and unchristian.
So what I think that America First is about is simply, it doesn't mean we can't help other countries or even other people who live outside
Do you support
America
the banning of US aid?
Can I finish, please?
Do you support the
By the way, I don't think she knows what USAID is. Sarah does not give the impression that she knows what it was until Erudite explains it a little later. I'm a 90% sure Starfuse is quoting the jump in violent crime from 2020 to 2021. Curious? Yeah, obviously we've had, I don't know, like Starfuse. I would hope you have a difference in difference, right? I don't know. I know he's the type of guy that would have a paper on it. So.
US aid.
Can I finish what I was saying?
Like it does more causal inference than just, looking at the spike after something like that. Do a difference or synthetic control or a synthetic DID or whatever. No, he's annoying. He uses silly modeling assumptions. We should instead use Cato, who agrees with me. This is true. This is true. This is true.
What it means is that we put American interests.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm not a line go up man. Yeah, let's go. I haven't read a ton of actual Daniel DiMartino stuff at the Manhattan Institute. I know he has some stuff about immigration and like tries to model there's a DID paper. I knew it. That tries to that he like tries to look at the fiscal effects and estimate them of different visas and everything. But I don't know exactly how high quality that work is.
First, that's what it means. It means that we're
Didn't New York decriminalize a lot of drugs and crime, and since it dropped tremendously? Well, that's just a line go down. It's possible. I don't know. Actually, I lived in New York, and I'll answer that for you. Yes, I mean, I would like data and causal inference.
prioritizing.
I hear you. Be selfish. I hear you.
So even with Ukraine, I mean, even if I'm not even fully against sending any money or helping out Ukraine at all, because if we were to help Ukraine and that helps America, I'm fine with that. But
so
I
you
don't
only
want,
help Ukraine if it helps you. Very Christian, by the way. Look, I'll be generous to you, but only if fundamentally it's good for me, guys. You know, I gotta get that money.
On a foreign policy level, why would I support foreign policy that is bad for America? Like, what are you trying to say?
Why would supporting Ukraine be bad for America?
Foreign policy that is good for America. I'm fine with supporting
How is U.S. aid bad for America?
I think it would.
I understand a point. Well, no, maybe I don't understand a point. I don't think Erda should be focusing on the merits on whether or not they're good or bad, to be fair, because she's like supposed to be refuting fundamentally that America first is unchristian or whatever. And for that, it shouldn't, there should be some things that aren't America first and that they're net benefit for America on a foreign stage that you would still want to do because you value other countries as well. But maybe I'm confused.
Depend on.
Okay, I hate both people. Her demeanor is off-putting. Who is erudite or Sarah? I don't. I don't want to say mean things about Erudite, okay? Because, listen, we are in the same sphere, okay? We've never spoken in VC or anything. The Pro USAD one, yeah. We've, like, talked once in DMs a little bit. But I will say, I don't like the way she debates sometimes, okay? I don't like it, okay? I don't like it. No hate to Erudite, okay? Erudite's still not good, but I didn't like the stuff she did to, like, Ryan in that conversation, even though, like, I agree with her on, like, the merits in that conversation. I support sending Erudite to Ukraine phased, and I think she did decently rhetorically here, but kill me. No hate to Erudite, not fought as sexist confirmed. I would say the same thing if there was a man who did the same thing. Like, I just don't want to be, like, quote unquote mean. I know it's not, like, really mean, but, like, mean to people who are, like, in the same Twitch sphere as me. Like, it's not possible, like, me and Erudite would be on, like, a panel together someday, like, both on Wiki or whatever. And I feel like it'd just be a little weird if, like, I had all these comments on record about that shit. I don't know, there's like way bigger drama in a streaming space. It really doesn't matter, but.
The specific USA.
Okay, how is giving malaria injections to the poorest in Africa, which has been banned, by the way?
We have poor people here in America. Like, would you rather money go to people in another country or money go?
I'm very smart. Did you know we have poor people in America? How many people get malaria in America? And even if we get malaria in America, we have medical shit here. They don't have that in Africa.
Welfare? Do we have welfare?
Yes.
Do you support? Wait, hold on. Do you support welfare?
I support, in certain situations.
Like food stamps,
sure.
You're for people getting food stamps?
Yeah, sure, in certain situations. I'm not.
What are the situations you would not allow people to get food stamps?
If they're just, like, if they don't have a disability, if they're not working a significant hours, they're not trying to find a job, I don't see why we should pay for them. But
so, okay, so a lot of people on food stamps are, like, war vets and stuff like that. Are you for supporting war vets? Are you for helping them in that way?
This is kind of going, okay, so you support
She's not gonna answer
foreign
the
policy.
question.
Just to clarify your position, you are okay with us having foreign policy that does not.
You hate her because she's doing well in Manly, which you find off putting as sexist, or you get a critique her because benevolent sexism no-win situation. Damn it.
Not directly benefit America. Is that your position?
So,
because I was saying I support American foreign policy that benefits America. That's my position. What's your position? Do you support American foreign policy?
How is USAID bad for America? How does it not benefit America?
Like, I don't think, like, I wish Erudite didn't answer that question. I wish Erudite didn't answer. I don't know if Erudite believes in, like, special obligations or not. I did not get a clear answer to that from this debate. I think she should just answer that.
Well, in large part, when you help African countries with, like, some of the most destitute issues that they have, those countries tend to be warmer towards America. So that, for example, if you need to establish a military outpost, which is very important in wars, by the way, you have these countries good relationships where you might be able to establish an embassy and be able to go there. USAID is not. Is it okay
to condition aid on getting sex ed classes using contraceptives while aid flows to poor people? I don't know if I would. I mean, what type of aid? Like, maybe military aid. It's probably not good to condition, like, fucking food aid on it.
Not only just good practically, it's also morally good, because guess what? Children in Africa dying because
okay, respectfully, Gavin, like, I know okay, Luke has been Chattermind, okay, and he's been, you know, in my, like, I think shares multiple Discord servers with me. Like, I think I've seen him talking to, like, other econs, like, it's not like he doesn't, like, he does probably better research than you. Sorry, Gavin, I hate to break it to you. Like, I hate to break it to you, Gavin. I would unironically just use Drowning Child here. Yeah, but I don't know how. I mean, it's about the Christianity stuff. So, who is Luke? Starfuse. His name is Lucas on Discord. Did I call him Luke? I should probably call him Lucas.
because of malaria, when we can just help them, is bad, actually. And if America, for example, after USAID, do you know how many people died after USAID got ended?
See, this is what I mean, Gavin, is that, like, that's actually not good. That's actually not good evidence. That's actually, like, really bad evidence. That's actually, like pretty bad evidence. Like, it's not something you should be citing. Like, you should cite, like, actual data and like, causal inference. What?
No. 600,000, 2/3 of which were children, by the way. Not very Christian of us.
Okay.
You support that.
Okay. Okay. 600,000. Okay. Why do I care?
I
Are
support
they even Christian? They're probably Muslim.
American policies that benefit America.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I support.
I gotcha.
And I don't know how you're saying that's incompatible with Christianity.
Because
That's
Christians
very
shouldn't be
weird.
fundamentally oriented by being selfish. You're saying, well,
No,
I
it's
might
not
help these
selfish.
poor people, but only if I know that it's going to help me first.
if I'm
Isn't Sarah Stalker Groper? My understanding is she's like Christian nationalist, essentially. I don't know if she's full Groper, but yeah.
patriotic. If I'm patriotic and I say I care about Americans, I support policies that are going to help
Who are you talking
Americans
to?
more than everybody else.
Are you talking to me or are you talking to them?
I'm talking to them. Yes.
Why? I'm talking to you. Have you debate about it?
If I support policies that
she's
are going
gotta
to place
fund it.
American interests first and help Americans, doesn't mean we can't help anyone else, but I care about Americans more
So
than
did
others
Price
because I'm American.
allow his son to die because it was good for him? Did Price allow his son to die because it was just good for him?
No, he loved others, and I think we should love others too.
Would you say it was actually selfless?
I'm not loving my fellow countryman if I care about someone on the other side of the world
Why
more
can't you
than
just
them.
care about both? I feel like I can both support welfare within
You
my
can.
state. Of course I can. We do it right now.
We only have a limited amount of resources,
And yet America was able to.
It seems like maybe I don't know if Erudite like didn't drill down articles or whatever, but like what I get from America First is that like you should weight the interest of Americans just like way more than the interest of anyone else, and that's like what Sarah said there.
Okay, of course I can.
Seems like somewhat of a like not a full-on concession, but like
We do it right now.
We only have a limited amount of resources,
And yet America was able
Did
to.
I skip ahead again? Oops.
my fellow countryman if I care about someone on the other side of the world
Why
more
can't you
than
just
them.
care about both? I feel like I can both support welfare within my state. Of course.
I walked outside and saw crime in my city with legalized drugs. Please defer to my experience here. Drugs are increasing crime. This is true.
Of course I can. We do it right now.
We only have a limited amount of resources,
And yet America was able to both manage a welfare state and U.S. aid.
So where's your limit? Where's your limit? How about that? Where's your limit for helping others? Do you have one? Like when it comes to America sending our money overseas, like do you have a limit? Like there's a certain point where it's at a detriment to America, right?
Well,
Would you
you
not
have to
agree with that?
establish the detriment. I mean, the amount of money that America would have to be sending overseas that would actually be detrimental. One of the problems with this is, again, your lack of foreign policy knowledge. For example, why is it good for America to send weaponry to Ukraine? Do you know why?
I think it's good because Ukraine can be an
Why
ally.
is that
So
good?
I see Ukraine as part of sort of an
Because Ukrainians are white.
American outpost right now. I support American imperialism, so I would be okay with that.
Right, so when you're asking for like a sliding scale, like how much is too
Standpoint of epistemology tries to get under. Oh, just you wait.
much? It's like you're fundamentally not even understanding the way that foreign policy
I mean, you've
exchange
seen it. I think you know.
happens,
think you
which is
know
still
part of
devoid
what's
from the Christian
coming.
argument, for example, which would say, as a good Samaritan, what did he do? He pulled over, he gave him his wine and oil, and he paid for everything.
Yeah,
and
I think,
Christ lauded
I think we
that
should do
individual.
that. I think we should do that. If you
Except
come
for poor
across,
children
if you
in
come
Africa getting
across
malaria.
somebody on the street who needs something, help them out. That's good on an individual level, but it doesn't work with politics. Our nation's policies have to prioritize. It's like our nation has to help us out.
So first of all, that's still
It's
just
like
bad
our
foreign policy.
nation.
There's a reason why all Western democracies have created this like
I
exchange
think
rate.
you're for some reason thinking I
Has
don't support.
Peter saying ever considered it's just our nation? Or could have used a drowning child? I need to make a Christian version. There's gotta. I mean, Erudite mentioned one quote. I think she mentions a second quote at some point.
For backing Ukraine when I have said multiple
But
times.
yeah, I don't know if there's a direct drowning child thing in the.
Support
in
U.S.
the
aid.
Bible.
What?
U.S. aid. I've asked you a million times. Do you support U.S. aid?
Probably not. Like I don't know what
Probably
every single
not. Exactly.
element
And why
of it
would you?
goes to.
And the
but
only reason you support Ukraine is because it
I would
benefits
support
us.
USAID if it benefits America in some way.
Yeah, this is like the unchristian piece, right? Like if
No,
you're
it's
just a
not.
secularist who's like, honestly,
Wait.
I'm selfish as long as it benefits me,
Wait,
then
sorry.
I'm happy.
Are
That
you
would be
even American?
fine.
Wait a second.
That would
Are
be
you even
fine.
American?
That
Are
would
you
be fine.
American?
No, I'm Canadian.
Oh, okay. So that's why I don't care about putting America first. You're Canadian.
You don't even understand your own foreign policy. That's not a dunk if you think it is. I can assure you,
Are
my
you
friend,
Canada first?
if a Canadian
You should be-
understands your politics better than you do, that's a dunk on you.
first. I support you going back to Canada and being Canada first over there, and I'm going to be America first here.
I'm a legal immigrant of
I'm so confused what she means by support there. Like it is. Like it is fucking standpoint epistemology. It is. It comes off like as moral relativism to me. It's like your obligations. Well, I mean, it is like literally special obligations. What I get from that, like they differ based on, you know, your nationality or whatever. Like I don't know what it means to. The foreign policy point is weak to me, to be honest. I think it's annoying they focus on the merit so much when I don't think it's not what I get from that topic exactly. I don't know what it means to support Canadians being Canadian first, like as in like it is objectively good for them to, you know, support doing something that's bad for America if it's beneficial for them, but also is it objectively good for us to support doing the opposite? Like those are quite clearly and obviously could conflict in any number of situations, and like I don't know how you would resolve that dispute exactly.
America. Is that a problem for you? Don't clap, please.
I don't know. I think it's fine. I support a moratorium right now, so.
One white, so that's a good one, right?
I'll let you stay. It's okay.
Well, are you happy? Are you okay with me being an immigrant in your country?
I just said I'll let you stay, sure.
Okay.
We'll take a few from Canada.
Incredible.
That's fine, I guess.
Okay, so if we want to go back, for example, U.S. generosity is the leading form of global health and humanitarian relief. USAID saves lives by preventing HIV, preventing AIDS, disrupting labor issues.
On the other side of the world. We have people with AIDS here.
Why, as a nation who was born on, you would probably argue, Christian values, why would a nation develop for centuries to have a policy of understanding and helping others, not just within our borders, but outside of it, and now you, as a great, smart Christian nationalist, comes along and says, actually, it's more Christian to only care about Americans, because I think somewhere in the Bible, God says, God loved everyone, but actually he only liked Americans, right? I think it's probably Galatians 3:28. Let's see. There is both Greek and non-Greek, nor Jew, nor branded, or free, whole, or female, for one of you, all in one Christ.
Have you heard of the concept of ordered love?
Yeah, of course.
So do you agree with it?
It depends. What does this even mean? In what context?
In the context, like I mentioned before, caring for your family before other people.
So again, it depends on what we mean. Like if I say neglect your family, well, why are you laughing? Of course, right? If you say, should you neglect your family? No, obviously not. But the issue is that
But what if you're neglecting your family to help other people? Is that justified in your?
Of course not.
Okay, so
I just said neglect is bad. But the issue is you're acting, the America First paradigm acts like this is a zero.
Like I don't know if Erudite believes in special obligations or not. I don't know if she does or not. It's not clear to me. It's not clear to me. I don't get it. I don't understand.
Some game, right? The idea that you have to like put America first and foremost, while, as you said, is maybe a good idea if all you care about is being greedy and concerned with your own self. But again, you're a Christian. Christians should not be fundamentally focused on only helping others because it benefits them, which is what you said. You said, I'll help them, but only if it benefits me. There's not a single fucking thing that's Christian about that, right?
Wait, damn it. Shelter people who near know what a dangerous place. Near know? A dangerous place felt like telling me they and many other people, many other New Yorkers, my lived experience isn't good enough because I don't have good data. Like, so, okay. Just, Gavin. If someone tells you, like, oh, I live in New York and crime is way up. But you look at, like, FBI data, then, like, it shows crime is way down. You look at other data sets, of just like reported crime, like self-reported crime beyond like what authorities actually find, and you look at like by precinct, every police precinct that reports crime or whatever, and like that all shows like crime is down. Like which one do you trust there? You obviously trust the data, right? Because like the lived experience is one sample, one antidote. The data, it's just a lot more holistic, and the lived experience is subject to a lot more bias about perception than the data is typically going to be. Like, you agree with that, right? My city is also considered a dangerous place to live by some. My lived experience should also be relevant for drug policy. How do we resolve this lived experience battle? Yeah.
Christianity is fundamentally about generosity to others. It's about looking at people and seeing them with love. It's about looking past the borders and saying, you are loved because God made you, not because you're American, not because you're white. That's Christian. And what you're doing, you can have these principles, but you don't for a second get to pretend that it's Christian.
What about shrimp? What did Jesus say about shrimp? Can we love shrimp too? Thoughts on IRA? Most IRA CapEx grants result in OEMs overpricing EVs, in my opinion. Well, we also just don't allow competition in the EV. Like, we don't let people import Chinese EVs. I don't know. It would depend on. I don't know the specifics. So it would depend on like how much of the investment in like EV fabs and stuff also just resulted in like better battery technology, which helps us implement solar faster, which is good for environmental reasons. I don't know. I think generous tax exemptions for EV OEMs and customers biz that use EVs should be the way forward. That's what Norway did. Yeah, I mean, it intuitively seems better for me. Although, I mean, there was a electric car like tax credit, right, for people. Yeah, I believe so, right? It might still exist. It might just be the Big Beautiful Bill might try to change it. Lived experience battle, hell yeah, gamer. Yeah, Jesus said it's shrimple ass. It's real, it's true.
I think it's just like odd that you come here from Canada to America and say, I want your country to support foreign policy that is detrimental, or economic policy or immigration policy that hurts America but helps other countries. And I find that very strange.
She's again,
and I think
you're
this
just
is
not
like
talking
why
to me. Why
I think we need to like
talking
take a look at our immigration system and like be like,
Sarah,
what are we doing?
think so.
If your best dunk is, aren't you Canadian? But I'm still beating you on understanding of American foreign policy. That's not it.
True, absolutely true. It also, Erudite, as I complained about, focused way more on the merits, like exclusively on the merits, actually, basically, instead of actually advocating that we should do something detrimental to us. Like, she focused way more on, again, just actually USAID is not detrimental, really, nor is arming Ukraine, but I guess Sarah agrees there.
But you quite literally go to another country and tell them you need to support policies.
Can you imagine that if in Canada I might have the same predilection? Do you think that I think Canada should be only Canada first?
You should, yeah. I think you should.
Sorry, I'll ask you my question again.
I support
Do you think that my
Canadians
predisposition is that if I
being
went to Canada, I'd just be
I
Canada
support
first?
French being French first. I support Ethiopians being
look,
Ethiopia
you've
first.
made it clear.
That's
You're selfish. We get it.
No,
you
that's-
only help others if it benefits you. You've made that very
I
clear
think people refer to me as a heritage American. True, we should have right-wing standpoint epistemology.
from the beginning. USAID, will I stop malaria? Will I stop children in Africa from dying? Well, does it benefit us? I'm a Christian, by the way. God's love is awesome.
Do you think that people in Japan are like, oh, I want policies that hurt Japan and help like
What's hurting
Nigeria
America about
or something?
USAID? What's hurting America about USAID?
Sending our billions of our tax dollars to people
How is that
are not
hurting
us,
America?
Because that money could go to our people and
Couldn't you say
strengthen
the same
our
thing about
country.
Ukrainian, all the arms that we're sending them? Why are we sending them arms? Shouldn't we keep it for ourselves?
Well, because
we might need it.
Well, because there's foreign policy, like you mentioned, like how supporting Ukraine could in turn benefit
Yeah.
America because they're an ally.
Yeah, so you're talking one side of your mouth and you're
No, that's
insisting
not
that the
talking-
policy that I'm
no,
suggesting is
supporting American
detrimental. But then you
allies
again
can be
outline how all the policies I've listed here
Supporting
are
American
both
allies can be
practical.
beneficial
And on the
for
other side of your mouth, you're trying to be like,
That's not-
well, don't you think that it would be bad to neglect your family? Yeah, it's bad to neglect your family. You're like doing like the bottom barrel, like, don't you think rape is bad? Yeah, we've gotten there. The issue is that fractions exist and things like trillions of dollars exist, which is why we had USAID. It's why we had this foreign policy. Not only did we have this foreign policy.
It's rhetorically good. It's rhetorically good. Okay, net benefit debate. Okay, net benefit debate and everything. Okay, okay. I'm just saying. Okay, her point. Sarah's point about the neglecting family thing is trying to see if you believe in special obligations or not, and I still don't know if you believe in special obligations. I don't know if you believe in your obligations to people by nature of them being related or same citizen as you or whatever. Like, I still don't know. I don't get it. I don't know. Also, every piece of data shows the most dangerous crime written. Okay, did I miss one of your chats or something? Most dangerous crime written part in the crime ridden city in the 80s and 90s and part of 2000s. My point was measures NYT. So I just want to. I didn't want to answer to my question, Gavin, about if someone. So let's say someone, like as you mentioned here, and this is like basically the example I used earlier, says, actually, I think since the 80s, crime in New York has gone way up. And my evidence is I live there and I experienced it. And then you show them the data and they just like, what, like, do you think that would be like an appropriate response? Like, do you think they should change their mind based on being presented with the data? Would you want our markets to be flooded with cheap shit from China after they devalue their currency and purpose? So I don't actually think the currency devaluation that like China does like matters that much. Like it's very, I think it's kind of summarized a paper about this too. What we count as currency manipulation and not currency manipulation is very arbitrary. Because like we would not be mad at like a country like doing austerity and like just raising taxes and lowering their budget deficit, even though that's probably going to appreciate their exchange rate. But, don't they peg the yuan to the dollar or something weird? Yeah, I think they have a peg. But the important thing is that essentially, someone who's based for being a chill, this is true. Essentially, like, number one, all currencies are manipulated, right? Like every currency is made by governments, and governments control the supply of it, and they largely control the interest rates. It's not an official peg. I thought it was like they peg like 35 to the dollar or whatever, but it's just like so many, like anything that sort of affects a lot of like macro aggregates is going to affect exchange rates. And it's just that we kind of arbitrarily label some, it's not, I don't want to say it's entirely arbitrary, but like two policies that would have the exact same effect, we label one currency manipulation because it's like the central bank directly buying foreign reserves, for example, to devalue their currency or whatever, or that depreciate their currency, right? But like fiscal changes we just don't like care about. Like savings, I think, is what matters. We will see currency manipulation can only be understood by looking at past market exchange rates and reframing the debate in terms of saving manipulation. Moreover, there's very little evidence that currency or saving manipulation causes significant harm to a country's trading partners. Most people are familiar with the nominal exchange rate, the actual exchange rate they would see quoted in an airport currency exchange or in a... Oh, but by the way, before we get into this easy money, the reason I care about EVs, well, for two reasons. One, Chinese EVs are just cool as shit, bro. They're fucking, like, I see, like, there might be quality issues. I don't know for sure, but like, a lot of them just look cool as shit, and they got a bunch of cool features, and I want that shit. But also just because I care more about EVs and climate change than I care about, you know, how many automotive jobs would be lost in the US if we imported like Chinese EVs. But the real exchange rate is the rate most relevant to current account balances, and this distinction helps to explain some of the confusion in the previously cited example. Because the current account balance is a gap between domestic savings and domestic investment, policies that impact either variable tend to impact the real exchange rate and the current account balance. As a practical matter, countries almost never try to reduce domestic investment for the purpose of expanding current account balance. Instead, the focus is generally on policies that encourage domestic saving. And yet, not all pro-savings policies attract criticism. The most controversial pro-savings policies involve the purchase of foreign exchange, which is seen as an unfair method of depreciating the exchange rate. Less controversial policies of fiscal austerity are fiscal austerity, despite the fact that the budget surplus have a similar impact on domestic savings, real exchange rates, and current account balances. An expansionary monetary policy will tend to depreciate the exchange rate, and this sort of action often leads to accusations of currency manipulation. However, monetary stimulus does not tend to increase domestic savings or boost the current account balance. This is because of the substitution effect of a weaker currency is roughly offset by the income effect of faster domestic growth, which pulls in imports. While the European Union has adopted a fixed exchange rate regime to prevent currency manipulation, China has been accused of currency manipulation precisely because its fixes currency to the dollar. Because China ran large current account surplus in the 2000s, the United States accused the Chinese government of fixing exchange rates at too low a level. Once again, the exchange rate wasn't really the issue. To see why, consider two alternative policies. Policy A, China fixes the yuan to the dollar. Maintaining that exchange rate requires the Chinese government to purchase $250 billion a year in foreign assets. Policy B, China allows the yuan exchange rate to float. The Chinese government still purchases $250 billion a year in foreign assets. Both policies have essentially the same impact on both the real exchange rate and the current account, yet policy A would look much more like currency manipulation to many observers. What actually matters is China's policy regarding domestic savings and investment, not its choice of exchange rate regime. And then he goes over some of the evidence that's not harmful. Currency manipulation, where the current account deficit could impact local economies. Most of the damage from current account deficits was done long ago. By 1987, the U.S. manufacturing sector had already undergone severe structural shock. China had not yet been a major exporter. Today, the U.S. current account deficit is actually smaller than 1987 as a share of GDP. This means that over the past 32 years, there's been no net job loss owing to, it's just current account balances don't impact net jobs necessarily. Called it currency manipulation is not actually about currencies. The issue is savings manipulation. Thus, policies such as nominal exchange rate adjustments or tariffs and quotas are likely to be ineffective. Those policies do not significantly raise the impact of savings investment gap, and hence they have little direct impact on the current account. But yeah, I care about climate change. Why is Tesla losing market share? Oh yeah, there were big quality issues. Or no big quality issues. I'm just saying, I'm qualifying it because I don't know.
Because it's good for America, but as a Christian, I would like to support it if we can afford it, because it's the right thing to do.
Do you want to move to immigration?
No, we're not here to debate immigration. We're here to debate America versus Christian.
That's part of the America First policy, right? So I support an America
She's got to go to brown people when in trouble. She's like, but brown people are kind of weird, right?
You can calm down. It's okay. I support an America First policy that benefits Americans over people from foreign nations, and I think that should be reflected in our immigration policy too. So, for instance, with the working class, we've lost so much of our industrial jobs because they've been sent as a free trade.
Kill me.
But we've been sending so much of our jobs.
Kill me.
Overseas, and in the same way, because we've been letting so many people flood in the borders, it's a lot harder for the working class to find jobs.
So in 2017, there was a terrible.
I love thinking about net jobs. I love thinking in aggregates. I love Kill me.
Impose on the steel manufacturing industry to try to bring steel manufacturing back to America.
Also, Erudite, I don't know if she just misspoke here, but would you end all tariffs if you were president? No, not literally all tariffs. Because I do think it is, probably important to have some amount of battery manufacturing in the U.S., some amount of, solar panels, maybe semiconductors, like strategic goods, and tariffs aren't like horrible at that. Although I do think one evidence I've seen suggests, exporting firms tend to do better when it comes to productivity. Oh my God, Ian Hartman's back as compared to import, substitution firms, right? They tend to be less competitive. They tend to see less productivity growth. So you should want to, probably subsidize firms and have them export as compared to simply having, firms be protected from import penetration. When it comes to memes, it's a proven fact that dark Brandon meme is overly embraced by homosexual males. I can't believe it. I guess I have to come out of the closet. I guess I have to reveal I'm a homosexual. Low tradable wages would fall or stagnate if I ended all tariffs. So the U.S. had like a 2% average effective tariff rate before Trump, right? So I don't think that going from a 2% average effective rate to 0.5% effective average rate would be that catastrophic. And I also already think to some extent they had my understanding is market wages, private income for many industrial production jobs have been relatively stagnant. Just that the amount they get in government benefits and non-wage compensation has increased. That's my understanding. So the actual net income has still risen a bit. But I also care way more about aggregates and, again, climate change as well, compared to specifically wages for, trade jobs or whatever. You need to come out of the closet. Everyone already knows. I'm not actually gay. Okay. It's just so we're clear. I'm not gonna lie to my audience. I'm not a homosexual.
The working class to find jobs.
So in 2017, there was a tariff imposed on the steel manufacturing industry to try to bring steel manufacturing back to America. Do you know what it did for American jobs in steel manufacturing? Didn't think so. What it did is it shrunk jobs.
It did. So it shrunk manufacturing jobs in net. Technically, it protected steel jobs. It probably led to about 1,000. I know the paper she's citing. She's citing Lydia Cox, I think 2023. That's probably what she's citing. It protected roughly 1,000 steel jobs and led to 75,000 job losses in downstream manufacturing industry. So it led to a net loss in manufacturing jobs, but still a increase in steel jobs. Nobody actually believes. Nobody believes that you're not actually gay. I don't actually do that many gay things. Okay, we can meme about it, but I can show you my Hinge. It's set up for only woman.
The reason that we export labor is because Americans are paid for their time, not for their labor, whereas overseas it's typically the end product of their labor. Now, you and I could have a long, lengthy conversation about how that's probably bad, but that would be a liberal talking point.
Evil.
Not a conservative talking point. And while I might...
It's okay if you're gay. Well, I appreciate it, Steven. I feel like... I could be wrong. It's impossible for me to know this. I feel like if I was gay, I probably would have told you guys by now. Maybe I wouldn't have the strength to... But I feel like I am not the type of person that would care that much about revealing that stuff. Considering what else I've revealed about my dating life. If you're the next STEM candidate, and you are hyper-focused on affordability, that was the only thing you talked about, what would be your main 5 policies for only affordability? Obviously repealing most of the Trump tariffs. Child tax credit, probably, I guess. I don't know. I'm struggling to think of policies that are like net positive that are like hyper focused on affordability. No, I'd have to think. Probably something about YIMBY stuff. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, getting rid of like housing regulation, trying to bring housing prices down, and maybe a tax credit for selling your homes. Maybe I know Kamala Harris had that. That might. Like, I understand the meme subsidizing demand and everything, but I think the tax credit for selling your home might be good enough to incentivize boomers to downsize and let younger people move in, because there are a lot of boomers with empty nest homes. I don't actually know if it would be enough. It might be enough when combined with a YIMBY policy. But yeah, the Americans are paid for their time, not their labor, is really bad wording. I agree. And it's also not even like net. I don't know why she thinks it's net bad. I also don't know why she thinks it's a liberal talking point to think that's net bad.
Their labor. Now, you and I could have a long, lengthy conversation about how Americans are paid for their time, not for their labor, whereas overseas it's typically the end product of their labor. Now, you and I could have a long, lengthy conversation about how that's probably bad, but that would be a liberal talking point, not a conservative talking point. And while I might have issues with the way that we economically...
Don't make me hate liberals. Don't make me hate liberals. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming what she's getting at is either Americans export skilled labor and import unskilled labor, or Americans export services and import goods. I'm assuming that's what she's really talking about.
handle other countries.
Lowering government spending to combat inflation. That's not... I don't think that's popular with voters. I don't think actually doing that would be popular with voters, Ian. And like certainly not progressive leaning or liberal leaning Democrat voters if I was a Democratic candidate. Services are just time fascinating. Well, yeah, it's silly, but cutting foreign aid to basically everyone, that might be somewhat popular, honestly, but end all tariff, public option for healthcare. That'd be good for affordability. Like price controls on pharmaceuticals would be good for like rhetoric, but I don't think those are net good. I'm agnostic as to whether a public option would be net good. I don't want to say I'm agnostic. I would like lean towards, if it's structured how most public options are structured, no. There might be a structural support though. And occupational licensing. Oh, that's good. I like that, yeah. Ending permitting process for energy, sure. Federal zoning preemption. What's up, Bones? I'm rhetoric maxer based. Repeal the ACA. I don't think that'd be rhetorically effective, and I don't actually think that would make healthcare like on net more affordable. But I also care. I don't just care about affordability with regards to healthcare. I also do care about equity there, obviously. So
countries, insofar as we often take advantage of their poverty, which I think is not good. The reason that we export
also cringe. What?
We economically handle other countries
based.
Insofar as we often take advantage of their poverty, which I think is not good. The reason that we
their alternatives are typically worse.
Export labor like this is because it's fundamentally cheaper.
It's cheaper for corporations, yes, but it ends up hurting American workers.
It's also not even. It's like, first of all, cheaper when considering opportunity cost, not just like nominally cheaper. Second of all, like there are a lot of things. It's not like significantly cheaper to produce certain machines in Germany or in other European countries that we import from, or Canada, as compared to the US, right? And they even have like stricter labor laws and stuff. They're also just economies of scale and network effects that matter.
Because their wages have been steadily
and you should
declining.
get on my side and say that we should have actual like effective policy to hold corporations responsible for the way that they decimate American lives.
I agree with that. Why are you assuming
so you're
what
for
my
like taxing corporations more?
Hold on real quick. ACA / equity mandates requirements drive up costs for everyone not protected by the equity mandates / requirements. But you recognize it also does things like, for example, make sure people don't have lifetime limits. It made sure employers couldn't discriminate based on like pre-existing conditions. For those people, like you are reducing their healthcare cost, right? The reason they have the mandate is to like offset the added risk, the loss to the insurers from the added risk. So like you have to weigh those. So like you have to weigh those things.
Smart.
Sure. I'm also for closed borders.
You're talking about the equity mandate. But you understand the purpose of doing the individual mandate was to offset the risk that insurers now have to take because they have to insure people who have pre-existing conditions. You're avoiding the like adverse selection problem there. Or no, that's not quite adverse selection, but yeah. Unfortunately, nationwide rent control plan, BlackRock, foreign investor, drug price controls on all Medicare drugs, 10x tax credit for home buyers, unfortunately. But also regionalized catastrophic plans. It's like, what's the benefit of regionalizing them?
I'm also for like reshoring our manufacturing. I'm also for policies that support American workers rather than immigrants.
Do you know why H-1Bs are so important?
Wow.
Let's focus on one industry, cyber.
By the way, I think it's safe to say at this point, it's reminding me of it. The CJ guy, catastrophic plans. Sure, voters would support my policies, unfortunately. The guy who made me crash out when he talked to Parker recently.
And forcing Democrats
Never
to
re-legalize. Sorry, I can't read. I think it's safe to say he's not going to respond to my Instagram DM, and he's not going to respond to my email that I sent later. So, rip. There is another dude that we'll get to in this debate. Well, then it's going to be the next part we watch, and I think the last part we watch of this, who talked about Kamala versus Trump on economic policy, and I don't think Destiny or Adam Mockley did particularly well against him. I think they probably still rhetorically won and everything, and I agree with their points more. But I want to reach out to him too. He didn't like plug his social media or anything, but he said he was in a Jubilee video of Adam Mockler, and once that releases, hopefully they link him in the description. I can reach out to him.
Cybersecurity. Do you know anything about the cybersecurity industry?
Not that much. No.
Okay. Okay, let's just take this more broadly. Do you know why H-1Bs are so valued in America and why your president doesn't want to get rid of them?
Because Indians do work for cheaper, and they all.
True. Like, Ian, my guess is still, like, you're just not going to care about, like, the equity portion of it. Like, you're just not going to care that, like, there are benefits on the side of, like, ensuring equitable access to healthcare, and that, you know, people aren't discriminated against on, like, pre-existing conditions, like, just have much better lives because of it. Like my guess is, like, you're just not going to care about that. But I think you should care about that. And if you do care about that, you should weigh, you know, it being kind of unfair. The fairness is a weird term, but I will grant you the unfairness part. You have to weigh the, like, unfairness part versus the benefit to other people. Notice how you're giving me an appeal to emotion fallacy rather than addressing the factual point. I don't think I'm appealing to, like, to some extent I'm appealing to moral intuition. But I don't think I'm doing an appeal to emotion fallacy there. Doesn't John Conrad have an interesting system, time consistent something? I'm not familiar.
Also usually are able to work longer hours because their jobs are tied to their visas, so they're much easier to be abused by their employers, and that's why. Yes.
So that's one
reason.
It's
actually good for
Just make them more easily transferable. Just make them more easily transferable. Just make them more easily transferable.
corporations, but it's not good for all the people we told to get STEM degrees who now went to Silicon Valley and can't get a job because they're too expensive.
So first of all, even if, like, depending on what you mean by what's wrong with that, like, you can just, like, I think we're gonna have different conceptions of what like wrong is. So, like, in the sense that, like, you know, it doesn't maximize expected value, right? Like I could say, like, that's wrong. I don't think that's the sense of wrong that you're appealing to. But what I would say is, again, you should weigh the sort of the wrongness of that versus, I think you're ignoring the benefit that, like, people with pre-existing conditions have much lower healthcare cost, much better lives, much less stressful lives, right? They get better healthcare. I can UST send you the PDF. Oh, I'm assuming you mean if you can't get it. Yeah, it's not on Sci-Hub. You can send me the PDF and I can look at it. Like I said earlier, you wouldn't say I'm wrong about the Ferrari owner and the station wagon owner, right? Because there are, like, the instrumental benefit from redistribution and ensuring equitable access to healthcare. Like, the marginal benefit there is much higher with regards to healthcare than with regards to, you know, the consumption of cars.
That's not what's happening in Silicon Valley. That's not why the unemployment issue. The reason that there's an unemployment issue is because there's a massive staffing bubble that happened during COVID, in particularly soft industries like cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, one of the reasons why H-1Bs are so essential for that industry is because...
That's like, by the way, that's like I don't know how true that is anymore. That was true. My understanding now is a lot of those layoffs have already happened by now in the last 5 years, and it's just more due to employers don't want to hire younger, riskier people right now because uncertainty. That's my understanding, but
because the level of training, you basically need to have like your last certification needs to be updated.
I'm not necessarily disagreeing with that, Easy Money. I'm simply saying, A, you should be weighing these things, and maybe you still think it's a net negative, but B, like, you know, it cannot be the best way and still be net positive. I would guess it's net positive.
Within like the last year or two.
Ian, I agree, but one, again, the instrumental benefits are different. Two, it's also not, like, pre-existing conditions are not the fault of the people who have them, right? They're literally pre-existing.
So a lot of American trained people, they just don't have it. We actually cannot fill jobs at high levels. So the reason we have H-1Bs is we pull the people over so that they can fill these jobs. And now I agree with some of the abuses that happen to these individuals. Again, this is a liberal talking point. I don't like that. I would like to see things like better hours managed and better equal pay, which actually Biden suggested doing a lot of these things. But you guys shut down the immigration bill because you wanted to win an election. You don't actually want to solve your problems. All right, and that wraps up.
Incredible. Like I said, I think Aaron Dyke is good. I still don't know. I don't know if she believes in special obligations or not. Currently available health insurance contracts often fail to insure long-term illness. Sick people can suffer large increases in premiums or denial of coverage. I describe insurance contracts that solve this problem. The key feature is a severance payment. A person who is diagnosed with a long-term illness and whose premiums are increased receives a lump sum equal to the increased present value of premiums. This lump sum allows him or her to pay the higher premium required by any insurer. People are not tied to a particular insurer or group. Or a group, and the improvement is free. Insurance companies can operate at zero economic profits, and consumers pay exactly the same premium as they do with standard contracts. It's tempting to simply shore up insurers' obligations and long-term contracts, outlaw premium increases and pre-existing condition clauses, mandate renewability, and so forth. This change will not solve the problem, however, because consumers cannot be held to long-term contracts. Suppose that a consumer turns out to be healthier than average. This consumer now owes the insurer a long stream of net payments. The pre-arranged premium is higher than his expected health cost. The insurer needs to bind him to the contract to pay the expenses that are sick, but the courts will not and arguably cannot force healthy consumers to stay with the original insurer forever or pay damages for leaving. A competing insurer who can woo the healthy customer away, consumer, I keep saying customer, at a lower premium, so the original insurer is left with the lemons. The original insurer is then forced to limit coverage of the sick or it will go bankrupt. Furthermore, is why, like, on the back end we have the risk offsetting stuff in the individual mandate. So, although probably imperfect solutions, but furthermore, the long-term contracts require lifetime ties in order to ensure long-term illness. Illness, consumers cannot change insurers even for reasons unrelated to health, such as a move, marriage or divorce, job change, retirement, or changing preferences over quality and convenience of care. If a sick consumer depends on the lifetime commitment of one insurer, since no other would take him, if he must be bound to his insurer to cross-subsidize the sick. Real? Okay, we might. I have a health economics textbook. I should just fucking read most of it at some point. I don't know how realistic, but Cochrane blames Obama for this not existing law. I don't think anything close to that would be likely to pass any Senate, even a Republican one. I need to find the dude. It's this dude.
Great, but the nice thing about yeah, because your point is fucking
criminals first. Yeah.
So none. There's not.
And
no.
Because they're all old enough to remember. What are we? We're still remembering about this. Go look into pre-ACA risk sharing and community pools and see what they did. I'm not sure they were as effective with regards to, like, you know, the redistribution aspect of it. ACA is predicated on healthy people being forced to cross-subsidize those with pre-existing conditions through mandated. I agree. That is what I'm saying. Yeah, I've read that King of the Coast tweet too. I guess you have to ask yourself if it's worth it. Yeah, that's the. So what I'm getting at is I think I could be mistaken. But I guess Ian Hartman, who, by the way, like, is not a groiper because he's like middle-aged, okay, but like he is a like very far right like person. Like I guess he just like doesn't care about any type of benefit to sort of ensuring equitable access and redistribution. Like I guess he just puts like zero weight on that. Haha, IRI watched this and didn't think Steven showed any signs of being drunk. Curious if you disagree. Was he actually drunk? I mean, I watched it last night. It didn't really come off to me that he was drunk. I don't think he did like super well, but I'm not really sure if that was. I have to watch it like 2 times speed, so maybe I just didn't notice that he was talking slower or something.
I mean, man, you fucked up. Don't ever listen to what I say.
Hi, I'm Andrew Holmes. I am a student at UC Berkeley, and I'm a conservative.
Oh wait, maybe I can just find him with his name.
And my question is basically, you yourself said affordability is the issue right now. And I personally believe that Kamala's policies would have been quite disastrous for the economy. She wanted a 25% tax on unrealized gains above a certain threshold.
He was allegedly drinking. I think he's on a tipsy at least. Well, not so much slurring, whatever. Just some weird speech patterns, maybe.
Of money, but that's like the biggest investors that she's talking about there. 8% increase
I'm
on
also
capital.
maybe it's because I've never been drunk or anything. I'm also really bad at recognizing when people are drunk. I need to sort my notes better on all this shit.
Gains tax investment would have been completely stifled. Then she also had.
Okay, like 80% of this debate is like arguing over whether unrealized gains taxes or tariffs are preferable, and also the part of that whether or not an unrealized gains tax would actually get passed, and you know how much you should weigh that compared to Trump, who just does, you know, whatever. I'd be curious if anyone here has any like papers on the like aggregate deadweight loss from unrealized gains tax. I don't. So for tariffs, I know I have one. How do I don't know how to use Notion correctly. How do I sort by type filter? Overall / multiple. I think I have one that estimates the aggregate welfare loss. We estimate macroeconomic effects of import tariffs and trade policy uncertainty in the United States, combining theory, consistent, and narrative, signed reductions in Bayesian SVARs. We find mostly adverse consequences of protectionism in aggregate and across sectors and region. Tariff shocks are more important than trade policy uncertainty shocks. Tariff shocks depress trade, investment, and output persistently. The general equilibrium import elasticity is negative 0.8. Historically, NAFTA/WTO raised output by 1%. 1 to 3% for 20 years. Undoing the 2018-2019 measures would raise output by 4% over 3 years. The findings imply higher gains of trade than partial equilibrium or static trade models. There's one other paper that looked at the stock. I wonder. I don't remember the name of it. I can find it though. It's in the uncertainty thing. Tariff announcements made during the U.S.-China trade war had broad effects on financial variables. Announcements systemically decreased stock prices and raised nominal and real bond prices. We use a specific factor models to show that the welfare-impacted tariffs can be identified from the policy-induced movement in the present value of firms' cash flows, a variable that can be estimated from financial data. Using this framework, we find the U.S.-China trade war, this is the 2018 one, by the way, lowered U.S. welfare by 3%. We use these cash flow movements. We show these cash flow movements can further be decomposed into into market expectations about how tariffs affect current and future prices and productivity. Seen through the lens of our model, the market reaction to tariff announcements can be explained by expectations that tariffs lead to large negative future price and TFP shocks that play an important role in a dynamic, not static models. So I'm not familiar with any research equivalent to this type of stuff on unrealized gains taxes. And now I think we have good reason to believe, in theory, unrealized gains taxes are bad. And I think we have some evidence that that at least higher capital gains taxes do reduce investment and stuff. I'm not aware of any research that tries to estimate the aggregate loss in welfare or aggregate loss in output. Buy, borrow, die is fake. I agree. So I'm unsure how to exactly weigh these. I'm not 100% confident in weighing these. But I do think the unrealized gains tax policy would have some there would be a stock sell-off, right? And it might crash the stock market. I don't know if it'd be even as bad as Liberation Day. And I also think that there'd be a lot less uncertainty. And as Destiny and Adam Locklear mentioned 500 times, it's also unlikely it would have passed. And even if it did pass, it'd probably be, watered down, because Democrats just tend to listen to what their economic advisors say and have to be checked by Congress, whereas Trump just kind of does whatever and has a lot of, or uses this executive power very broadly to do things like this, which makes it more uncertain and, more harmful.
Percent tax on unrealized gains above a certain threshold of money, but that's the biggest investors that she's.
And also, I don't even know, Kamala Harris almost completely abandoned that, right? I don't even think she was talking about that at all by the end of the campaign. She mentioned it in one speech, and people got fucking as mad. Okay, and then she just stopped.
Talking about there, 8% increase on capital gains tax, investment would have been completely stifled.
Who raided? Did food shops raid, or did? I'm kind of guessing it was food shops.
Then she also had inflationary policies like the child tax care credit and also the $25K grant for first-time home buyers, and that would have caused just rampant inflation in the economy. And then further, she also pushed for.
I don't think there's any evidence that just that would cause rampant inflation in the economy. So 30 viewers who rated, I literally just asked that easy money. I'm guessing it was food shops, but I don't know.
An income home buyers, and that would have caused just.
Food shops are still live, then it wasn't food shops, but I don't know who it was then. She's not still live on YouTube. No, not cause rampant inflation. Berkeley students should take a Berkeley Econ class. True. Yeah, I don't think there's any. So it might push up home prices. It was foodies. Yeah, I guess. Thanks for Josh for telling me. Shout out food shops. I appreciate it. I checked Kick. Probably scuffed. Yeah. Well, she didn't raid me on Kick. What the fuck? Only giving me the YouTube raid. Unbelievable. I think there might be a reason to believe it would push up housing prices, but also like I mentioned earlier, part of the justification was there are a lot of boomers who own homes that are empty nest homes, right? They have extra empty bedrooms because their kids moved out, but they still hold on to those homes because they have no sense of the downside because home values are appreciating still, so it's still an asset for them to hold. She was, we're pairing a $10,000, I think it was roughly $10,000 credit for selling homes with a $10,000 credit for buying them as well. So supposedly it was supposed to help reallocate the existing housing stock away from empty nest boomers to younger millennials, and in that case, you wouldn't really expect a aggregate increase in prices. You would expect a reallocation and maybe an increase in prices for some homes that are affected more. There's some cities that were affected more too.
Just rampant inflation in the economy, and then further she also.
Yes, 20K payment is bad next. I don't think it's the most effective way to do it. I don't know for sure that it was net bad, or it would be net bad. Obviously, we didn't get it. I think the credit for buying a home seems net bad. The credit for selling the home does not seem net bad to me. But add a new top rate for long-term capital gains, tax them at 28% for filers with more than $1 million income. Hardly revolutionary. What's up, Beyond Hand 8? Welcome to the stream, first of all. But I mean, they're talking about the unrealized tax right now. So I do think Kamala's policy for just raising capital gains, I do think she also wanted to do that. But they're talking about specifically unrealized gains right now.
Also pushed for an increase in minimum wage, which would have caused the loss of a ton of jobs that are entry level that are very vital to American workers. And so my question is basically,
I don't like the use of a ton there, because like technically America is really big, so an increase in the minimum wage will lead to a my bad, no, you're good, Ian. I was just one of those not disastrous, not great policies. Yeah, like like any increase in minimum wage will lead to like a loss in a lot of jobs, in the sense that America is very big. So like even a small increase might lead to 1 million jobs loss. Like I think that was the last time the CBO estimated it. It was like 1.4 million job loss for like $15 minimum wage. It might have been $12 minimum wage. But that's not a lot as a percentage of the workforce. And then you should also weigh that against the benefits of those who now get paid minimum wage. Now, I also think minimum wage is not the most effective way to do that, but it seems very, very silly to suggest it would be like, bad enough, like on the same level as anything like the tariffs.
how would you back the fact that you both believe that affordability is the issue?
No, the minimum wage debate thinks the loss will be large. Yeah.
With her,
and I don't even think that's the most like salient thing. We're never getting through this. Like the biggest thing to be concerned about with minimum wage. Like I don't know if job loss is like the only thing I care about. Like it also just makes it increases kind of the barrier to entry. It probably makes it harder to start a firm if you have to pay your workers more when you first start out. Like that's bad too. Like it might decrease firm entry, and that'd be bad. But
truthfully disastrous economic policies.
Yeah. What do you do?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you support Donald Trump's tariff regime?
No.
Okay, so you don't support that. Did you vote for Trump?
I didn't vote. I was 17.
Okay, you would have voted for Trump?
Yes, because I do believe his economic policies are not as bad as Kamala's.
Really?
Kamala's were disastrous.
Disastrous. Okay.
Disastrous.
You framed Kamala's economic policies as if they were radical, and some of them were a bit not radical, but some of them were pushing the limits.
Not radical.
They're not radical. But you're saying like they would be disastrous.
They would be disastrous.
I think we can.
2021 report on the Raise the Wage Act projected raising federal minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2025 would lift millions out of poverty. I don't agree with that, by the way. But would also cause 1.4 million job losses. I'm not sure it would lift millions out of poverty. TTG for life. True.
Compare the two. I think if we compare the two candidates' economic policy, we can go to Kamala in 1 second. But Donald Trump's tariff regime, placing tariffs on every single country in this.
Okay, the CBO report is bad. Yeah, I don't know how great the methodology is, to be clear, but that's the number that I'm aware of.
Yeah,
except for Russia and North Korea is like the definition.
I'm not talking about Trump's policies.
Okay, it's the definition of disastrous. But we're talking about Kamala.
Trump's yes are inflationary. Kamala's would have literally killed investment.
Can you explain why Gavin Newsom is a good model for governance? I don't know if he is a good model for governance. I think his shit posts on Twitter are good. I think I like the anti-Trump rhetoric. I like the meme posting and stuff, but I'm not. Yeah, he is not like. I'm not really sure his governing has actually been particularly great.
Like completely murdered it. What do you think happens when you take 25% of gains that haven't even been sold in investment? And then on top of that, once they do sell them, you take another 28%. Do you think anyone's going to want to?
Can I real quick? So I think that the nice thing about Kamala Harris is that I agree that some of her economic policy probably would have been great, but the nice thing about like bad economic policy from Democrats is that I know it'll be checked by other people in the administration. Donald Trump has absolutely no checks on any of the crazy economic stuff he does.
Was it over 3 million that Kamala wanted for the unrealized gains tax? They talked this whole time like there's gonna be on fucking everyone, but I think it was only over 3 million. Extremely corrupt. Only recently has been okay. His new YIMBY term, Newsom. Yeah. I've heard he might have been the one that told me, or there might have been someone else that like allegedly, part of the reason like Panera Bread doesn't have to pay minimum wage there because there's some exemption written into the minimum wage law there that like if your store sells bread, you don't like fresh bread, you don't have to pay the minimum wage.
So in terms of increasing like the child tax credit, I think Kamala could have done that, and I think it would have been fine, and I think we would have been okay with that. But like in terms of like all the crazy deductions, everything she would have pushed for, like the wealth tax or whatever, I think that the economic advisors would have actually checked Kamala and said like, hey, this is maybe not a great idea.
Okay, so,
but for Trump, nobody checks Trump.
Require taxpayers with a net worth of above $100 million to pay a tax on their unrealized capital gains from assets such as stocks, bonds, and privately held companies. Yeah, would not apply to that many people. I still think it would be net bad, to be clear. But $11 insulin, $20 minimum wage for fast food workers, $25 minimum wage for healthcare workers, universal pre-K. I might be okay with that. Free school meals is probably not good. 600,000 new apprenticeship programs.
Fast food.
Largest civil service program in the country.
Workers.
Universal healthcare. Improved
career
test scores across the state. Incredible. California's proven that there's a better way forward than Donald Trump's recipe of fear, chaos, and increased cost. Whoa. Oh no, he got epically fact-checked. Oh no. Won't somebody think it 100 millionaires? Yeah, I mean, again, to be clear, I think it's net bad, but they never defined the threshold here, I think. It's just crazy.
Just to clarify, your argument here is you don't think her policies actually would have been pushed, so basically we should vote for her?
Yes, because
I think that's pretty ridiculous.
Well, you say it's ridiculous, but the issue is that like Donald Trump has gotten us to accept a world where a 10% tariff from every single country is like the moderate option, and any economist prior to Trump would have said like that's like suicide.
No,
so I think the issue is that like so if a Democrat comes in with like crazy shit, a Democrat will say, I feel the same way about Mamdani in New York, where it's like if a Democrat does some crazy stuff, like their economic advisor will be like, hey, this is probably like too much, and they'll listen. Whereas Donald Trump will say, we should just come on to the media and like say this for today, and let's like fucking do this, and nobody has the actual like the goal to actually check Trump.
Okay,
I think that's like true, to be clear, but also I don't know if they ever mentioned this. What's up, Duck Fest fan? Welcome. Welcome back, I guess. I think it's been a bit though. Like the unrealized gains tax would have to go through Congress. Trump is just doing tariffs through the executive branch. And that's all, like, for one, that's all just at its whim. So that's, you know, a big increase in uncertainty, and uncertainty is also bad. And for two, you know, within Congress, there are more checks. You know, they're going to be more moderate Democrats and Republicans that Kamala is going to have to probably compromise with to get into that bill passed. Thanks, Ian, for following on Twitch. Hell yeah. Appreciate it.
It's a really bad idea.
If you guys are not subscribed right now, by the way, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Make sure to like the stream. Make sure to check out all my old debates on my YouTube channel, and follow on Twitch and Kick and Twitter, and join the Discord, Discord in the chat. But didn't you vote D down ballot as well? This argument would only hold if you voted R down ballot. I voted D mostly down ballot. So where I live in North Carolina, most of the state level offices are, you know, uncontested Republican. So I just did not vote. I just left it blank for those. And then there was most of the local elections are nonpartisan. But yeah, like I voted governor Democrat as well. I also just like other parts of Democrats' policy better than Republicans, and I think Republicans just, you know, most Republicans even at a state level are just, many of them are kind of crazy and wacky and destroying the country.
So I want to ask you this then. Yeah. So if hypothetically the economic advisors are out of the question, their policies will be passed, then would you agree with me that Kamala's policies would be worse for the economy?
Like possibly, but that would never happen. I don't think that Kamala's worst ideas would actually
we're hedging it on basically it won't happen, to be clear.
Well, but like, do you understand there's a difference between Kamala and Trump and
But like, I understand this, the guy they're talking to might not be doing this, but how many times did I talk to a Trump supporter and basically hear that excuse? It's like, I don't actually think he'll do this crazy, insane thing. First day in office, I'm signing the fucking PP poo poo bill, or PP poo poo executive order. You're all gonna get shit on.
And that whatever Trump says goes. Like, hold on, like, let's be real. Like, for instance, when Donald Trump held up the tariff sign, that was a total lie, right? When he said that every country's
Liberation Day tariffs.
Yeah, when he said that every single country's tariffing us like this, that was a lie, right?
Yeah, I don't agree with his tariff policies. I'm not defending his tariff policies. I'm just saying Kamala's policies were absolutely disastrous and would have killed any investment.
Yeah, but like, the worst of Kamala's policies would have never made it
killed any investment whatsoever. I don't know, it seems a little extreme, buddy. Like, I don't know how many countries have I don't know if there's any developed country that has a broad unrealized capital gains tax. but like there are some countries that have a limited. Speaking of, there are some countries like I think Italy has like a limited wealth tax. It exempts a lot of things. Actually, Italy's might only apply to like assets held overseas, and like there are countries that just have very high regular capital gains tax, and they're probably worse off for having it, but it's not disastrous. Like, what is capital gains tax in Norway? It might actually not be that high, but I think it's high. It says 22% for most assets, which is lower. I don't know which Scandinavian country would have the highest thing. 30% looks like for Sweden. But on the wealth tax point, like, I don't know if it's fair to say a wealth tax is disastrous. I mean, it probably could be disastrous if it was large enough in scale or in like a small enough or specific enough economy where, you know, the effects would be larger. But I think it, for one, like administratively, it is just very difficult. Like, it is very difficult for the state to assess the net worth of a lot of, the top 400 taxpayers or, earners, especially when they are the ones with the best ability to hire lawyers to try to get around that stuff and the best ability to offshore some of their money and try to hide it. I think, if you want to raise revenue, they're just less administratively burdensome ways to do so. And of course, it's just, wealth taxes are going to distort incentives to invest or to, start your own business, and create technology and do a lot of innovation and investment that not only makes consumers better off via whatever you make, but also makes a lot of workers better off via increasing their productivity through whatever investment they do, right? Like, and the estimates I've seen suggest that it probably would not have a particularly big effect on inequality. So like there's this... Oh, thanks for the sub, Econ. You might have subbed earlier, but on YouTube, the alerts are very delayed. There's this study, which to be clear, I don't know, like, I never read the whole thing. I don't know exactly how good the methodology is, yada, 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 disclaimer, disclaimer, disclaimer. But they find, like, even the war and wealth tax would only, well, I can just read it. Based on a 2016 survey of consumer finances, the Swiss tax would yield 1.89 billion, and the Warren tax 303.4 billion. Only 0.7% of households would pay the Warren tax, compared to 44% for the Swiss tax. The Swiss tax would have a very small effect on income inequality, lowering post-tax Gini coefficient by 0.004 Gini points. The effect of the Swiss tax and Warren tax on wealth inequality is minuscule, lowering the Gini coefficient by at most 0.005 Gini point. So it probably would not even reduce inequality that substantially. That just would not be worth the administrative burden to raise not that much revenue in a way that distorts incentives that in a way that other taxes don't.
Passing economic advisors, right?
Also, acting like Kamala.
Can I get an acknowledgement on that? The worst of her policies would have never actually gotten passed, right?
I'm not going to debate whether or not they would have. I think we should be.
What was the worst economic policy that Biden passed?
The worst.
Oh wait, sorry, I totally forgot. I totally forgot. Wealth taxes are horrible. They're disastrous because a lot of billionaires donate their money to effective causes, and you're taking away their money to do that. Unironically, though, that is like a bad thing. And I recognize that's something I care about a lot more than regular people is donating to effective charities. But
that he passed, he didn't have the same platform that Kamala did.
I just want to check. I just want to sanity check. Kamala Harris was the vice president under Joe Biden.
I am aware, but to be clear,
I can ask a question, okay?
Yeah.
Stop. Kamala Harris would have been checked by her economic advisors if it was truly a disastrous policy. But Donald Trump is not checked by anybody, right?
I don't necessarily agree with that, no.
Wait, what do you mean? You can't cite me.
Even if I grant that, I think you should be able to defend the policies in the party you support's platform, at the very least. You're not going to defend tariffs, though.
Would you mandate billionaires donate X% of their income to an effective charity? Why or why not? I don't think I would mandate it because, I mean, that is essentially like a tax, right? Like you would have the same type of distorted behavior as you would like a wealth tax. I think they're to some degree immoral if they don't do it. Now, I also think like regular people are to some degree immoral by not donating more. I think regular people like have a higher marginal utility on their consumption, so it might be less immoral for regular people. You know, they just have less ability to do it and at higher cost. Billionaires have more ability to do it and at lower cost to them. Lower cost in the sense of actual utility in their consumption, not like actual nominal just amount of money. But I would prefer the U.S. government spend more money in foreign aid, and I would prefer billionaires donate more of their money, and I would prefer the net tax burden on billionaires to go up. I would just do it in a way that I think is much more efficient than a wealth tax.
You're conservative. You won't defend tariffs.
I'm defending it from the.
So you think we should be able to defend Kamala's
Let me finish.
Okay,
Let me finish, please. I'm defending it from a perspective of his policies are not as bad as Kamala's. That is not a strong stance. I agree, but at least I can defend it from that.
Wait, do you think what would Kamala have passed that's worse than the Trump current tariff thing?
Wait, what? Sorry.
What would Kamala have passed reasonably that is worse than Trump's current tariff regime?
The unrealized gains tax, the 8% increase in capital gains tax. Again, you can claim it won't pass, but you're hinging your argument on, the policy platform wouldn't have happened. So
yeah, but
if you don't want to support your policy
you
platform,
reasonably say that because Democrats are actually concerned with fucking running the fucking country, right? You acknowledge that the country's been fucked by Republicans over and over again since Clinton, and Democrats have to come in and clean shit up, right? So isn't it fair for us to say, well?
I don't fully agree with that point, by the way. Things are always more complicated, and also the president just generally does not have that big of an effect on the economy. Like it's not always the case, but just generally, that's not going to be that big.
Well, Democrats would probably follow what their economic advisors say.
I don't think it's fair to say that your party's platform doesn't matter because it's not going to be passed.
No. It's not that it doesn't matter. It's that she would probably push in that direction. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is literally trying to find people to sit on the Federal Reserve who will cut interest rates because he knows the only way to save this horrible fucking economy, right? You don't think Kamala would ever do that, right?
Sorry,
there's no history of Kamala Harris or Joe Biden
Does he
pressuring the Federal.
actually believe this? What part of it? You don't think he actually believes the talking point about the Democrats having to clean up for Republicans? I think he actually believes that. But I could be wrong, but I believe Kamala Harris only mentioned the unrealized tax in the speeches, and then people got as mad about it. And it's not even, she took it out of her platform. I don't even know if it was ever in her formal platform. I think it was just a thing she talked about in speeches before everyone got upset about it. I'm just doing Control F capital in her opportunity economy thing. It's 82 pages. Under the plan, 99% of Americans, including the moderate and middle-income families, will pay the same rate on long-term capital gains as they do now. Americans earning below $100,000 will continue to pay no taxes on long-term capital gains. So that's not what we're looking for. I don't think any. Yeah, I don't believe it's mentioned in here at all. I mean, the term unrealized is not mentioned. It's 82 pages of her most kind of final iteration or whatever, or her most formal thing, I guess. There's no Kamala's price controls weren't actually price controls; they were just price gouging stuff that is already in a lot of places. Yeah, that's my understanding from essentially the beginning.
Reserve to drop the interest rate like there is with Donald Trump, right?
I know off the top of my head, but yeah, it's just the policies themselves. Again, I just
wait, bro, hold on. We gotta live in the real world. You agree with that, right? We need to be in the real world.
Wait, what?
We need to be in the real world, right? Okay, yeah, Donald Trump right now. You acknowledge that Donald Trump
the real world.
Wait, in the real world right now, Donald Trump is talking about putting a new Federal Reserve Board person on the Federal Reserve that will follow his direct instruction, right? You acknowledge that, right?
I'm not entirely sure about that. What I'm talking about is again.
Very silly. He does not know about that. We're entirely sure about it.
The platforms
Trump will open Trump has always fucking hated Jerome Powell. I don't want to say always fucking hated. Trump has repeatedly publicly insulted Jerome Powell. He's repeatedly suggested replacing him. He has privately suggested replacing him. He has publicly on Truth Social said that he wants to get a majority of his people on the FOMC.
He's literally trying to criminalize people on the Federal Reserve, making up fake bullshit indictments about mortgage fraud.
Do you not aware of this? You're aware of Kamala's capital gains tax policy?
Has Joe Biden ever said hey, we need to do this on the Federal Reserve?
Regardless, what I am asking about is the platform of the Democratic Party in the 2024 election, if it were to be passed, compared to the platform, or actually not even say the implemented economic policies. I'm asking you guys to defend that, and you can't defend your own party's platform and basically just saying it wouldn't have passed.
I don't agree with Kamala's platform entirely, but when we're making a decision in the 2024 election, when I was making the decision, I was thinking which candidate's policies are more disastrous, and it's absolutely Donald Trump's 10 out of 10 times.
because Donald Trump will pass anything, and none of you guys, for whatever reason, have the balls to actually
Do you
fucking
think
say,
it's bad?
no.
Do you think it's bad? Do you think it's bad if he is bullying the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell? If he is breaking that separation and trying to bully Jerome Powell into taking action, do you think that's bad?
Do I think it's bad if he's bullying Jerome Powell?
Do you know Jerome Powell?
Yes, I do know who Jerome Powell is. Yeah, I'd say it probably is, but again, what
it's
I'm
not just
talking
bad,
about...
it's unprecedented, it's fascistic, and the president isn't supposed to have an effect on interest rates.
Again,
if the president is changing interest rates on his own instinct...
Yeah, I don't think the government should have an effect on interest rates.
Okay, of course,
That's a whole other thing.
Okay, so...
It's like... You should... I mean, he said it's a whole other thing, I guess, but like, that's not, like, regardless of whether or not you think we should have a central bank that affects interest rates, you know, you should recognize it's probably better to have an independent central bank than to let Donald Trump control the central bank. Even if you're skeptical of independent central banks generally, Donald Trump is not the guy you want controlling the central bank. He's just not the guy you want doing that. You don't want any populist really controlling a central bank. There might be some politicians who would not, you know, be that bad at having some say in it, but most populist politicians would probably just make very bad decisions.
So when I'm looking at my two candidates and I see some of Kamala's fringe ideas that I disagree with, that I wouldn't defend, I'd actually, if I was talking to Kamala,
So
I would
what
debate
I'm
Kamala.
asking
I would
is
debate Kamala on
Trump's
that.
implemented policies versus the Democratic Party platform, and I haven't heard a defense of the Democratic Party platform. All I've heard is Trump. I'm asking about
Kamala Harris had a first-time homebuyers policy that created incentive for people our age.
Yes, and
Kamala Harris
created a
had
ton of
multiple
inflation
small
and
business
increased the
policies.
deficit.
Kamala Harris had multiple policies that helped small businesses start up. Kamala Harris had incremental policies that she would have.
By the way, I don't... insofar as you're getting rid of regulations to help small businesses, that can't be good. If you're just giving small businesses like preferential loans, that's not really that great. Like, you know, you want market share to be allocated to firms that are more productive, and that will increase concentration sometimes, but that's because larger firms tend to benefit from things like economies of scale or innovation and research and development that they've done, and they have some patent on something that makes them more innovative, that makes their products cheaper, and it benefits consumers more. And there can be issues with market power, obviously, but that's not properly addressed through benefiting small businesses, regardless of the nature of how competitive the market is. That's addressed through proper antitrust policy. And you know, Kamala would have been more antitrust than Trump, almost certainly. She probably would have toned it back from Joe Biden as well, which I believe she would have gotten rid of Lena Khan because there were like donors and stuff who wanted her to, and I think that would, you know, probably would have been that good. Other people might not, but certainly she would still be more antitrust than Trump. Do you think Trump uses AI advice for any policy? I doubt he himself does. Do some of his advisors use AI for policy, though? It honestly would not surprise me that much.
Put into place, and it's a more populist policy that probably would have gotten swatted down, just like Biden's student loan relief, just like the ambitious stuff that Biden tried got swatted down. This would happen to Kamala's policy.
Yeah, I'm not asking about what you think is going to get swatted down. I'm asking the policies
themselves. I'm not even sure a wealth tax is constitutional. It's probably more likely an unrealized gains tax is constitutional, but I think it's not clear if it is.
Okay, listen, this is the problem. I've asked you like 10 times about Trump's tariffs, and you go, I won't defend that, but then you go, I want you to defend Kamala's fringe policies that you don't support. I don't support capital gains tax.
Show me that the economy would function under Kamala's policies. Like there would be no investment.
You know what the problem is?
Completely stifled. And
okay, wait, let me go ahead. So the stock market growth has slowed down since Trump took office because of his tariffs. Unemployment has gone up since Trump took office because of his tariffs and a few other issues. Inflation.
Yeah, imagine how bad that would have been if we had a 25% tax on unrealized gains.
Inflation has gone up since Trump took office. All of these indicators were going down.
The kid is quieter.
Because of his tariffs. Unemployment has gone up since Trump took office because of his tariffs and a few other issues. Inflation.
Yeah, imagine how
I
bad
say
that would
kid,
have
but I'm pretty sure it's the same age as Adam Markler.
If we had a
I'm probably
25%
younger than
tax
him as well. Oops.
on unrealized gains.
Inflation has gone up since Trump took office. All of these.
I can't quite tell what he's saying. Is he saying inflation would have been higher if we had an unrealized capital gains tax? Because that's probably not true.
Yeah, imagine how bad that would have been if we had a 25% tax on unrealized.
He says how bad that would have been. So he might be referring to inflation, unemployment, and whatever else. What do you think of the idea of a heritage American? I think we can obviously intuit that people have roots to 18th century America can claim to have a more meaningful connection to the U.S. The idea seems mostly silly to me. I guess I don't know what you mean by, like, when you say claim to have a more meaningful connection to the U.S., I agree that generally that's going to be the case. Like people who are, you know, who have been here since the 18th century, or ancestors who have been here since the 18th century, they're going to tend to be like more aligned with like U.S. values and everything. But I think those are the things that more fundamentally matter rather than whether or not you had ancestors here, right? So like there's going to be overlap, but I think what fundamentally matters is not really type of heritage.
Inflation has gone up since Trump took office. All of these indicators were going down as Biden was leaving. Trump has legitimately, you know what's not impressive? It's not impressive that the stock market's hitting all-time highs. It's impressive that Trump has crashed the stock market 3 separate times during his presidency and slowed the growth of it. That's the impressive part. Would Kamala Harris have crashed the stock market on April 9th? Liberation Day tariffs.
Would she have crashed the stock market? She would have completely destroyed it. She wanted a 28% tax, like an 8% increase.
There would have been a sell-off if Congress passed a unrealized gains tax, or even once people expected Congress to pass the unrealized gains tax, right? It's not clear to me that would have been even worse than the Liberation Day tariff crash. I don't think it would have been, but that's, I want to be clear. I don't have a solid basis for saying that, but I don't think the uncertainty effects would be as big. I don't think the long-term effects would be like, well, no, I could see the long-term effects being worse because I think a lot of Trump tariffs could be repealed very easily. But, you know, Wordle.
On capital gains tax, a 25%.
What is so bad about an increase on capital gains tax?
It heavily disincentivizes investment.
No, it doesn't. What do you mean?
Yes, it does.
How does it?
What are we talking about? How does it? Basically, what you're doing is you're saying once you make money from your investment and you take it
I think he makes some really cringe points here.
out, then you're going to get less of that. You're less incentivized if you're going to get less at the end.
I just want to tell you, I got a lot of money invested, okay? Do you think that like people with more than $5 or $10 or $15 million in investment account are thinking like, oh my god, 25% capital gains instead of 20%? Like I'm not going to be able to invest my money anymore? What do you think they're going to do? Hide it in their fucking pillow?
No. First, she's taking.
Like it does obviously change what is the best use of your money on the margin, and you'll notice there's things Destiny does where like when he's referring to the increase in capital gains tax, he refers to like the individual decision thinking about these things, but when he refers to things like tariffs or whatever, he starts referring to like the aggregates. He starts looking at like aggregate impacts, and like obviously you should like there's not like you could do the same thing and be like, do you really think investors and stockholders are a bit like, oh shit, 10% tariff on something my company imports, I gotta sell all my shit now or whatever, I'm not gonna be able to invest. There might not be that many. Well, I would imagine a lot of individual shareholders might do that because their literal job is to monitor things like that, right? But there are a lot of people who individually are not going to do that. But it doesn't change the aggregate effect, being that you change the best use of people's money on the margin, and that will change a lot of people's behavior. And like even if you don't like, with regards to the tariff, like you can imagine like even if you don't sort of directly change someone's behavior, like if I still buy an imported good despite the tariff, that's changes my behavior in other ways, and that now I have less money because I had to pay a tariff to spend on other things. With investment, that's a little bit less relevant because we're talking about long-term capital gains tax here. But Fawn, you support eliminating old taxes for buying property under a certain estimated value? No, I think property tax is probably a really good tax. I don't know. I don't know. Capital gains tax places a double tax on corporate income. I kind of agree. So yes, in principle, and I don't like capital gains tax, to be clear. In my ideal system, we don't have capital gains tax. But a lot of that is actually held in, or like a lot of stocks and stuff is held in stuff that doesn't actually experience that. It's U.S. corporate income double taxed. Using data from several sources, we show that the vast majority of corporate income is not double taxed in the U.S. We estimate that the taxable share of U.S. corporate equity has declined dramatically in recent years, from over 80% in 1965 to about 30% at present. We discussed the causes of these dramatic changes in the taxable share of corporate stock. Several factors explain the shift, including changes in retirement finance, demographic change, changes in the prevalence of pass-through business organizations, and the increased globalization of capital markets. These findings are important for the development of corporate tax policy. Moving the capital tax burden to the individual income tax, as some have proposed, without reforming tax preferences that currently exempt much of the corporate equity from taxation under individual income tax, would lead to a large revenue loss. These findings also have implications for other important questions in public economics, including the measurement of the cost of capital, the importance of capital gains lock-in effects, the consequences of changes in dividend taxation, and the nature of clientele effects. But still, capital gains tax over profit. You think capital gains tax is better? Okay. Are you just saying politically easy money? I never got. I don't think you ever answered this question. Like, easy money. Come on. You have to, just in terms of the economics of it, in terms of not factoring in the political response to it, but in terms of what actually hurts growth and employment and aggregate welfare more. You gotta agree, property tax is probably preferable to capital gains tax, right? You think capital gains tax are more efficient than property taxes? How so? Like, you don't think investment decisions are more distorted by capital gains tax than people's decisions are distorted by property taxes? What's the evidence for that? All the evidence I've seen suggests that, like, corporate taxes and individual income tax and, you know, more asset taxes generally are worse for growth than property taxes. I believe, like, the OECD has their, you know, tax ladder. Why do you feel so strongly about it being good tax for most properties? Sorry, even for properties most Americans afford, especially while having a housing affordability crisis. For one, I think property tax may actually help some, you know, sort of the main issue with the housing affordability crisis, in that it probably helps young people buy homes because it prices out old boomers. It gives boomers and people who have empty nest homes, you know, highly valued properties that they aren't using fully anymore, an incentive to downsize because they can pay less property tax in, like, a smaller home, right? So that's one. For two, I'm basing it off of the evidence I've seen. So I think the OECD has a report about what they feel the most efficient taxes are based on, you know, cross-country data, and they find property taxes are very efficient. I think there's a paper that came out in, like, 2024 that was done by some economists that found roughly the same thing. I know the Tax Foundation has their work on it, and they find it's a, you know, very efficient tax. It's just not very distortionary. I haven't read through all the Tax Foundation stuff on it, though I should. And it, like, just from a theory standpoint, like, you would expect, for one, you know, property tax, a lot of it is actually not taxing the property, but the value of the land, and that's something that's perfectly inelastic, essentially, right? And something that the landowner doesn't really have any sort of desert-based claim to, because they didn't make the land, and the value of the land does not come from them, it comes from the surrounding community. So there's a strong justification for taxing that, both, like, morally and economically. And although the property tax also taxes the property itself, like, homes have consumption value, right? When you live in a home, you're consuming that home very slowly over time. You consume a stream of services, and it, you know, the consumption value of a house will change over time. Well, first of all, I was to say, I think taxing consumption is more efficient than taxing essentially, like, anything else other than, like, strict like rents, like resource rents, like land value, right? Or like resource rents, like oil extraction beyond marginal cost and a cost of exploration. So if you want to tax consumption, which I think ideally you would, because that's not very distortionary, it just so happens that, one, having an upfront consumption tax on homes would be very inconvenient in terms of just the cost you have to pay upfront, right? And two, the consumption value of homes will change over time based on, you know, how good the community is. For example, like, if there's a fucking terrorist attack in my city and everyone leaves, the consumption value of my house has gone down. I get less utility from consuming it because there's just less stuff around me. It's less valuable. So from that framework, it makes sense to do property tax and evaluate it year to year rather than doing an upfront consumption tax. So those are all reasons why property tax is probably pretty good.
Making 25% when your money is not even pulled out yet. When it's just there, materialized.
No, are you talking about the wealth tax?
Then, huh?
Are you talking about like a wealth tax?
I'm talking about the unrealized gains tax.
No, listen, I agree with you. The unrealized capital gains tax is so stupid.
It's so dumb.
But the thing is, here's the difference. When Kamala Harris when Democrats have a really dumb idea, they can't get it done. We can look at examples of this for Biden. Biden wanted to do like OSHA mandates for vaccines, and he wanted to do like Department of Education stuff for like forgiving student loans. And when they were stopped, Biden said, oh, well, I guess they're stopped. Now the far left attacked him for that, but the reality is that Democrats respect the three branches of government. Donald Trump says, I'm going to do as much as I can until I basically have to be forced to actually stop a particular thing. So Kamala wanted to do
can I just ask one question?
Yeah.
Basically, so you agree if she was able to get all of her policies passed, basically if she acted like you claim Trump does, which then would you agree that her policies
even
are worse?
If that was the case,
there's not even, they don't focus on this at all. I don't think they mentioned this, but again, there's not even really a mechanism Kamala could do that. With tariffs, Congress has delegated the authority for the president to declare an emergency and do some tariffs. I don't think that IEEPA tariffs are legal, and the Supreme Court will probably strike them down, probably. We'll see, though. Who fucking knows? But there's no plausible mechanism for an unrealized gains tax to happen without going through Congress.
It wouldn't be as disastrous as the insane tariff regime that Donald Trump has enacted, where Donald Trump is the sole gatekeeper.
I think having some inflation from tariffs is not as bad as having literally no investment.
Hold on, but we wouldn't have
literally no investment. Literally no investment. Just not true.
Literally no investment. You think American businesses are worth investing in at a higher capital gains rate?
Investment would go down like this. Like
you realize
why would you invest in American companies knowing they're going to be like reciprocally tariffed by every single other country on the planet?
Tariffs are way worse for incentivizing.
Tariffs are so bad.
You realize manufacturing in the United States has gone down.
This is just deflecting to tariffs. I want again address the
what we're trying to say is that, like, the
tariffs are obviously bad for investment too. They also reduce the future value of or the net present value of companies' future cash flows, right? Like we just we were looking at a study earlier that tried to look at the aggregate welfare loss by looking at how much stock prices go down after tariff announcements, right? Like these are obviously quite bad, and the uncertainty is also bad. The fact the president can change them on a whim and nobody knows what the fuck tariff rates are going to be tomorrow is going to have a negative effect on investment. And obviously I think they might mention this, but like just a relationship with our allies, which is not like strictly economics, is also going to be worse under tariffs. The reputational harm from trading with people is going to be worse with tariffs than it is with unrealized capital gains tax, which is not majorly going to affect other countries.
Tariffs would have never happened under Kamala because the economic advisor would say, hey, these tariffs are a really bad idea. But for Trump, none of the Republicans actually bring it up and say, hey, don't do this.
Would say that actually they would have overturned his initial tariffs from from his 2016 presidency, but that's besides the point. She's not anti-tariff, to be clear. But
wait, there's a difference between Kamala wanting to do surgical targeted tariffs on countries versus Trump placing tariffs on every fucking country, save Russia and North Korea. That's retarded. That's different.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think the tariffs were a good policy.
Okay, wait, how come you can say that? How come you can say that? When I say I don't think unrealized gains is a good policy, that's like the end of the world.
Because I'm asking you to defend it comparing the two parties.
I thought which was worse.
Yeah, which one's worse is what I'm asking.
Okay, I think it's Trump's. I think that Trump slowed growth in the stock market, increased unemployment. His tariffs have been such a disaster, they've actually disincentivized investments. So for the tariffs, for example, what you want is continuity between administrations. So when, say, J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom gets in, that administration still has the incentive for companies to come to the United States. When you place tariffs via executive order, like Trump is doing, it's all via executive order, right? When you do that, there's no continuity. So in 4 years, companies don't have any reason to be here. Like, when you're making these investment decisions, they are long-term investments. A company's coming to the United States, that's decades, dude. That's like, you're there for like 20, 30 years to gain a profit. When there's no continuity, what they see right now are 2 trade zones in the United States. One big red trade zone that says in the world. 2 trade zones in the world. One red blob that says the United States. It says do not go through the United States. They have a 10% tariff on everyone. Then there's the rest of the world, which has an average tariff of I think like 3.5%. So when you're looking at your 2 shipping routes, do you want to ship it to the United States and get tariffed to shit, or the rest of the planet, which has a lower tariff rate? Do you get what I'm saying here? Like the incentive.
I don't quite get what he's saying there. I think I might understand, but I'm a little confused. So if he's saying that, like, if you're deciding like where you want to manufacture your product, or like if you're a multinational firm where you want to like import your product to, right? I guess it makes sense. Like, I guess it makes sense. Like, you can imagine, like, let's just say a nail company wants to start a new plant and they have to choose between the U.S. or Canada. Okay, well, Canada, if they want to import steel into Canada, there's only going to be a 1% tariff. That's a made-up number, but if they import steel to the U.S., there's going to be a 25% tariff. I can understand that perspective, and I think he says shipping routes.
20, 30 years.
I think I don't know if he's referring to that, or if he's referring to like companies that produce like final goods but then have like subsidiaries in the US and then like import their like final goods into their US subsidiary company like a lot of foreign companies do, and then sell them in the US. Like, you could be referring to that too. In that case, I mean, the reason they're importing them to the US is because people demand them in the US, so they're probably gonna do less of it because it costs more, but they're still gonna like do it. But
that says in the world. Then there's the rest of the world, which has an average tariff of I think like 3.5%. So when you're looking at your 2 shipping routes, do you want to ship it to the United States and get tariffed to shit, or the rest of the planet, which has a lower tariff rate? Do you get what I'm saying here? Like, the incentive structure that Trump is creating is not strong. The stock market is slow in growth. Unemployment.
Again, I'm asking. I still haven't heard an adequate defense of Kamala's.
The stock market would be higher if Kamala were in office. The stock market would
the whole economy would be doing better.
The whole economy would be doing better.
Again,
we would have this whole tariff
increase in capital gains tax and a 25% unrealized gains tax. That's hard to believe.
Who cares?
The investors that
I don't. Dude, I'm an investor. I don't give a fuck. Why would you care about the 25% versus 15% or whatever? Like, it doesn't matter that much.
It's 0% right now.
I'm a what?
You literally just.
Okay, I don't know if how many of my econ brothers are in chat right now. I don't have empirical estimates of this on hand. My understanding is there is estimate that it, like, it does lead to slower growth and it does change people's investment decisions on the margin. No one is saying there's going to be no investment. Well, actually, that guy, the retard said there was going to be no investment, although I think he amended it to it would go down like this. It'd just be so much less. But it does, and you know, they're still going to invest in other things. But like, for example, like an unrealized capital gains tax, like part of the issue is that it's going to particularly disincentivize holding like volatile assets, and it's also administratively difficult to enforce it with the volatile assets, because if you didn't want to super heavily penalize holding volatile assets, which go up and down, you know, in price quite a bit, like year to year, and thus cause like large fluctuations in net worth year to year, and could, you know, go up quite a bit, and therefore increase your tax burden dramatically. But next year it could go down quite a lot, and either not increase your tax burden, or are we going to give people some tax credit for if they hold an asset that has negative returns? It would be like very politically unpopular to try to give people a tax credit for their unrealized losses. You know, it would be a administrative hassle, and it does obviously decrease investment, and on the margin will change what decisions you make with regards to what investments you make. Like, you could, again, volatility. We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel. This is true. It's unclear what happened when people report unrealized losses unless you have some mechanism to compensate people for losses. You end up with some taxing the exact same gains again and again as the stock bounces up and down. Any proposal to offset gains in the same year would be open to loopholes of investors marking down illiquid assets inappropriately or in order to offset some gains in other assets. Some suggest losses be dealt with a tax loss carry forward. This would mean you lose money, you get a tax credit for taxes in the future, but losses aren't determined until realized, that is, until you sell your asset. The benefit you would get from these doesn't compound over time, meaning if one asset goes up and another goes down, you must pay taxes on gains, but you aren't compensated for the loss until you decide to sell. My system 1 eliminates the lock-in effect. I mean, my ideal system would do that too. 2, stops taxing real investment. Structures and improvement. Again, my ideal would do it too. 3, taxes rents instead of decision. I like DBCF2 too, brother. 4, aligns tax burden with liquidity without distortion. I don't know. I guess to what effect DBCF2 would or wouldn't do that.
Wait. What do you think I would do with my money otherwise if it was 25% versus 15%?
Versus 0% unrealized gains?
Wait. Oh, unrealized? The unrealized shit would have never passed.
Unrealized is so good, dude. I hate unrealized tax.
Okay, so I think we agree on unrealized gains.
Wait. Ready? This is the killer question. What was the worst economic policy that Biden realized?
The worst economic policy?
The worst economic, yeah, the worst one. Wait, the fact that you even have to think about it speaks volumes to that, right? Well, Donald Trump.
No.
I mean, a capital gains tax versus a property tax. Capital gains tax also has a lock-in effect. What do you mean? I guess I don't know. So are you saying a capital gains tax is going to not do those things, and that's why it's preferable to property taxes? Or are you saying you have a version of the capital gains tax that wouldn't do these things and therefore it's preferable? Because capital gains tax also has a lock-in effect. Stop taxing real investment. Like, capital gains tax is gonna reduce investment in structures and everything, obviously, right? Like, you're gonna reduce the after-tax return to building new shit. So you're not like directly taxing, but you're gonna reduce the amount of it that's done. Taxes rent instead of decisions. Obviously, capital gains tax not apply exclusively to rents, and then aligns tax burden with liquidity without distortion. The capital gains tax is currently implemented does not do that, right? My system wouldn't lock in because in retrospective or Q or capital gains you could expand. Okay, so what about the that's a modification then, right? So I think when I originally asked the question, I did say like of the currently implemented taxes, right? But like property tax has to be like top 3 US taxes. But if you're saying you have a version of the capital gains tax that just doesn't do any of the bad things that capital gains tax does, then like maybe it's okay. Like, if you're only taxing rents, I don't even see how this tax would differ from a like DBCFT, considering a DBCFT is just equivalent to a sovereign wealth fund.
Ignore these guys. Fuck, they're dick riders, okay? But like, I'm saying that like
because I mean, regardless, I don't think Biden and Kamala had the same platform. So I of course have to think about it when I was thinking.
I might be too far gone. Kamala was the vice president, right?
I think so.
She was, but she's very Biden.
Biden was Obama's vice
all
president, right?
four policies I listed at the start were policies that Biden did not have in his
Okay, but I'm just saying that like Biden seemed to do an okay job at guiding the economy. Same way with Obama, right?
No, I think that Medicare for all was disastrous.
We didn't get Medicare for all.
Sorry, Obamacare.
Wait, if the ACA was such a fucking disaster, why is Trump trying to claim it so much? When Trump is like, oh, we need to have like an increased rate of
I think the
25,
status
26,
quo in general is absolutely terrible. But
Wait, have you seen the graph where it's like the healthcare costs they increase slower under Obamacare than they did under
I don't know how true that is, by the way. I don't know the causal relationship behind that. It's conceivable to me that it's true, but I think you have to do more to prove causality, and there is, at least some causal evidence and stuff suggests that, like, for example, the ACA probably increased premiums for many people, but I don't know if it's on net, like, healthcare spending as a percentage of GDP grows faster or slower under the ACA. I'm not seeing stuff on that either way, honestly.
Prior to that? Wait, what part
So why not tax property held by boomers more than taxing every owner? One, that'd just be administratively difficult to, like, I think it's more important to like make it progressive than it is to just tax like based on age. And I don't actually think property taxes as implemented in the US are particularly progressive right now. I think in some cases they're regressive, but like you would expect, in effect, you're taxing boomers more insofar as boomers tend to own like bigger houses, right? I don't really care about discriminating based on age as much as I do discriminating based on just wealth and like, ability to pay and stuff. I think that's more important and easier to do administratively, and will in effect also be roughly correlate with age.
The ACA do you think is bad?
What part of it is bad? It's inherently inflationary on Medicare.
Everything, bro. Healthcare is more expensive because we have more fucking healthcare. All of it is inflationary.
It's not inherently inflationary. Like inflationary is a kind of weird term to use there too, because it technically inflation should be referring to the price level as a whole or whatever, but it's not I want to say it's inherently inflationary. Like subsidies to price sensitive individuals technically don't have to raise the price of goods because they can make the demand curve more elastic, basically. I think there's a paper on college prices. Targeted subsidies do not necessarily increase prices, as although they raise the willingness to pay of recipients. If aid is targeted to price-sensitive individuals, the demand curve will become more elastic, which lowers prices. This is about of course. How do I? Die Windows. Captcha verification failed. Are you kidding me? Can I see the name of the paper without? Opening it in my browser? I don't think I can. Fuck. Why does Google think I'm a robot, bro? Okay, woohoo. It's about student aid, but the same concept applies to any subsidy targeted at price-sensitive individuals, which, to be fair, might apply less in healthcare because it's just not, the demand is not very elastic to begin with. When aid goes to students with lower baseline willingness to pay, that's WTP, it narrows the gap between high and low WTP students, causing the demand curve to rotate and become flatter. This demand pushes prices down, can lead to a lower equilibrium tuition. Not funny. Anti-religion. I wouldn't necessarily go that far, Elaney, but welcome back, Elaney. I am like a agnostic atheist, though, and I think a lot of organized religion has some silly stuff in it, but I'm not go so far as to say I'm anti-religion.
What do you mean? Of course.
Yeah, but no, the inflation actually did increase after the Obamacare.
Yeah, but it was increasing at a slower rate, right? As your first derivative, right? It's increased at a slower. The rate of change is lower than the first rate of change. Then it was.
No,
it was. Wait, okay, wait. Hold on. You're about to fucking completely own me. Okay, ready? This is your chance to totally own me. What was Trump's alternative again?
What was Trump's alternative?
What was the Trump alternative?
To the healthcare?
To the ICA, yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
There's a reason why you're not.
I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you about Trump. I'm asking you about Kamala.
I think it was fine, but would you introduce laws to prohibit religion? Definitely not. If that's what you mean by anti-religion, no, definitely not.
Who was like, we should cap the cost on certain drugs, right?
Yeah.
Wait, and hold on, wait. Didn't Trump say we should keep doing that, but call it like the Trump shit, right?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
All you guys are doing is just attacking the other side, but you won't defend your own.
I'm attacking They suck shit. They're horrible.
When he asked what the worst policy that Biden realized is, and we didn't have an answer.
I'm asking about Kamala, not Biden.
No, it's not that you didn't have an answer. It's that your lack of answer showed that there were mechanisms in place during Biden's term that would shoot down.
It was fucking awesome.
Yeah. Where's that guy in the crowd? Biden was the best. But no, like. There were mechanisms in place that would shoot down Trump's awful economic policy, or sorry, Biden's awful economic policy, or like policies that he was trying to pass that were out there. Trump, we haven't seen that. Now, the Supreme Court is hearing the tariff argument right now, but we've just seen so much leeway with the tariffs that it's already been bad for the economy. I think the question that you asked was which one would be worse, but then you keep trying to pin this down on Kamala, and we'll answer for any of Trump's.
Can we say, what would Kamala Harris do that's as bad as the current tariff shit?
Unrealized gains.
I feel like it's like the third time that he's asked this question, but
25%.
She would have gotten that pass though, right?
Okay, so if your argument's hinging on that, that's fine. I'm asking if it works.
Your thoughts on the influence of religion on the bad shape of many places in the Middle East and Asia, find themselves India, Indonesia, Egypt, etc. He's faster than Ben Shapiro. I do have the video sped up. I don't know, Malibu. I don't know how much that affects things. I think it's non-zero. But it's not even necessarily like the religion plays an aspect. We read the Iglesias Energy article. Maybe. I don't know exactly how much I care about it. Like I think religion can be like the reason people don't kind of have liberal values, but the bigger issue is simply that people don't have liberal values generally, and like that leads to non-liberal institutions and stuff. When did it come out? Easy Money. I don't see it in my inbox. I don't think religion necessarily causes people to do things. I think religion obviously affects your beliefs, which will affect your actions. Wait, I'll link it. I mean, I went to the regular thing. Dude, Matt, sorry, Iglesias' Substack is so, it's not laid out like regular Substacks. Oh my god, kill me. Where's that? How do I go to the archive? Okay, latest. Wait, is it the AI one? Is it this one? That's paywalled. Religion is a mediation in believe things without a good reason. Well, I think. I mean, it's not unfair to say that obviously, like a lot of organized religion and stuff is justified to some degree on faith. No, I link it. Okay, but I think there were. I guess I would separate out. I think there are good. I think there are decent philosophical reasons for being a theist, right? Like believing in a god. I think it's a little more weird and faith-based and sillier to believe in a god that we have accurately described in our like in our religious text, or to believe in a lot of the accuracy of the gospels, or the religious ceremonies being super important, or yada yada yada. Is this about fracking again?
Yeah, Yes, follow rule of law. Yes, that is the argument. That's kind of been the whole fucking deal with the Trump Act.
Okay, so you agree then? It's just you only agree that it would have been better because it wouldn't have passed.
Yes.
There are guardrails.
Okay,
But you agree that it would have passed, right? You agree that it would have passed, right?
I don't necessarily think it would. I'm asking you to defend your party's platform.
No, he's not saying that it would be better because it wouldn't have passed. Yeah, he's saying that there were actual guardrails and mechanisms in place that the Democrats respected that Republicans clearly don't respect. Not to take it
like was in the party platform. To be clear,
unrealized tax gains is not in the Democratic Party platform.
Read the 2024 platform.
Unrealized. Yes. I mean, then that's dumb. I'm not going to defend that. But
It's not actually in, again, it's not actually in Kamala's platform, at least. She just talked about it in speeches and then abandoned it. Same thing. No, I think the price controls made it into the platform, but she stopped talking about them that much. I say price controls, but anti-price gouging legislation that roughly 44 states already have. So, you know.
But listen, this one fringe policy from Kamala is far outweighed by Donald Trump's economic retardation on a daily basis. Kamala Harris would not have bullied Jerome Powell. Bullying the Fed chair is like legit next level hungry Viktor Orban shit. Kamala Harris had some dumb policies that
Adam Mockler troop, though.
I'm not going to defend, but there's a problem here that I keep going back to. You're asking us which are worse. You keep pinning us down on Kamala's fringe policy, but you won't defend anything Trump has done. You don't know about the Federal Reserve. You don't care about the tariffs. When we're comparing, you at least have to put up the affirmative argument for your side, at least.
Yeah, also,
The affirmative argument is just that it causes less economic impact than Kamala's policies. A 25% unrealized gains tax, like I said, would kill investment. He would not have an economy.
Can I say, first of all, you did a really good job. Thank you so much.
Not have an economy.
We debated our Jubilee. We got a Jubilee coming out, and this guy and my Jubilee, we had a really good debate.
Yes, thank you, Adam.
Really good stuff. No, genuinely, you did well.
You were great too, my brother. Yeah, thank you, guys.
That was some good shit.
Okay.
What's up? He's
I'm
like 25% unrealized tax gains.
I'm a left-leaning Marine veteran.
I'll try to find more empirical evidence on that stuff. But yeah, I think those are the only debates I care about from this. I'm not sure there's anything else I need to go over in this one. Other than, I just think it was really funny that soy Phil call out, bro.
Not willing to shake my hand, and I don't think that does anything to him. But we are talking about violence here for me or for you or whatever. I really appreciate that. It is nice, and I'm seeing people that I came up with on political TikTok. And unfortunately, Soypill was not willing to shake my hand, and I don't think that does anything to improve the political relations of anybody here. But I will say you're obviously familiar with the same statistics, and I'm sure we'll.
Unbelievable. No Alex Stein speedrunning in TOS. I would rather kill myself. Oh my god, bro. How much? I don't know enough about energy policy to have a meaningful enough opinion on this to read all of this shit. I'll read the article. The guy abruptly goes mask off on the anti-Semitism. That's crazy. It's not. Well, yeah. Yeah, I've seen that dude before. The abortion guy, whatever. That conversation was really fucking stupid too. Before Food Shops Rated, we watched that one and I commented on it. Oh my god, kill me. You're either going to have to tax unrealized gains or make sure people can't take out loans without unrealized gains as collateral? No, why? First of all, like, consumption tax would tax, by the way, whatever you spent the loan on insofar as you spent it on consumption. Like, so just do a consumption tax. And don't restrict people's ability to take out loans that are oftentimes productive. Simply, if they, use that loan to finance consumption, tax that consumption. No, you don't have to do either. I agree. Okay. I'm not sure I'm going to have any strong opinion on this, but I'm going to take consumption tax because it punishes participation in the economy. No, that's not. So any tax, in some sense, punishes participation in the economy. That's not a meaningful term. The relevant thing is, one, how productive is that participation in the economy? And number two, what is, like, how much are you affecting it, right? So, like, depending on whether or not demand is elastic or inelastic, that's going to, change how much you affect, you affect people's behaviors. If you tax something that's very inelastic, people are going to continue buying the good, even though it goes up in price. If you tax something that is very elastic, people are going to not buy the good once it goes up in price. So you have to answer that question, and you also have to answer how productive is what you're doing. So investment is just more important for long-term growth than most consumption, right? Doing like investing in productive factories, doing research and development, that is more important for long-term growth. That is more important for productivity growth. That is more important for making the things that people later consume than simple consumption. So there's a good reason to favor taxing consumption over taxing savings. I'm talking about unrealized gains of like above 60,000. Dude, that's nothing. That's nothing. That's not 60,000. Dude, Kamala's plan was 100 million. That's nothing. I'm not talking about a lot anyway. But that makes it worse. That makes the effects bigger. Or wait, do you mean like a lot? Oh, 1%. Okay, I thought you meant a lot as in the threshold is placed at. That makes it worse. The lower the rate, the better, or like the less bad it is, but it's still like net bad. Like you say, like not a lot, 1%, you know, but you understand. Like if I'm taking a 1% take of your net, like your net gains at the end of the year, like that's me taking like, you know, 20% a year. Like if you get a 5% return, that's me taking 20% of your return on investment, right? That's not me, like that's a really big amount. It makes you invest in other things, which is number one, probably bad. Like insofar as you, for example, as I mentioned earlier, disincentivize holding volatile assets because you're paying repeatedly unrealized gains on the same asset. You know, the most volatile assets are the risky ones that also sometimes pay off into really good things that benefit everyone, right? Like a lot of tech stocks are initially very volatile. You don't want to discourage people investing in that because that is how we make progress. That is good investment. That is how we make brand new technology that everyone likes and enjoys. Those are productive investments, and it's, you know, a lot of ordinary people are unwilling to do things as risky as venture capital, to do things as risky as investing in stocks that fluctuate in value a lot. So it's good that people with very high incomes are willing to finance those things because those things are very important, and those are oftentimes the only way that's going to get financed because, like I said, everyone else is just unwilling to do it. So you absolutely, you know, don't necessarily want people investing in other things. That's bad. And I guess I'm not really sure when you say invest in other things. I want you to clarify a bit because I like one thing I just described is, yeah, that would make you invest in something else, but I think you're probably talking about a different thing. Maybe 60,000 is too low, but like 500,000 more reasonable. It's still not very much. Are you including real estate in that? Because people have $500,000. Like if you own 2 homes, like you'd be fucked. I guess maybe you just think people shouldn't own 2 homes, but or even if you own one really big home. No, I'm not talking about the asset itself. I'm talking about what you make on it. Well, you might not get 500,000 appreciation within a year, sure, but yeah. Just listen to it. Oh, the article, you mean? I don't really want to listen to it. It doesn't even work on the archive site, so. To check President Trump's growing grip on the judiciary in the upcoming midterms or advance a legislative agenda in 2029, Democrats need to answer a difficult question. How can a party keep winning in states like North Carolina, become competitive again in Ohio, and expand the electoral map to include Texas or even Alaska and Kansas? Almost any viable path to a Senate majority runs through those states. They happen to be ones, along with Iowa and Florida, where Kamala Harris came closest to winning in 2024, that currently have all Republican Senate delegations. There's some promising ideas, but they are somewhat abstract: abundance, populism, affordability, and a battle against oligarchy. There's a specific issue that could boost Democrats in those key states to fit within those frameworks, a position the party has embraced in the relatively recent past. If you put 100 and make, like, I don't know, 50, I'm not going to tax 1% 150, I'm going to tax 1% to 50. I recognize that. That doesn't really address any of the points I made. Liberals should support America's oil and gas industry. Here, listen. I don't really want to listen to it, like I said.
Obama supported it. Fossil fuels, not trying to strangle America.
There's a video. I might watch the video, but for an article, I don't really want to listen to like the audio of an article. I prefer just to read it. This won't be popular for everyone on the left, but President Claudia Sheinbaum in Mexico, Prime Minister Mark Carney in Canada, and the Labour parties in Norway and Australia have done it. It's not just about votes, it's also a realistic path towards a cleaner environment. Start with the policies. It wasn't long ago, in 2012, for Barack Obama's re-election, that the Democratic Party's national platform argued that we can move towards sustainable energy independent future if we harness all of America's great natural resources. Since then, the parties pivoted towards hostility to oil and gas. In a 2020 debate with Mr. Trump, Joe Biden vowed to focus on a green energy, on a green economy and transition from the oil industry, and sought to halt new oil and gas leasing early in his term. Though ultimately the industry, after defeating the leasing pause in court, thrived. The animus is often invisible to participants in fractional arguments because so many of them are based in coastal metropolises that lack major natural resource industries. But from the standpoint of formerly blue or purple states like Pennsylvania and Ohio, or a place like Texas where Democrats were once optimistic that a growing Hispanic population would deliver them a vast trove of voters, the change is notable. It makes you want to move your money. That way people will invest in more stable things like the water industry. Did I not just explain to you how that's not even preferable? People will spread around their stuff and it will make less economic bubbles. I don't think there's any evidence to support that, number one. It's not even clear to me. It's not even clear to me to be like a net reduction in bubble. I guess maybe on average, you know, like safer assets are going to be less prone to bubbles than riskier assets, but you want people investing in riskier assets. I just want you to listen to it so you don't get bored. No, I mean, I prefer, you know, reading articles. I don't necessarily get bored. Sometimes I get tired, but Mr. Obama's approach, which he characterized in speeches and campaign videos as an all of the above energy policy, succeeded in delivering a solid re-election win against a backdrop of falling American greenhouse gas emissions and stricter standards for clean air and clean water. It also succeeded as its stated goal of advancing American energy independence. This is good content, I guess. Make sure to like the stream. Make sure to smash that follow button. Share with your friends. Join the Discord server. Expense more TTS in the chat. What else? Follow me on Twitter and Instagram and TikTok. I'm never on TikTok. I'm barely on Instagram. I barely post publicly on Instagram. I post my close friend story a lot, and I repost Instagram reels. But you should still follow me there. Get Mr. Beast here to donate you $10,000. I wish, dude. I have not yet seen Mr. Beast acknowledge his shrimp welfare project, despite my best efforts. Okay, we need to change this, and I need to make my microphone look prettier. These lights are on the wrong side. You guys can't see them. Whatever. I know I live in North Carolina. Mr. Beast is my cousin. Dude, yeah, I live in North Carolina. I've had friends who have allegedly seen Mr. Beast and his crew. So basically, we're best friends. Thanks to Obama-era policies, including a historic deal that re-legalized crude oil exports while increasing investment in clean energy, the United States is now a significant net exporter of oil as well as natural gas. The benefits of this to the American economy are large. Natural resource extraction offers good-paying blue-collar jobs. It also generates useful tax revenue. In more abstract terms, it improves the country's terms of trade when foreigners buying oil from us when foreigners are buying oil from us rather than us from them. It reduces the cost of our imports, foreign-made clothing, and other products in that way driving down the cost of living for everyone. I guess I guess it makes sense if you're removing regulation. That makes it easier, sure, I guess. The national security benefits are also clear. As long as the world is using oil, and it absolutely still is, it is much better for to be American oil rather than from Russia, Iran, Venezuela, or Saudi Arabia. There's a strong environmental case for Democrats taking America's natural resource wealth seriously as an asset. Center-left parties in other major energy-producing countries do not position themselves as enemies of domestic production. Can't speak. They take the problems of climate change and other pollution issues seriously by investing in measures to reduce long-term domestic consumption of dirty energy and promote new technologies. But acknowledge that oil and gas trade in global markets and individual nations cannot clean up the planet with unilateral supply-side measures. American oil production is less carbon intensive than the oil production of its competitors in Russia, Iran, Iraq, and Venezuela. Why do you believe in climate change regulation? Well, you might have to clarify what you mean. I think that climate change is real, and it is good. It's a net benefit for the government to stop it. Doesn't regulation always hurt businesses? So, not necessarily always. No, Republicans say that, but yeah, Republicans are wrong a lot. So technically, no, there are cases where regulations can help businesses, at least in specific cases. But the issue we're dealing with here is a negative externality, right? Is that there's essentially a social cost for everyone when you emit carbon, when you do things that make the planet warmer, that is not, paid, that's not in the market price of the product, right? That social cost of the added warming and stuff, added pollution, is not included in the actual price of the good. And the government can do things to try to address that. And the most direct way, obviously, is taxing it. And we should, politically, it might be hard to make a carbon tax work, but ideally, we would have that. And then secondly, you can do, you can do subsidies for new technologies, and there's reasons to believe as well that that's a positive externality, not just because of climate change, but also in its own right. There are oftentimes public positive externalities from publicly funded research, and the market might tend to underinvest in research and development, just generally speaking, let alone the added benefit of making new technology for clean energy that also deals with the climate situation. Oh, so you're saying sometimes collective profit is better than individual profit? I don't know where you ever. So I don't know. I'm getting pissed. You've triggered me. 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 I don't know how you guys can hear me speak, and maybe you haven't heard me say this as much, Eleni, about me caring so much about net utility, me caring so much about the welfare of fucking shrimp, me caring so much about the welfare of immigrants and people in the third world, okay? And then think that somehow I value individual profit more than collective profit or what. No, I'm in favor of doing what has the highest expected value, what has the highest net utility. I don't want to say I've never said otherwise. I didn't used to be a hedonic act utilitarian, I guess, years ago, but that I believe you should do the thing that is the most good for most people, roughly speaking. More formally speaking, you should maximize expected value. The intrinsic valuable thing being sentient experience, positive sentient experience. Carbon tax will never be implemented in America. Even cap and trade has less desirable results. Yeah, I doubt we'll ever get a carbon tax, but I'm just saying. I was using that example. I even said politically it'd be hard to make it work. I think we were here, right? Supplying oil to global markets is a win-win for the economy and the global environment. To be clear, in any reconciliation with the left, the oil and gas industry will have to do its part to accept climate science. Democrats should insist on best practices, regulate methane leaks, promote electrification of drilling operations, and support the greenhouse gas reporting program. They should also work with other low-intensity producers and climate-conscious importing regions like Japan and the European Union to promote preferential treatment for cleaner oil. The mindset shift needed here is to acknowledge that, well, climate change is real and harmful. The utility of fossil fuels is not something the oil and gas industry tricked the public into. There is not currently any technologically viable substitute for oil as a fuel for airplanes, for the airplanes and large ocean-going vessels on which global commerce depends. Can we just go back to sailboats? Those were cool as fuck. If more people are earning money, it's generally better to too much of anything is bad. That's the saying on what? If more people are earning money, it's generally better, but too much of anything is a bad thing, is what you're saying. That's why 100% no. No. I don't think no. So there could be some concern here with the wage price spiral and 100% employment causing a wage price spiral. I don't see good evidence for that necessarily, and I think it's unlikely to happen as a result of his own. But I don't know how you got that from what I've said. I was simply like I was just correcting you in that it's just very confusing to me how people maybe they don't hear me talking about the other stuff, but people think I'm just some evil guy who just really loves billionaires and really wants to give all these billionaires money and stuff, when it's I just don't. I care about net utility, and I make that so there's so many conversations where caring about net utility and the utility of everyone equally, right, gets me into trouble. Me saying you should donate more to the third world, billionaires should donate more to the third world, the U.S. government should spend more in foreign aid. We should accept more immigrants partially because immigrants benefit a lot from immigrating to the U.S. All these things are these things get I don't have people clipping me or anything, right? I'm not that big that that stuff gets clipped and spread. At least I don't think so. But people will bring up in debates or yell at me over chat about. It's yeah, I care about net utility. And I don't think wage price spirals are that big a deal. Maybe at some margin, literally 100% employment, I would be concerned about that, but nice net utility, yeah. And maybe it's been too long since I've done one of these, but I don't how many times have I talked to Fabian Liberty or some other libertarian people, the lumberjack dude who we're talking to, lumberjack landlord, and Dusty, the Powder Dusty, about welfare and stuff. There are plenty of debates where I've defended welfare and been yeah, I like taxing the rich more and giving more to the poor. That's good. There are plenty of debates we can find. I'm defending welfare, but we should pay illegal immigrants better wages. Well, I mean, I still think they, their revealed preference is obviously to work for the wages that they do get paid. It's still a good opportunity for them on net. But if you just made, it easier to immigrate here, you would not really have as big an issue with that. Electric trains work extremely well, but a majority of Americans' freight lines rely on diesel, and building the infrastructure to electrify them would require time and money. Electric cars are growing their market share in the United States and in other countries, but EVs are not yet price competitive when it comes to the kinds of large trucks that American consumers tend to prefer. I'm so doomer-pilled. Maybe I'm evil. I don't know. Can we just make roads smaller, bro? I hate them. Some of these issues are easier to solve than others, but a lodestar for people concerned about climate change should be solving the not yet solve problems that keep the world dependent on fossil fuels, not trying to strangle Americans' oil production. The case for natural gas is even clearer. It is much cleaner than coal, consumption of which is still high and rising globally. Increased gas production by displacing coal has been the single largest driver of American emissions reductions over time. To the extent that foreign countries can be persuaded to rely on American gas exports rather than coal to fill the gaps left by the ongoing build out of intermittent wind and solar, that's a climate win. Gas and renewables are closer to friends than rivals when it comes to electricity generation. From a purely economic standpoint, the value of gas is unlike that of wind or solar. It is dispatchable on a moment's notice. The downside is that it has fuel cost. Renewables are precisely the reverse, delivering zero marginal cost electricity when the sun is shining or the wind is blowing, but without the ability to generate electrons on demand. Because of these complementary properties, the cheapest way to add reliable electricity in places where natural gas is abundantly available is with a mix of gas and renewables. It's better to pay and talking about the immigrants deserve less minimum wage. I'm not saying 15 an hour. Raising taxes only works if you lower corruption. We should print money. Well, I agree technically that we should print money. That is a thing that the government should do. But I don't think the U.S. federal government is just like that corrupt. So I don't think that raising taxes would have a significantly negative effect because of corrupt. Well, right now, I think the U.S. government the executive branch is relatively corrupt. But generally speaking, I'm not that concerned about tax money being funneled to inappropriate purposes through corruption. The federal government has decent enough oversight that I'm not particularly concerned about that. Adding cheap electricity is an environmental imperative. Electric cars and heat pumps are much cleaner than conventional alternatives, even if electricity is generated largely by burning natural gas. Insisting on a majority of renewable electricity raises costs dramatically, slows the pace of electrification, and ultimately leaves us further from a low-carbon future. Renewable boosters are optimistic that improvements in batteries and technologies to improve demand flexibility will ultimately overcome the cost barriers to 100% renewable grids. Others believe strongly that alternative zero-emission forms of energy, like advanced geothermal or a new generation of small modular reactors, will be the solution. These are promising ideas that are worthy of public sector support. But until that happens, responsible environmental policy is inseparable from sustainable political strategy. Tackling big, difficult problems requires visionary investments in research and infrastructure, and that in turn requires people who care about climate change to be in positions with political power. To achieve that, Democrats must acknowledge that many voters do not want to bear short-term economic pain to address long-term climate issues. I don't know, can't we just lie? Didn't Trump just lie about all this shit? Can't we just lie? A realistic look at the Senate map makes it clear that Democrats' hopes hinge on states that have important fossil fuel industries. A Democratic Party that is open to responsible stewardship of those states' natural resources can win majorities and invest in solutions for tomorrow. Just as Democratic governors in energy-producing states like New Mexico and Colorado have used oil and gas revenue to finance a goal of universal child care and historic upgrades to conservation. Horrible, evil, and recreation in public lands. Oh my God, get rid of it. Colorado looks to advance conservation and recreation of trust lands. Evil. I'm anti-Matt Iglesias now. Fuck that shit. But we need more like China. Americans think about short-term gratification way too much. We need 5-year plans like China. I don't think that would be beneficial. I think there's reasons to believe, central planning just tends to be somewhat bad. I think it's not as clear that just some margin of industrial policy is good. Our 5 years plan is always bad. I don't know how you got that from what I said. No. No, no. Obviously not. What's your favorite industrial policy? Off the top of my head, if we're talking about in the modern times in the U.S., probably the CHIPS Act. If we're just talking overall right now, it might I have no problem giving China some credit for doing some amount of successful industrial policy that might, especially because they have sort of competing, like my understanding is they have like provinces competing against each other with regards to like industrial policy. And it seems like they manage that okay. I don't actually know if, at the current margin they're doing industrial policy is actually net benefit for them. What about OZs? Oh, the opportunity zones? I honestly don't know enough about them. I've heard people talk about them and like say, it's the thing that Trump did that was good. But I don't know. Boomers are like, there is no future. I'm not saying we should be a communist. I'm just saying we should plan for the future. I mean, we try to do that. At least Democrats do. I think Republicans don't do that with regards to their climate, but they, I don't know if it's planning for the future. I guess they support some things that are long-term benefits probably, but I just don't know how a 5-year plan would work on a presidential scale. Well, yeah. We need 4-year plans. Which, we kind of have that, but it's just the president doesn't have that amount of control, obviously. The current view from the environmental movement, as expressed by the climate activist and author Genevieve Gunter, is that Democrats should ignore these practicalities because reducing emissions by some marginal amount while locking in fossil fuel development prevents us from drawing emissions down to net zero. In this approach to making policy, one starts at an end goal, 2 degrees of global warming, global net zero by 2050, and asks whether some specific new project is consistent with that goal or not. Since this would require a very rapid phase out of fossil fuels in risk countries, no new fossil fuel infrastructure is permissible even when the infrastructure would, like new pipelines to the northeastern United States or new liquefied natural gas export terminals, likely make emissions lower by promoting more rapid electrification. This mentality explains why green groups continually find themselves opposing bipartisan congressional negotiations to enact permitting reform legislation that would make it easier to build both renewable and fossil fuel infrastructure. Anything that doesn't get us to global net zero is unacceptable, and even if it does reduce emissions. This approach makes the enemy of the good, makes it impossible for Democrats to fulfill their pledges around affordability, and stands no chance of securing the congressional majorities that are needed to fund investments in tackling the hard problems of decarbonization. Taking climate change seriously means adopting politically and economically sustainable approaches to energy economics, and that means reconciliation with all forms of American energy. Wow. I don't know exactly what you want my commentary to be here, Easy Money. I don't know enough about energy policy to recognize the merits of much of what he talked about. And he doesn't provide like that much empirical evidence or anything, but I recognize, obviously, you should not be opposed to things like permitting reform, even if it also makes it easier to build natural gas, because some of those things I wish he did. I just don't focus on energy policy that much. Like maybe I'll do a deep dive one day. And someone is in the waiting room. I see you, Lexi Decimal. Okay, I was just, yeah. What do you think of liquid natural gas? It's my understanding, and this article I think mentioned it's probably better than other fossil fuels, but I know methane leaks are an issue. It's certainly going to be better than coal, and if it helps electrification, that'd be like net good. But yeah, sure. What's up?
Hey, non-fam.
Hey.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, how you doing?
Nice. Are you streaming right now?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I think we might have basically been around each other to chat a couple of times, but I don't think we've spoken directly. So I just kind of wanted to get a vibe on some of your econ takes, if that's all right.
Okay. I feel like we've spoken to each other in VC before a little bit, but I guess, sure.
I think like once or twice with Econoboy, but I don't think long.
Yeah. Not alone, yeah.
All right, let's talk tax first.
Mm-hmm.
Income tax, yay, nay.
So am I saying, like, is it currently a net benefit, or is it ideal? Is it optimal?
I'm saying if you could control the entire tax system, you could set taxes at any rate. How would you set income tax?
I would not have income tax. It'd be nay.
It would be nay. Capital gains, I assume, is also a nay.
Yeah. So I could this isn't really capital gains. There's potentially a case for like some short-term financial tradings tax if it is true that a lot of it is
You're
just
talking about like
noise. It's just
eliminating
noise.
high-speed trading.
Yeah, so I've seen some economists suggest, I think there are some papers, but people seem to have competing views about like if a lot of high frequency trading is just like arbitrage or just like pure noise, and like if if it is the case that that's true, then that doesn't really provide any value, and we should probably tax it. But I don't know the merits of that.
I remember I was into this idea that it was mostly just noise, and I remember I sent, what was his name, King of the Coast, an article about, I think 2016, Hillary Clinton in her campaign had a proposal to tax it out of existence, and he hated that. So I don't know if he knows something I don't know, but it definitely gave me a little bit of pause. Okay, let's see. Would you want to subsidize the entry of new competition in fields that have monopolies? And I can give you more context for that question if you'd like.
Yeah. I guess it might be context dependent on like what the optimal response is. So, like obviously,
not a natural monopoly.
Yeah. So, but I guess it's not clear to me that would necessarily be better than antitrust, and also like, you know, I'm not going to do the libertarian meme of like, oh, monopolies are actually just created by the state regulation or whatever. But you know, obviously, it could be the case that part of the reason there is no competition is because there are barriers to entry created by the government. So, like antitrust regulation that just splits it up could be good. Lowering just barriers to entry could be good as well. I don't know when the optimal response would be like subsidizing new entry. That seems, you know, a little bit weird to me, but.
So how I think of it is like the reason monopolies are bad is not because they're monopolies. The reason monopolies are bad is because they artificially lower supply, they extract rents, they don't invest into innovations, they don't pay their employees as much, blah, 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 all those things. And if we imagine a monopoly that for some reason did all of those things, they did not collect excess monopoly rents, we'd say that's good. And while I think those are uncommon, I think they can occur. And I think they mostly can occur in fields that essentially it's very easy for a competitor to get into that industry and to replace them. But also the market cap for that industry happens to be right around when the economies of scale plateau. So it makes most economic sense for there to only be one producer. And I think you see this more often, not across the entire economy, but in terms of regional kinds of things. So, like, for example,
it would be, I would think it would be difficult for the government to identify cases like those properly, but
yeah, I get what you're saying. I guess I don't have a firm opinion on this, but it's something I've been mulling in my head. In cases of natural monopoly, what's the solution you propose? Is it publicly owning the monopolistic part and privatizing the rest of it, or would you want to do like a co-op or what?
Honestly, I don't have super strong opinions because I've never done like a crazy deep dive. I've seen relatively conflicting stuff on, privatization of water utilities in Colorado versus privatization of garbage collecting companies in Canada, and they reach different conclusions. But I guess I think generally like fully state-owned enterprises that aren't independently managed and don't have like profit incentives are probably bad from the stuff I've seen. But like I don't know, like some type of I don't know if this is the case necessarily, but some type of sort of concession style thing where like, the government some independent government institution would kind of own all the actual like infrastructure or whatever, and like companies would sort of bid on contracts to manage it or whatever. Like something like that probably is best there. But
okay. I tend to be okay with that, but I'm also pretty interested in just having the natural monopoly be a consumer co-op, saying, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know
how good it would be to enforce that on it. But like where I live, I have, like my family is part of a consumer electricity co-op, and like it's I mean it's cool. We get our $12 rebate check every year from the excess profits. So.
Oh, they don't just lower the energy rates as the way to siphon back profits. That's interesting.
No, yeah, we get a check every year with the the returns.
Wow. Don't you love capitalism? Everybody's a shareholder. Blah blah blah. How do you feel about Harburger tax on IP?
I mean, I guess theoretically it's good. I don't think there's no empirical example of a country doing it, right? Like I don't think there is, at least.
No, I've never seen one.
Yeah, I don't know. Like theoretically, it seems very good, but maybe there's.
Yeah. I guess there's like some edge cases that you want to be concerned about, and also there's the core problem that it's still a tax. Like how I think of it, like what makes a Harburger tax good is that you're essentially forcing new information into the market, and you're allowing for more transactions to occur to allow more efficient allocation. But at the cost of that, you have also this tax that you're doing, and that tax also has its own deadly loss. I think the benefits to outweigh the cons by far, especially because there's so much kind of sitting on intellectual property and collecting excessive amounts of rents with them. But I think it's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other? Okay, I'm gonna give you some funky takes. How about that?
Okay.
How do you feel about? And this is an original.
Wait, real quick. Do you have someone in chat just wants to know? Do you have a Twitter or an X?
I do have a Twitter. Let me check what my username is. I made it using like a random number generator, so it has a bunch of numbers at the end, so it looks like a spam account. It's called
Incredible.
@mental339631.
Based. All right.
Let's see
Continue
what else there is.
Whatever real takes. Yeah.
Oh, my crazy take. Well, maybe let's start simpler. Do you think that there's a negative externality to soda consumption?
Well, probably mostly like sugar, but yeah.
Yes. That's the next part. Is like, insofar as there's a negative externality, it's not in soda itself. Soda's not bad because soda's bad because sugar. And you want to kind of tax the underlying problem. I think we should go further with this. I think there should be a negative externality tax on calories, because what makes sugar bad is not sugar, it's that it has calories. So we should be non-distortionary with our tax policies. And
I mean,
the proposal.
I get. I'm not sure. Okay. So the issue with sugar, I think, is not intrinsic to like all calories, right? Like I understand, like at the end of the day, calories in, calories out is kind of what matters. But like the issue, like sugar, part of it is it's probably somewhat it not necessarily addictive. It probably can be technically addictive or whatever. But like you don't.
It's not calorically dense. Or sorry, it's not nutritionally dense.
Yeah.
It can lead to like spikes in insulin and higher rates of diabetes. I agree with all of that stuff. I guess and to be clear,
isn't an
there's a couple
externality
more
or
twists
some
on
type of
this tax
externality
policy we
insofar as
can
it
get
like
into.
decreases or
I would
increases like
say
healthcare
you
premiums
want
and decreases public health
one
standpoint?
problem at a time and use different tax policies for different things. So if you want to say like, look, calories are bad because it leads to obesity, you do the calorie tax. And separately, if you also want to say, we want people to have more nutrient-dense foods, you can either subsidize nutrient-dense foods or tax foods that don't have nutrient density, either or. But you should separate these problems in your head. You shouldn't try to solve everything at one time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess, yeah, I don't know. Like, it's not a horrible idea in theory or anything. Technically, maybe optimally.
No,
sure.
How I would do this administratively is I would tax calories at the point of production. So from farms, essentially. And then that would basically be passed on to consumers for the most part, whether they are eating that in a baked good or something from a restaurant or something they're cooking at home. The proposal I wrote up, I think at the time, was a 25-cent tax for 100 calories. And the last spin on it is essentially you take the bucket of revenue per month on this tax, and you look forward to the next month, and you send out a monthly check to every citizen equal to, let's say, 2,100 calories a day worth of the tax from last month's tax revenues. So everybody is functionally only taxed on overconsumption. Now, the check size you send to people can, if you have centralized health data, be set to what you think their ideal caloric consumption should be, times like 1.15. But that's the idea.
I mean, I think you might have sold me. I think that might be at least.
Yes,
theoretically,
yes.
Yeah.
One more step towards Soviet dystopia where people are talking about the government owning everything and taxing everything. Yes.
Hold on. Sample text is being annoying. That's not that's an internality. It harms public health by harming each individual internally. It's still an internality. I thought.
No, it's an externality because we have social obligations to care for people who are sick. So when you get sick prematurely, I have to pay for your medical costs through social insurance or private insurance.
Yeah, I guess.
Unless we're allowed to raise people's premiums.
Yeah, like it's true, obviously, that the person that's negatively affected is also the person that buys the soda, but like you're imposing a cost on other people because they have to subsidize you in some way. That's how I understand externality, but maybe I don't know.
Yeah, there's an internal cost and an external cost. Now, I would say the internal cost is like internalized because they also get the benefit, which is the tasty soda. Like there's like a trade-off there. Okay, I get tasty soda. I also get negative health consequences. Those are equivalent to me, or one's greater than the other. So I make the trade.
Absolute Pope
really
is anything in internality by this logic.
Where was I going to go? Oh, the next take. And Sample Text is going to get pissed at this because he thinks I'm stealing this from other people. But in reality, I am the originator of this idea. This is original lexidecimal thought that others have been spreading around like gospel, and he falsely attributes it to them. I would like a state-owned monopoly on dog breeding.
Yeah, I wonder who else stole that take from you. I wonder.
SDL.
Yeah, I know. But
oh, okay.
I guess I don't. Yeah, clearly someone in my chat really wants me to inform you that he thought your account was a woman. So, I guess there you go.
On Twitter or on Discord?
In my YouTube chat. I'm assuming he means your Twitter account, but.
Oh well, the profile photo is like a drawing of a woman, but I said that as the profile photo when I was like 14 because I thought it was a nice photo.
Sure.
Yeah, transvestigate me.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess I don't know the best solution to end like a lot of dog breeding or whatever. It's not clear to me whether like a ban or some type of tax or just a state monopoly would be, I guess, most effective.
I'm not trying to reduce the amount of dogs being bred. The purpose of the state-owned monopoly is that you can essentially split up the population that wants dogs in two ways. One is by people that have high standards for dogs from dog breeders, and some that have lower standards from dogs from dog breeders. And now the people that have higher standards for dogs from dog breeders don't only have it because they personally desire a quote-unquote higher quality dog. It's also because they believe that they have a moral obligation to dogs. So they want things like genetic testing of the parents, x-rays on the parents to study their hips for hip dysplasia risk. All of those things to make sure that the dog lives a good life from this breeder. That's one split across the demand for dogs. The other split is going to be between people that want a dog from a dog breeder and people who want to adopt a dog from a shelter. Now, people who adopt a dog from the shelter typically also do it because they feel they have some kind of moral obligation. The problem here is that the exact group of people that have high standards from dog breeders are the same group that inevitably end up adopting dogs from shelters for the most part, or at least there's large overlaps, which means the only group left that has demand from dog breeders, where almost all dogs come from dog breeders, is people that don't have high standards. And thus dog breeders can lower their standards of breeding. And that means that everybody suffers because the entire population of dogs is worse off. So to solve this, you can do a state-owned monopoly that essentially sets a minimum bar for dog breeding standards. And you can also, not only that, you can phase out dog breeds over time without doing a harsh ban right away.
Well, I mean, that's what kind of, I guess that's what I'd be most probably concerned about, that's the goal that I want to achieve. I think there are a lot of dog breeds that should probably just be phased out.
I think that's fine. There's other ways to do it, but this is, I think, the cleanest way. For me, I think the primary problem.
So what was the first group of people you're talking about? You're saying people who think they have a moral obligation to dogs or whatever, and they select for certain traits. I think I was confused on the first group.
People that have a high standard from dogs or dog breeders. They want that high standard not only because they personally want a pretty dog or something, but also because they feel they have an ethical obligation to make sure dogs are bred in a healthy way and dogs live a good life because they're healthy. So they demand from breeders with their dollars that these breeders be a lot more selective in their breeding. They do genetic testing on the parents, stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
The last case of why this would be useful is that it can actually set a real standard for service animals, which currently the ADA does not.
Repeat that. Sorry, I was reading chat.
So right now, service animals, there's no certification for it set by the government. It's just like service animals exist. And through a state-owned monopoly, you can set a minimum standard since all of them will be coming from this.
Yeah, well, seemingly we could do that independently, but like you could just have some certification process, right? And I would assume state governments already have that to some extent. It probably varies by.
No, they don't.
Really?
I'm not aware of any state that has. Right now, how it works is essentially you have a dog. You say they're a service animal. Maybe they were trained, maybe they were not. When you enter a business, they are only allowed to ask you, is this a service animal? And they are allowed to ask you, what is the service animal for? And then nothing else can be done unless the dog starts causing a scene, in which case then you can have them removed.
Okay, yeah.
That's basically the only requirements.
Wants to know why not monopolize shelters, which will push the caring people towards breeding options.
Because we're not trying to we don't want to actually reduce the amount of people that are adopting from shelters. We still want dogs in shelters to enter homes. So we can't just tax that until nobody is adopting dogs from shelters. We still need them to get adopted.
I mean, I guess presumably, there would just be less shelter dogs, at least in the long term, if you monopolized it and pushed people towards adopting more expensive, dogs with selected for traits that made them healthier. But
so let's think this through. So let's say we essentially monopolize shelters, and we set the price to buy a shelter dog incredibly high, which pushes people towards getting dogs from breeders. Now, the first problem I see is that insofar as there are people that feel they have social obligations to shelter dogs, they're probably not that price sensitive. But I do think you will see some shift. It's not going to be nothing. The second thing is, okay, now we have all these people going to dog breeders, that's good. But still a portion of the population will either have to move or something is not right or something changes and they have to give up their dog. Now that dog goes to the shelter. We can assume the amount of dogs going to shelter is still going to be somewhat fixed as the previous amount. maybe a little smaller since the dogs you can expect are slightly better, but it's still going to be a fixed ratio, I think. But there's going to be far fewer people adopting these dogs because they're much more expensive. So now you just end up getting a surplus amount in shelters.
I mean, okay, so shelters, to my understanding, I guess they do, they take in dogs and people are, they have to give them up or whatever. I think they also, I guess they rescue dogs too. I'm not sure if the shelters that are like, I know there's shelters that are government owned or whatever that that are relatively common, at least where I am. I know they don't do any breeding or anything of their own. But as I'm not certain, first of all, that all shelters don't do that. I would imagine.
The only other thing I can think of that would be useful for the monopoly as well is that dog training is like far, far, far from the soft science. And there's so many essentially like contradicting takes out there in the dog world and people that are violently opposed to each other. And I would just love to see essentially a lot of centralized data on large scale projects of how to train a dog efficiently. Because I genuinely think if you manage to crack that code by just having a large government project here and a lot of centralized research, you could probably reduce a lot of problems in social dynamics with dogs. Not just between dogs, but also for like humans and the problems humans have with dogs.
That's probably true. That is true. Yeah. We need that's it. See, I would, if I was president, I would have my own, how do I make an acronym of Doge where like it's just a data collection organization? It's like
and it even works because dog is in the name.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Let's see what other.
Well, I mean, I would do it for. I want like Palantir, but like just for natural experiments. Okay, I want some organization just collect like any conceivable natural experiment we're studying or something. Okay, they just collect a bunch of data. They just release it, and people can use it for whatever.
I think it was is it Medlock on Twitter? You have to know Medlock on Twitter.
Yeah, of course.
I think it was him that tweeted when Doge like cut a bunch of census surveys that have been going on for a long time.
Yeah.
It's like, how is it that when we put the first autist in charge of government, the first thing they do is cut data collection? Which I think is a pretty good bit. How do you feel about, and I won't be able to speak to this too much because it's quite foreign even to my weird policy brain. Is it demurrage currency systems?
I'm not familiar, at least not off the top of my head.
I don't know. I think it's essentially a system that tries to have money depreciate over time as it exists longer in circulation. So that there's no, they would say rent extracted through the liquidity of money. Or rather than not liquidity, it's through the decomposition of money. Money lasts while all other goods decompose over time, which gives you an advantage.
Wait, okay, so I understand, like, if you're just trying to make a currency depreciate over time, like have some slow deflation, I understand that. Is the rephrase that last sentence?
You're talking about how goods decompose over time, but money does not? Is that the sentence?
Yeah. You're saying that there's no rent extracted through the liquidity of money, and then whatever you said in your last sentence.
I walked back the liquidity thing because I don't fully understand this. I just know some friends that are really interested in this. But as I understand it, it's that like if you have a crate full of bananas, let's say, and I have money, my money it lasts forever, while your bananas will rot over time. So I can essentially happily wait until you are more desperate to trade at a lower price. That's the concept.
I get. Well, I would imagine the reason it's generally lower prices is because it's lower quality as well. But Sample wants to know: are you referencing Silvio Gesell?
Giselle? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. That's the main guy that's for it. I think he was a Georgist as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar. I guess I'm more familiar with just like broadly, like deflation tends to not be very good. I'm like somewhat agnostic as to deflation caused by more supply side effects, but it's my understanding that you can there's at least papers out there studying episodes of deflation and finding like even deflation that was supply side deflation still seems to be somewhat correlated with like lower demand and lower output. Maybe I could read Selgin or whoever the fuck and change my mind, but
okay. What about, have you met the infamous and wonderful Derek on Discord, aka the UBI guy?
Nope.
I know Sampletex knows this guy, or at least I'm pretty sure he does. He is pretty close to another guy that seemed to have whole cloth crafted a strange monetary policy that they keep writing white papers on. Basically, right now, the Fed uses interest rates as the dial to control aggregate demand in the economy. Would you agree with that?
I guess.
You guess. Okay,
I think it's more. I mean, I do. Like I'm an endogenous money, I guess, and so I don't think the Fed has perfect control over the money supply, for example. And I think, because we also pay interest on reserves and stuff, but I guess that ultimately affects aggregate demand too. Like that is just another mechanism for affecting aggregate demand. But I guess probably sure, I could agree with that. Yeah.
Insofar as that is true, and developed economies, you are mostly dealing with demand side recessions. The problem with interest rates as a dial is one is that they're highly distortionary in where they affect the economy over time. They rapidly affect construction and they slowly trickle through others. The other problem is the time lag involved. I think it's something like 2 to 4 months or something like that. So you start seeing the full effects of interest rates, and because of that, you're kind of flying in the dark, especially during kind of shaky periods in the economy where you need to move fast and you're not quite sure what to do. Instead of using interest rates as the primary dial, instead you should use a UBI that is that's financed through seniorage or monetary finance.
Didn't don't they just call it consumer monetary theory? I feel like
yes, that's Derek and Alex.
Yeah, did Econoboy talk to one of them, or are they?
Oh, yeah, I think he did a long time ago.
Yeah, I guess I'm familiar. I haven't spoken to him or anything, but yeah, I'm familiar with the broad idea of consumer monetary theory, and I think I've seen Econoboy talk to at least someone who supports it. So yeah.
Yeah, do you have any thoughts on it, or?
I don't know. It's interesting, and I don't think it's like. I don't see any reason why it would obviously be catastrophic. I feel like I don't know. I might just have status quo bias. Well, no, I definitely have status quo bias. So it's hard. It's hard for me to think about it when we've used interest rates for so long, and it's presumably there's not very good empirical evidence about any of this stuff.
Literally nothing.
Yeah.
Everything about it sounds like it makes sense to me, but I've literally I want to be clear. Alex and Derek are both, to my knowledge, smart guys. They aren't internet meme lords. They seem to really be trying to do real work, but they are not economists. I've never seen a real economist speak about this. And even if just one did, I would be like, oh, I guess they aren't cranks. I don't trust myself.
I guess there's no I would assume you think the same. There's no obvious reason to me why it would be catastrophically bad or anything. Maybe I could think and
Only
find out
problem
like
is
it's not
potentially
optimal.
political influence. Because
Yeah,
the
sure.
UBI is so like part of the reason the Fed is politically insulated is because like the median voter does not understand the Fed.
Of course, yeah.
But they would understand like a $40 UBI check that month.
Mhm.
Other than that, I also
Well, maybe
maybe
that
I
like
don't
one of the like a lot of people, I don't want to say hate the Fed, but like they're like the fact that they're like, oh my god, these people fucking bailed out the banks and they didn't give the regular people, they didn't give the regular people a shit, bro. So like maybe like it probably get the
Even
Fed
that
a
I
more
think is a little
positive,
bit
like a
of
positive perception at least. So
that's true until you have to cut the UBI because demand's too high.
yeah, it's like, I guess.
The other thing that I don't often give this argument of theirs, but it seems to be their primary argument, but I'm either not understanding or not convinced. They seem to believe that because the primary mechanism that interest rates increases aggregate demand for consumers is by first giving cheaper loans to businesses, and then those loans cause them to invest in capital and labor. And then when they hire labor, that labor turns into consumers with income. And this process for them, they believe, leads to a lot of essentially bullshit jobs. Jobs where people really should not have to work, but the economy needs more aggregate demand. So we're kind of siphoning people into jobs just to get the income. And they believe that with a calibrated UBI, where you're just giving money directly to people, you're going to free up labor that otherwise was not necessary.
Yeah, I'm less convinced by that. I mean, obviously, speaking of a non-economist, I know like the bullshit jobs is written by one.
I'm getting a call from my girlfriend, so I'm gonna go AFK for a moment, but I'll jump back
Nerd. Wow. This guy, not a true cell. Not a true cell. Unbelievable. I definitely have seen at least some of Econoboy talking to that dude, Econoboy. Oh, you know what? Is it even on his channel anymore? Might have unlisted it. Econoboy. Archive.
Hi, chat. How's it?
I'm pretty sure it's somewhere in the videos thing. It's just negatively target insect GDP, bro. This is true. And GDP targeting is good because it will reduce recessions, which will reduce insect suffering. Okay. That's the primary reason. Can I search? I guess I fucking own the channel, so I could just search it in the YouTube studio if I do it too. I can't search unlisted videos. Oh wait, actually, can't I just Control F? There we go.
We're waiting. We're ready to learn. We're ready to talk consumer monetary theory, and I've got my challenges. I'm sure you've heard them before, though, so you'll probably have some good answers to them. How about you introduce yourself, Alex? What's consumer monetary theory? But first,
this is Alex.
You?
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm Alex. Until a little over 10 years ago, I was a software developer, and I also had some jobs testing video games and stuff like that.
Which video games?
Yeah. So the games I worked on were there's a game you've never heard of called Alter Echo for Xbox and PS2. And then I worked on SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom, which I later found out became like a cult classic among SpongeBob fans, and they actually remade it, yeah, which is pretty cool.
What's up?
Too much. I just had to check by a couple things. Yeah. Also, why do you stream at 5 a.m.?
Well, I don't really usually, but my sleep schedule is pretty fucked up right now. Usually I'll stream at like 6 or 7, oh my god, p.m. and then go until like 2 a.m. But I started streaming at midnight, so.
I see. All that Christmas travels messed up your time zones or something?
No, I just fuck it up sometimes. I just have too much caffeine and then, do something.
Ooh,
do,
speaking of caffeine, vice taxation.
Mhm.
We gotta start taxing that coffee ASAP.
Never. No. No.
I think a lot about vice taxation. It's one of the areas that I probably spend the most of my weird free time thinking about. I don't have a good philosophical justification for some forms of vice taxation. Most of it is related to like negative externalities. But what do you agree with vice taxation? Do you think some's bad, some's good? Where do you fall on it?
I mean, yeah, like there might be some cases where like it's not just administratively feasible to do it, but I'm always going to think it's, if it actually increases social welfare, it's almost certainly going to be net positive. So.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't being clear with my language. I don't think about just vice taxes. I think more vice policy, whole cloth. The main avenues I see for managing vices are banning, taxation, state-owned monopoly, regulation.
So this is the article chat told me to read. This is about
maybe
Matt
a
Iglesias
couple
saying
other
Democrats should not like
cases.
ban
But those are the
fracking or
main
whatever.
things you do. Where I guess the reason I think about this so much is because vice is one of those interesting policy areas where you can't just like look into it and be like, here's the good policy. Like, here's the real good one, the wonk one. Because in reality, every vice is highly individual and reacts very differently to different vice or to different forms of control. Like, for example, the main thing that makes a vice harder or easier to ban is basically how concentrated the production of it is and how easy it is to distribute. So like it's very easy to do a ban on cars because it's hard for one person to make a car. You need a large factory. There's only a few of those. They're easy to target. And it's hard to distribute a car, secretly at least. While, let's say we wanted to like ban pornography, if we become like a hyper-Christian nation, it's very hard to ban pornography because literally anyone can make it on their own, and it's very easy to distribute.
You will not stop me from gooning. You cannot do it.
Oh, yeah, I'm genuinely so close to blocking you, bro.
Oh shit! Yeah.
I'm not joking. That's my econ feed. I think I've seen more of your thirst posts than your econ posts.
Bro, they do better.
That's awful. That's awful. If I see like 2 more, I am gonna unfollow. Do you always get a like from the women you're thirsting on? I need to know.
Not always. It depends on the woman. Like the Candace girl, she'll like them about like 50% of the time. It depends how funny I am.
Candace is actually a perfect example of what I try to keep my econ feed to. I followed Candace because I was like, oh, nice, maps. And then I was like,
it's like,
okay, I've seen like 5 thirst posts. I'm gonna unfollow now.
Yeah, I don't know who else I do it to regularly because a lot of times it's
like randos.
He keeps a spreadsheet. There's people what spreadsheet do you keep? Do you keep a spreadsheet of the number of goon posts that you see from people? Is that what?
Me?
Yeah.
No. I'm just like 1, 2. Look, anytime I'm on my Twitter feed and I start seeing thirst posts, I think like, what would my mom think? What would my girlfriend think? And if I see 1 too many, I'm like, unfollow. That's all I need to think about.
Yeah, I think I got.
So next time you start posting your weird thirsting, just think, what would your mom think? I know you don't have a girlfriend, so I don't have to say that.
Yeah, my mom said I should swear less in videos and be nicer to people.
That's so true. She's so real for that.
Yeah. Sample is talking about me. Apparently, I don't have any spreadsheets of nothing. Don't know what you mean. Don't know what you mean.
Scary. But yeah, that's the broad areas I think about for vice policy. Like an example is, do you think that in the case of weed, that we should have had a state-owned monopoly for distribution or for sale, like we do for some states with liquor stores?
No, but that might. I would have to maybe think about it. I guess I don't think like weed's probably a negative externality still. It's just probably ideally we would not really have much of it, but it's probably not that big, and it's not like I know the like state-owned alcohol stores like do probably reduce variety for consumers and stuff, and like although alcohol is a negative externality, like it probably it's fine to just tax it and let variety still exist or whatever. Like it seems like a tax would probably be better. I don't know.
I guess I think of state-owned monopoly as useful in the case where you want to halt or slow the impede of further innovation in addiction. So, for example, I think even the cannabis example I think is pretty apt here, where like if you went to a dispensary like right when they became legal, you find pretty radical differences in what's being sold now. Now, to be clear, I don't think like if you go into a dispensary now, they're selling like fentanyl. It's not going to kill you. It's not going to ruin your life. But you are seeing essentially a rapid increase in the strength of cannabis being sold.
You could
And you
could
want
have an exponential tax, like every plus 10% more THC. There's a added 50% tax or something like.
That's true. You could do that, but you start running into administrative costs, and you also start running into.
Well, you would run into administrative costs with a monopoly too, right? Like if the government literally had to
That's
own,
kind of the point of
like
the
own real
monopoly
estate and stuff.
Insofar as that's the other nice thing about state-owned monopoly and vices. Insofar as you are chief neolib shell and think state-owned enterprises are inferior to private and they have all these problems, well, that's perfectly fine. That's essentially identical to the tax. It's shifting up the cost of alcohol by lowering the supply because of inefficiencies in production or sale.
Well, kind of, but like obviously, I would prefer like the optimal, like there's some optimal amount of alcohol to be sold or whatever, and I think like ideally the tax would shift supply to the point of whatever that optimal point is, and then the optimal quantity would be supplied very well and efficiently by the private market.
Oh no. Ban him, kick him.
You pissed him off too much. Oh no. He's been summoned.
Sample text, don't you have like a chemistry test that you
I'm
have to
sorry. I'm hearing some retarded shit. I have to reply. No, you're talking about some administrative costs.
I'm very happy with what you're saying right now.
Listen up. The taxes are net revenue, even if they have some administrative costs. It's not a problem to do. And taxes are way more flexible. Why is the solution? Oh, alcohol is kind of.
I can deafen, but why?
What? No, maybe like tax it a little bit, but it also is pretty awesome. Why the monopoly is so extreme?
Well, no, what you're trying to do is dampen the innovative force here. It's like if we imagine that all vices were fixed and none could be developed further, that would be one thing. But that's not the case. Most vices can grow to be much stronger with market forces, and you're trying to reduce those market forces. So
yeah, that's an even better argument for my position. If they evolve over time, that means a monopoly is not a constant solution. We don't need an extreme constant solution. We want something flexible, like taxes. Monopolies suck.
I mean, yeah. I mean, a tax would also, insofar as it, reduces the amount people buy, would still reduce like the after tax.
Yeah,
profit.
yeah. If
Like,
if someone like let's say we tax cigarettes, so now we have the optimal amount of cigarette consumption, which is not zero, obviously. Even a monopoly would not have zero. So you tax cigarette consumption. Now we have innovation in cigarettes, like vapes or whatever. And let's say vapes are worse for some reason. To me, it seems like vice innovation makes things better over time. But maybe you think otherwise. I don't know why. Well, let me finish. I'm just saying. If innovation occurs over time, that means we need to change the policy somewhat. So it's way easier to change the tax rate than to adjust the monopoly, maybe abolish the monopoly, and now do something else. Like what? Why a monopoly all the time? What is this socialist nonsense?
Exactly wrong, because you can right now see how effective we've been at being flexible to apply a new tax to vapes and to apply different regulations to vapes. That's mostly
What?
failed.
No, what? Why are people taxing devices all the time? It's pretty awesome. It works pretty awesome. Sugar taxes are pretty awesome.
No, I'm saying that when a new innovation occurs that is substantial enough that it falls under a different consumer product, the tax often doesn't apply. It's going to depend on how you form the tax, obviously, but the tax.
And does Sweden adjust its state monopoly? No.
Well, no, the state monopoly would be.
So,
I guess
let me put it this way: if you have a state monopoly on.
Also, innovation's a global thing. If we, if Sweden does its state monopoly thing, the innovation on alcohol probably comes from the U.S. or from other country. It's not a domestic thing, almost most of the time.
I'm mostly thinking about within the U.S. context where a lot of innovation occurs. But you're right. If you were a smaller country, it would be different.
No, but either way, we had innovation on alcohol. When did Sweden adjust its monopoly? I'm just saying, if innovation occurs, you need to change the policy, right? Like, let's say alcohol. To my mind, it probably became safer, but whatever. If state monopolies were the optimal policy at 1990 or something, and I don't grant that, but let's say it's true. Surely, if alcohol became worse or better or something, then state monopoly is not optimal anymore. But they still have the state monopoly. So why state monopoly? It's so inflexible.
Because the state monopoly. So what I would put it is that sometimes innovation leads you to fall out of what was previously a tax category, but it would still fall under the same monopoly.
Why could
I cannot hear you? What?
Make the definitions the same. I guess it's not clear to me, like why, like if something is a new product, why the state monopoly would still, like why the state would still have a legally mandated monopoly there, but like you couldn't just tax it. Like it seems like
why can the state monopoly grow to encompass the new thing, the new innovative thing, but not the tax policy? Like that makes no sense.
Give me an example.
Alcohol, like cigarettes. I think cigarettes are a good example. We have a cigarette tax, right? Cigarettes are bad because nicotine. Whatever. We tax cigarettes. Now we have the optimal amount of cigarette consumption. But now you're saying, they innovated on cigarettes and suddenly made it worse. I don't grant that innovations on vices make them worse over time, but let's say they do. Now that's bad. Wait, now that's bad. So let's say they innovated vapes. They invented vapes. And let's say vapes are worse, which they're not. Okay, now we have vapes. Hopefully I don't have background noise too much, by the way. Either way.
You do have some.
Yeah, we should really kick them out for that background noise on phone. We gotta get on that. Your stream quality's falling.
What?
Hey,
No,
sample
you're
text
good, you're good.
won Stream Ally of the Year. Okay, the people still like him. So.
That's right. So pipe down, Alexa. Either way.
Sorry,
So now we have vapes. And let's say the tax doesn't encompass vapes, right? Well, why would the state monopoly encompass vapes as well? That makes no sense. And why would innovation matter here? So long as it's not. Either way, that's a new argument. We can get into that. I just don't. Why state monopoly? It's just so extreme, not flexible, not efficient of a measure. When I say not efficient, I mean not even efficient in curbing it.
Well, I think in the U.S. context, it does matter somewhat because a lot of the time, I don't want to go into that new argument that you've been purposely holding off of, but I do think a lot of the time innovations within the vice industry are making vices worse, or at the very least more addictive. And if you are one of the global centers...
Are you saying Gigafent is worse than Fent? Are you saying that? Are you on record saying...
What did I say?
Are you saying Uberfent is worse than Fent? Is that what you're saying on record?
Mega true. Truth nuke.
And so, okay, either way, keep going.
If we are one of the innovative powerhouses of the world, if you put a halt somewhat on the kind of innovative powers through a state-owned monopoly and through the efficiencies that follow through that, and you're also essentially injecting some kind of social goals as well as profit-seeking goals in this organization, which I know you hate most of the time, but perhaps if it's an industry with negative externalities, you can forgive it.
No, you could just tax that too, but I don't get it. I don't get it. So let's say we have a state monopoly on cigarettes. It's 1990. Everyone smokes, whatever. We do a state-owned monopoly. Why would people not invent vapes now? Why is that a thing? Why? I don't get it. That makes no sense. Innovation is just tapping into some profit you can make. You could make the profit either way.
It would be dependent on the form monopoly. If it's a monopoly just on the point of sale, there would still be a lot of innovation that would probably eventually invent vapes. But if you were doing a monopoly on production as well, they probably wouldn't be reinvesting as much to innovate.
I just don't look. It's just a very simple thing. It's just if you have let's say you draw the supply demand curve, and then you draw let's say we're talking about externalities. Oh, I know we're talking about internalities, and I know you don't know the difference, but let's talk about the externality context. You have the private cost, and then you have the social cost. I am mean. We have the private cost, and then we have the social cost. A tax tells us exactly how much. This tells us exactly what the tax rate needs to be, but the state monopoly is just one thing. You cannot. That's not flexible, right? Like if the externality becomes a lot worse, the state monopoly stays the state monopoly. You don't get the utility maximizing rate. How do you calculate the utility maximizing rate? I don't get it.
I'm skeptical of the state's ability to set optimal tax policy because of political capture and also political incompetence. So I tend to prefer a state monopoly, which at worst overtaxes so much, which I think is preferable to the much more likely outcome of undertaxing.
What? No. Why are we saying this? Why are we saying overtaxing is much preferable to not? Well, by definition, it's the utility amount, right? Like, how can overtaxing be more preferable? But by overtaxing, you're by definition doing some harm equivalent to undertaxing by that amount, right? Like I don't know.
Amount. Like if we set, let's say, if the ideal cigarette tax was, this is an arbitrary number, obviously it would be too high in real life, but let's say it's like $100 for a pack. Obviously, the more welfare would be gained if we overtax by $50 and undertax by $50. You would agree with that?
I don't. You need to draw the supply demand curve. I don't know.
Well, you were the one that said they would be equivalent.
Unless you think just what's the demand curve? It depends on the elasticity. I don't know. I don't agree.
You were literally.
I think it's right.
Hold on. Okay. I do want to know. Okay, example. I'm just I don't know. Like the definition of externality I was taught was just like a transaction that like imposes a cost on a third party. I don't know.
Right.
For me,
what's the third party here? If I drink soda, it harms me, and I just underprice it. It's an underpriced internality.
Well, no, it harms everyone else who has to some degree subsidize your health, right? That'd be the
then by that no the main cost by soda consumption comes from people harming themselves, not by people putting a strain on hospitals or something. That's just not like it's just I don't know. That I reflect on it and it's obvious. It's just pretty obvious.
Yeah, but you wouldn't disagree.
When I hear someone die, even think about it. When I hear someone's in the hospital, I don't think the main harm comes from, oh no, the hospital system is overstrained now. No, I think, oh no, someone's in the hospital. They're suffering in the hospital because they're in the hospital. And that's where you go when you suffer. Like it's just obvious to me the main harm comes to the person and not to society.
This is like if, for example, like we had a factory making jeans and they polluted the river in the process and that created some amount of negative externality.
That's an externality. That's an externality.
I know that's an externality. Let me finish the
I don't think you know that. Yeah, go ahead.
If that was the case, you'd be like, oh, the negative externality is such a small part of the actual harms. Look at all the harms of the workers that have to give their time. And
No, I
the
would not say
landowner
that.
has
That's
to give their
retarded.
time. And the
What? That's
people
retarded.
that know
No,
it's
I would not say that
compensated.
for two
The
reasons.
same way that
I
the
would not say
soda
that.
drinker is
No,
compensated because they got to drink the tasty soda.
obviously not. I would obviously not say that for two reasons. One, they already priced that in when they worked for the company. So I would say, oh, yeah, they do suffer when they work, but they get a wage that they agree to more than the work. So obviously they're profiting. Wait.
Same for the
But I
soda.
would say the main harm comes from the village that now cannot drink water down the road. That's where I would think the main harm is. With cigarettes, the problem is that people are addicted, and so they overconsume it. Right? They underprice how bad it is for them. And that's why it's an internality. That's why soda is underpriced. People don't know. People like underpriced calories irrationally. And Tavers has issues with that concept because he's like some libertarian word shit.
I think you're
But
underpricing how sick it is and how good it feels to be addicted. Maybe it's personally priced in.
people addiction is what makes you underpriced, right? Like your preferences change irrationally as you consume more and more. You're not aware of that, but when you start,
Everybody should get addicted. Non-farm endorses this stream.
no, but you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. When I see someone like, let's say, eating poison, I think the harm, even if they price it and they know like, oh, poison will make me feel kind of bad, they don't know how bad it will really make them feel, so they're underpricing it. To me, it's pretty obvious, and I don't know what you're basing it on, but to me, it's pretty obvious that the main harm from this event will be that they're now the delta between what they thought they would be harmed and what they actually would be harmed is way bigger than, oh no, now we have someone in the hospital and the public health system is kind of overstrained. And also by this notion of like, as long as you impact any third party, it's an externality. Like nominally, nothing becomes an internality, right? Like let's say I underprice, I don't know, some video game. Well, now if I how bad the video game is. Now, if I play that video game for 5 more minutes than I really should be, then now I'm kind of not in work, so I can have less income, and so that affects my kids, which affects their kids, which affects the insect population or something. Like everything is an externality with this notion.
Everything's an externality because of the insect population. Actually, this is true. I agree
That's
with
so
this.
true.
Yeah, I don't think that's informative. I don't think that's informative.
And your effects in future populations. No, I understand what you're saying. Sample text. I agree. I can, yeah.
We need like a negative externality calculation problem.
Well, that's a thing. That's a real thing, and that's a real thing. That's why I'm like, that's why Coase theorem is awesome, and that's why you should not be like, oh, just tax everything like Econoboy or whatever the fuck. Just gotta.
I guess so. I would also maybe this doesn't matter a ton for like aggregate welfare or whatever, but I'd probably be worried that like a lot of like the loss from like a monopoly on something, would be like wait time instead of like just like increased price or like, just lower quality. And it's like I probably want the optimal quantity to be supplied, at high quality.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Not only that, we know for a fact a lot of vice innovation improves the product, right? Vapes are way preferable to cigarettes. So if we had a state monopoly, maybe we are less likely to invent cigarettes, but maybe we're also less likely to invent vapes, which I would want better than fent cigarettes. And and we don't have either in the United States. And I see people vaping. I don't see people fent cigaretting. So seems like that's on the whole, at least in the cigarette context, would be preferable to just tax. I don't even grant the whole state reduces innovation in the vice thing.
I guess part of this is I don't think that. I understand what you're saying with internalities, where theoretically there's an ideal amount of vice consumption that can occur. But for some forms of vices, I think that if they were never introduced to it, they would have no more or less welfare than a life where they were introduced to it. In that sense, the ideal amount of vice to consume for some vices is 0.
I think there is the optimal amount of fent consumption is not 0. I think the optimal amount of cheating is not 0. I think the optimal amount of no, I should not say that. Is not 0, but yeah.
The problem.
Yeah.
What's the optimal amount of Holocaust jokes?
Hold on. The problem
That's
with
right.
that cheating one sample is it introduces an information asymmetry in all relationships, so it's probably ideal that it would be 0. Because even if it was, let's say, 1, there would be an irrational fear by all people that their partner was cheating on them compared to the 0 counterfactual.
Right. Right. But you're saying by imposing the tax, we should have a state monopoly on cheating. Lexa convinced me. That's right. That sounds right.
I'm not saying there should be any. Things can be bad and you don't have to regulate them. There are cheating may be a market failure. It doesn't mean you need to regulate it.
No, that's right. That's right.
I think cheating is honestly solved by like, what's the name of this subfield of economics? Like information discovery, where you just interview people, and for some reason we called that a subfield of economics, studying when people do job interviews. Like similarly, okay, you just kind of like vet your partner a little bit beforehand, and it's chill. It resolves the information asymmetry.
Sam's free to join if he wants.
Right.
I don't.
You your
Every
partner.
information asymmetry thing ever.
Or either way, you got. I just think people who advocate state monopolies almost never draw a supply demand curve and show me how the monopoly production is actually producing the optimal quantity. They almost never do that. I know I'm speaking like Kaplan. I've been watching his lectures for the past 5 days now, and I'm getting the Kaplanisms. I speak like him a little bit. I do the thing where I say something. I say an obvious statement, and then I do this thing where I finish the statement like this. Either way, no. I'm saying you should draw the supply-demand curve and show me how, even without innovation, like the state monopoly produces the optimal quantity, because that's very easy to do with taxes. I don't see that with monopolies. Same goes for dog breeding.
Well, I'm not trying to change the total supply of dogs being bred and supplied. I'm trying to change the quality of them by shifting demand, essentially.
Well, then still tax. It seems like a tax does it better.
I mean,
I don't know. You should show me how the state monopoly
supply.
Tell me what tax would you do?
High quality.
What tax would you do?
Wait, on dogs?
Yeah.
That's for another time. I'm busy right now. I got to go back. But
you put it on shelters, which I already said doesn't work.
Right. No. I said no. I said do the state monopoly on shelters, and now, well, the people who are caring or whatever that don't go to breeding would have no choice but going into breeding. At least most of them, because the state produces less sheltering now, and so now we improved the consumers of the dog breeding industry. And either way, when you say we don't want a monopoly on shelter, when you say we don't want a monopoly on shelter, is because we still want like the dogs to be sheltered or whatever. I still want dogs to be bred. A dog is a dog. Existing good beings is a good thing, and so why would I want less dogs?
I probably, as long as they're high quality or like live good lives, I probably want more dogs to be bred. Like generally speaking, like I don't want.
Right.
Well, dogs are primarily carnivores, so they have a lot of harms they commit. So we got.
No, that's not true. That's not true. There are carnivores who are net positive. For example, animals who eat insects.
That's true. I was gonna say, but maybe the dogs being around reduces the insect population.
What's their impact on the insect population? That's the first thing. That's the first question you always ask.
Okay, got you. I think Peter Singer would ritualistically kill all of them, but that's for another time.
I would, yeah. Either way.
There was something else I was going to ask about. I'm trying to remember now. I got derailed by an attack from sample tax.
It's also taxes apply to things that are not produced but are done individually. You can tax or fine people if they speed or if they goon or if they cheat. But you cannot state monopolize speeding, gooning, and cheating. So taxes win 10 out of 10 times. It's just very easy.
Yeah, I don't advocate for doing state monopolies on things that are impossible. I don't even. You're fighting against like sample text. You're picking like somebody that's like 99.9% on your side, and you're choosing to like murder them over.
It doesn't matter. It's not about that. It's you call yourself a socialist, and so you are like
because I use a word on
aligning
your
yourself.
ideological enemy now?
Yes.
Oh, so
Right. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That's right. That is right. That is right. That is
I want DBCFT. That's real socialist
that is
praxis.
that. No, it's not real socialism. It destroys socialism. It's like either way, I gotta go. I'll listen to the stream, but this is could be formulated. This is suboptimal policy, and I don't stand for that.
I
don't stand for that.
Some insane rage bait while he's gone listening in.
We need a state monopoly on lexidecimal takes, and that's the ultimate insult.
No,
that's the ultimate insult.
Ooh, I would love
That's
that.
the ultimate
In charge
insult.
of my own little czar office where I just get to write my takes out. Beautiful.
That's right. That's right. I gotta go. Have fun. Bye bye.
Yep. See ya.
All right, I've been giving my takes for a minute. Non-fun, you got any?
I don't know.
Because I'm not even that familiar with your game. I haven't seen your streams before outside of just talking with you or seeing your tweets.
Yeah. I don't know. So, I mean, I'm assuming you know sample text better than me. I'm going to be pretty closely aligned with sample text on a lot of things. I guess I don't think I support anything like that. Controversial economically. Free trade is good. I think NGDP targeting is probably good. I'm less confident about that one, but still would, on balance.
What about are you what's the word for it? A hard incompatibilitist? I think that would be how it's said.
The free will stuff. I think that's
yeah.
So my credence in that has been lowered a bit, but I think I would say I'm still like I was hard determinism is what I've heard, but I think technically it's not deterministic because there's going to be quantum randomness, so it's not really deterministic and stuff. But yeah, I don't think there's got to be better defenses I haven't read or whatever. But I don't know. Most of the compatibilism stuff to me just provides some definition of free will that I just don't find very meaningful. So, yeah.
Wait, is very meaningful or isn't very meaningful?
That it doesn't provide a definition that I find very meaningful.
I see. Yeah, I basically come down to it where I don't see free will as compatible with randomness. I don't see free will as compatible with determinism.
Mm-hmm.
And I cannot imagine any kind of interaction between anything that's not random or determinist. And perhaps it's possible that there is a circle square out there that I'm unaware of, but I'm literally incapable of imagining such an interaction. So I'm kind of forced to assume that nothing is compatible with free will.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't like I said, I think there's more compatibilists out there. I know. I haven't read a ton into it. I read Sam Harris's book, and I read Robert Sapolsky wrote a book about it. He doesn't talk. Robert Sapolsky's book is a lot of more neuroscience stuff. It's not even like that much philosophy stuff. But the only solutions I've seen, like I said, are defining free will. That I've had one person say oh, free will just means being able to do actions that are worthy of praise or blame. And I'm like, that's just not. I just don't think that's what 99.9% of people ever think about when they think of free will. And if that is what free will means, and then I don't really think that's a definition of free will that provides any sort of moral guidance or whatever. Because if praise, if by praise and blame you just mean being able to say that you're morally responsible for something, then I disagree. Obviously, if by praise and blame you just mean be able to perform actions that are net good or net bad, and therefore be praised or blamed because of it, then that's just not a meaningful definition of free will.
I have seen. I actually can't even remember if I thought of this or I read it, so I'm not sure. But basically, it would go that perhaps everything about our life, in a sense, is determinist. But what is free will is like if we imagine our souls in a vacuum before we enter our bodies, our souls can weight like all of our different neurons in certain ways, so that we react in different things. We have different preferences, and obviously from there, the dominoes kind of roll down, or just nature and nurture all the way down from there. But the starting condition, that's the free will. But even that, I reject, because like, who picked my free will? Like it's just turtles all the way down.
Yep.
So I don't really. From there, that's kind of somewhat my justification for arguments like restorative justice and, to a degree, egalitarianism. Insofar as, since we don't have much of a say with our lot in life, we cannot be rewarded or blamed for our actions particularly, except insofar as that reward and that blame produces better outcomes for people. But no excessive.
I agree with that. I guess I don't think equality is intrinsically valuable, but like I also don't think people have any type of like moral claim to like the wealth they have, really. So it's like if redistribution leads to better outcomes, and it certainly does in some cases, like you should do it. Like it's
yeah. I think as far as I understand your model of utilitarianism, and insofar as I understand my model of egalitarianism, I think we probably would, even if we have different opinions about what would happen, our goals align on like 95% of things. It's only when you get to the weird marginal cases where you're like, okay, there's somebody on the top that would get more utility from this. Should we shift it down? And I would be more likely to say yes than you. But most of the time when you shift things down, you're producing more utility.
Yeah, especially because like, you should weight your uncertainty to some extent. So like, I think, I'm pretty confident that some type of consequentialism is true. I'm relatively confident, like, utilitarianism is true. But like, there's some possibility, like non-trivial possibility that like egalitarianism or even just like prioritarianism is true, right? So like, I should be willing to weight that like I'm wrong and that equality does have some intrinsic value. Now, I wouldn't weight that very much, but it would also make more things converge, in that like in my expected value calculation, I'm also probably weighing the chance that egalitarianism is true.
And I think in part it's because my model of egalitarianism is so similar to utilitarianism, is why I'm comfortable saying I'm an egalitarian. It's because like I basically have a weak belief in this, but if it was like radically different from my second most confident belief, then I would have I might have more hesitation labeling myself one or the other because they're in such dire conflict. But in this case, I'm almost like hedging my bets.
Sure. Yeah, exactly.
Other than that, I guess I don't really know where to go from a hard incompatibilities, where to go with like moral obligation or moral responsibility. I haven't really thought that one through, even though it seems quite important.
Yeah. It's
I don't have much thought there.
It gets weird. I always like in conversations, I'll adopt people's framing because people are using terms more colloquially, or it would just bog down the conversation way too much in the bullshit to and I want to talk about whatever I came there to talk about. But like, A, thinking that people don't have free will, and then B, also like me thinking that like, you should sort of just do what maximizes expected value, and it's kind of, I don't. It's hard for me to draw like a line with regard to like what is actually an obligation, as opposed to just like not doing something that maximizes expected value, and then like is there, like clearly if you had to just press a button to save the world and harm no one, like that you have some obligation to do it, and it's like, but there are probably some cases where doing an action would maximize expected value, like literally donating to the point of like marginal utility. But it feels weirder to say you have an obligation to do that. But I'm not sure those lines can be strictly drawn. I don't even know the term obligation makes sense for me because, I just think, there's whatever Mills quote that's just like actions are good insofar as they promote like, expected value, and bad insofar as they don't. Like, that might just be a better way of framing where I am with that. But
yeah. I guess what I was saying in terms of moral obligation is more like, how can this whole idea of moral obligation, like things you must do in order to be moral, is kind of predicated on this idea of being able to choose.
Of actually being an agent. Yes. Like,
yeah. Like, does anybody have any obligations then? Or, I don't know. As I said, I haven't really thought of it, but it certainly seems true that like the idea of obligation is itself a useful social tool to get better outcomes.
Yeah.
But like, if we were just like, everything's predetermined or random, it doesn't matter, and throw our hands in there, it's almost certain that we would get worse outcomes than if we pretended we had free will. There would be probably a lot more suffering in the world. How do you actually like? I think most of the people that are like, we need to bulldoze the Amazon and lay down parking lots to minimize harms. I think a lot of people get into that for the memeiness of it, even though I think it is a real argument you could make. Are you on the meme side of it, or has the has the lines blurred?
It's somewhat blurred because it's kind of like the Shrimp Welfare Project to some extent too. I think the Shrimp Welfare Project genuinely is like a really effective charity, and I've donated quite a bit to it, and I did my subathon to get other people to donate quite a bit to it. But it's also like, because it kind of sounds silly, like on its face, like it's also a good thing to like meme about. But also there's a strong argument to back it up. I think like with the insect stuff, it's kind of the same thing. I do like actually think that like, yeah, there's a non-trivial chance insects suffer, and like the insect population is like very large. So like we should be doing things to reduce the insect population, whether it be like just not conserving land or like actually like legitimately like, raising some land or whatever. I think we should be doing that. I think practically it'd be very hard to get that far in doing it. So like it's very unintuitive when you first hear it. So like I'm never bringing up in most debates, that point, and I'm never like, I don't think there's ever going to be a politician that I'm voting for based on that, really, because no one's going to have something that's substantial. But
I know it's easy to say on like the stream where like people are kind of egging on the contrarian meme take, which I don't think you always feed into. I don't think you're just doing this for contrarianism, to be clear. But like, if you genuinely right now like snap your fingers and like absolve all insect suffering, or like stop 29/11s, what would you pick if like you were actually legitimately in that situation, like your decision had that real weight?
Well, like my intuition is like, obviously at first glance going to be the not 29/11s, but like rationally, like I think the insect suffering is going to matter more, especially like when you say absolve all insect suffering. I'm assuming that's like indefinitely, right? Like we're imagining.
Yes.
Like I just make insects like pea zombies, like they just are, can't suffer at all. Yeah. Like I think rationally, like the insects make more sense, and I believe I would press the prevent the insect suffering button. Now maybe if I was actually put there, like maybe my intuition would just be too overwhelming, but like I believe I would press the insect button. Like, yeah.
And maybe I'm about to like out myself as a psychopath on stream. I apologize beforehand before your channel gets
I've done that. I've done it several times. Not you to me, but
since I was like, basically since I took like some bio classes, and then I started learning a little bit about like the evolutionary process, and started thinking about it pretty deeply and what motivates different kinds of behaviors. And after that is when I started getting interested in philosophy a little bit and started getting some amount of education. I don't think I understand what anybody means when they say they are conscious. I kind of think everyone, including myself, is a pea zombie.
True. I mean,
But
I
I'm
like
genuinely not joking.
it's obviously a very hard thing to define, and I don't think most people fully.
Like, I do think of myself as just an input-output machine. Now, obviously, I perceive information, but so does an input-output machine, insofar as we're kind of using the correct definition of perceive.
I mean, I just think of consciousness as like, having. I mean, it's not necessarily circular, but it doesn't. I don't know if it avoids the problem. It's just like having some subjective experience, like having sentient experience that you're able to perceive sense data. I guess it's probably theoretically you'd be able to be conscious without sense data, although I don't know what that would look like.
Yeah. I guess for me, I feel like that would mean that literally nothing is conscious or everything is conscious, because I don't know what subjective experiences is. Like, insofar as there is something that is perceiving information. And I would say basically any kind of information transfer implies some amount of perception. Maybe that's the logical leap that I'm taking that isn't orthodox here. That means that like everything is kind of doing this subjective perception, or nothing is, and then we're all pea zombies. But either way, the outcome, I guess, doesn't really change. Or maybe it does change, I don't know.
I mean, I think, I don't know, when you say perception, like perception to a computer is different than, I don't know if this will even avoid the problem again, but it's different than perception in a being, in the sense that a computer is, I mean, it is receiving an input, it's perceiving something, but there's probably no qualia attached to that, whereas when a being is receiving something or whatever, there is physical input and material and stuff that causes physical changes, but that creates some type of immaterial qualia.
I guess I don't see a difference there. I guess all kinds of information transfers has the characteristics, or none do, is kind of how I think of it.
Yeah, I haven't actually read this. There's one dude, he runs the reducingsuffering.org website. I think I found this website just through a Bevins Bulldog post. He linked to one of his posts. He has a post. I just thought it was really funny, and I haven't actually read it. It's why your laptop might be marginally sentient. I think I've skimmed through it. My understanding is he's basically just obviously computers are processing information and relatively similar to how brains can. So there's a non-zero chance it might have some type of trivial marginal sentient experience.
Yeah, I also don't know how you do the kind of utilitarian EA calculus on the suffering that occurs on the cellular level within multicellular animals or beings. I've never thought about this before right now, but
well, when you say, I don't think there's any cells that can suffer.
I guess
individual cells.
Yeah, but then can we say organs can suffer?
I guess your brain can, and then maybe other parts of your central nervous system, if separated from your brain, might have some trivial.
I don't see why, if an insect or a shrimp that has the capacity for suffering, that these other kind of living organisms that are communicating between cells within that single organ, that are communicating, we have to do this, we have to do that, don't also have these kind of traits that are oh shit, we're in trouble.
Well,
which we might classify as suffering.
There are people smarter than me that have made better criteria or whatever for measuring sentience and stuff, but we are seemingly somewhat able to distinguish between organisms that probably aren't conscious but have some mechanism for self-survival and self-preservation from organisms that are also probably a mechanism for self-preservation, but a sentient experience as well, like being able to self-administer painkillers or responding to wounds in certain ways. Like it seems like those are things that organs don't really do on their own, but animals, including insects, can.
I guess I would say organs do kind of do that. Like, for example, if we imagine, and I know this is kind of like somewhat circular, but for the sake of the thought experiment, that like each of your organs had individual consciousness and the capability to suffer. Let's say that like your pancreas was suffering massively. It would manage to communicate that to your brain in a way that would then have the brain try to administer some kind of painkiller to the pancreas. That's you could say a way that the pancreas is trying to alleviate its own pain.
But I mean, well, like that's an organ communicating something to a sentient mind. It's not. It doesn't seem to be a sentient mind of its own communicating to another sentient mind.
Why couldn't it be? If the organ has, go ahead.
So it's not like it's logically possible that it could be, but I would say the evidence suggests that it doesn't, because it seems like everything that does have these responses on their own has some type of central nervous system, and pancreases just don't have that on their own.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I guess I normally think of like how we define the capacity to have sentience or the capacity. I would say it's like, okay, if you have sentience, or we're going to try and measure sentience, we'd want to look for the capacity to suffer and the capacity to try to avoid that suffering. Is there any other criteria you want to look for?
Like, I mean, I think there's like a 8-point definition or something that I think does a pretty good job. It's like, or like requirement list, like have a central nervous system. It's, I don't think it requires being able to like self-administer not anesthesia, anaglasis or whatever, but whatever the 8 points that I've seen listed in one Bethan's Bulldog post. That is probably roughly what I would use.
Okay, interesting. I'm trying to think of any other weird takes out there then.
Yeah, I probably have more controversial like philosophical takes than econ takes. I don't think anything at St. Econ is like particularly controversial.
You read a little bit like, and I don't mean this as an insult at all, you read a little bit like the kind of guy that's like will change his opinion when shown any random controlled study.
Oh yeah, yeah. I try. Yeah, it's like I don't have like many like strongly, I don't know, like committed to like this. There's some ideas that are quite obviously seem to be bad to me, but I'm not like, and I'm fine arguing with Trump supporters about why tariffs are bad and why the Federal Reserve should probably be independent. But like, I don't mean like someone could probably conceivably convince me of some type of free banking, even like there would be some amount of evidence that would change my mind on that. But like that's something
I'm pretty sure
that's not as obvious to me as
I don't know
just
how much of a King of the Coast guy you were back before he stopped posting. Do you know him? I assume you do.
Yeah. Also,
I don't know.
Wait, did he like? He hasn't posted for like a month or two, right? But like, is he just done posting or?
I don't know, but I've never seen him disappear outside of that one time where his account got banned for a while.
Oh.
Other than that, he seemed pretty Twitter addicted. What was I gonna say?
I mean, I like King of the Coast. I think I've DM'd him before. I've never spoken to him, but he seems to like we're gonna be aligned on a decent amount of things. But I don't know about the free banking stuff.
He's very oddly pro gambling. I would say a little too pro gambling for my taste. But other than that, I think he's definitely way more right than he is wrong. But what I was going to say is, I did not look into his claims further than that, but I know he's always like scanning the entire econ literature for whatever he's talking about. And he seems to be skeptical of how important independent central banks actually are.
Mhm. Yeah, well, I think there is
It's interesting.
not like from my understanding, like it's like 2 or 3 like original papers that came out that like try to justify central bank independence, but they seem to be like relatively like slop progressions, and they're pretty like heavily sample dependent. I think I don't know if independent central banks alone is like that particularly important, but I think populist monetary policy, you know, might have its time and place. You know, sometimes there needs to be monetary expansion that just isn't happening under whatever current regime exists, but it just would not be, you know, it's not something that you want consistently, and it would probably not be good for the U.S. right now, especially. But
I get you. Yeah. And are you a sortition, bro?
I'm not necessarily against it, but I'm not gonna have super strong opinions. That I never read into it. I've just seen SDL talk about it, and I've talked to like one other person about it once, but that's it. Really.
Oddly, the mega neolibs like it, which
Yeah.
I see more like mega neolibs talk about it than socialists. Most of the time, I see nobody talk about it because nobody knows what it is. But like, what's the name of
Welcome back, Grassroots.
What's the name of the other anonymous old person Twitter account that's like Medlock, but instead it's the
Burke?
Yeah, Burke. Thank you. He's also a big sortition guy.
Mm. Yeah.
He wants to, I think, replace the Senate with a sortition.
Intuitively, it strikes me that doing anything at the federal level would be kind of weird and bad outcomes. But I think that's might, like, at the state level, it doesn't seem so bad. It might just be, you know, I haven't read enough about it to trust that at the federal level they would actually be not do something like pretty catastrophically bad. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not an expert in sortition, but I generally don't think sortitions are good at like actually handcrafting policy. Instead, I think they're much better with just binary decisions, just like yes, no. And because of that, I do kind of like the idea of having it in a bicameral system where, okay, the House makes a bill, pushes the bill up, and then the sortition also has to give it their approval in kind of a binary fashion. Now, I have no clue how big a sortition to be representative of the whole U.S. needs to be. I think it's probably going to be like 5,000 people at least. But who cares? Just build a bigger ring.
True.
We're a pretty big, rich country. We can just build a bigger place.
That's true. Well, it'll reduce the insect population even more. Let's go.
Oh God. Yeah, all the insects that live in DC.
Hey, there's a lot of grass, in the lawns for the like Washington Monument and everything.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's 6 a.m. where I am. I'm gonna like read like 2 more stupid things that my chat wants me to. Then I'm gonna hop off. But
I'm gonna head off then. Take care, man.
Yep. Well, I appreciate you being here. Thanks. See ya. W. Yeah, welcome back, Grassroots. And I have not, I think I said this, but I haven't seen it yet, and I can watch it after stream. I don't think I'm gonna watch it on stream. I imagine they might not copy strike me, but I don't really want to sit there and just react to that on stream. Okay, I don't know if I'm gonna read these 2 full things. Is CC Money still here? If he really wants me to do it, maybe I'll do it, but do I have that much to say about this stuff when I don't know exactly the merits of everything? Glacier's piece in NYT is really bad. Almost every fact it cites is provably false. At best, it was cocktail party banter from a pundit. I'm not requesting a stream vid. No worries. Yeah. It's cocktail party, banter and pundit who knows nothing of energy. I was just informing you what my plans were. Yeah. I was not assuming that you requested anything. It was cut/slash paste. At worst, it was cut/slash paste from oil industry talking points. So we're a rebuttal. First, the elephant in the room that he doesn't mention explicitly, but hints at the whole piece. Climate change is real. We've already overshot, and the only way to turn the corner is to leave fossil fuels in the ground. To ignore that is to talk about rocketry and ignore gravity. I don't really think he did that. When was this released? I can track quarterly data set on political pressure faced by 118 central banks from 2010 to 2018 and using country-level reports. I code whether each central bank reportedly succumbed to pressure or resisting pressure. About 10% of central banks reportedly face political pressure in an average year. Even central banks with high legal independence frequently face pressure, nearly always for looser monetary policy. Pressure on a central bank is associated with higher inflation and inflation persistence. Pressure is more likely to come from governments with left-wing or nationalist executives. Few checks and balances are weak electoral competition based. Okay. Yeah, I've just read sample. I think you probably know this. The 10% less democracy, literally right here. They go over like the it's like two of these papers. Actually, I think this might be the paper they're talking about here. Oh no, Princeton's Alan Blinder, different person. Other research found that if included other natural characteristics, I draw attention to the political stability measure myself. CBI became essentially a useless predictor of lower average inflation. Yeah, this is like the original thing or whatever. I know. Yeah. I mean, again, I don't know the merits of the arguments exactly, but he said in here, I think he literally used the term like we have to trust climate science or whatever. We'll have to do its part to accept climate science, and he like literally concludes by saying like doing this stuff is making it that worse. Hard problem with decarbonization, taking climate change seriously means adopting politically and economically sustainable approaches. Like he part of the reason he likes the natural gas is because he thinks it'll electrify things, which will make it easier to switch to renewable energy. I think at one point he said like he mentioned like our oil is more environmentally friendly than Iran's oil. American oil production is less carbon intensive than oil production of its competitors in Russia, Iran, Iraq, and Venezuela. What he says about climate is patently false. More on that later. But to the extent he's saying politicians shouldn't do the right thing unless it's popular, I just don't think that's what he said. He's saying you shouldn't, because it's not popular. Well, he's saying actually he's making he's saying it is counterproductive if it, for example, reduces electrification and stops the U.S. from making oil that now Iraq and Venezuela are going to make instead, which is less environmentally friendly. So that's one claim, that it is counterproductive. And then another claim is if, progressives demand like perfect policy, like we're going to not end up with any type of positive environmental policy. I note that it's a toddler's view of leadership. If the popular kids are mean, should you be mean? Leadership is about doing what's necessary, not just what's popular. Read literally anything our founders wrote about virtue and the inherent risk to society based on democratic process to sustain the rule of law. To the extent that unvirtuous people gain power, Iglesias instead seems to argue that politicians should only do what wins elections. Virtue be damned. True. One wonders when he talks about outcomes, he's not necessarily talking about virtue, but he cares about that. He wants to fight climate change. He cares about the outcome. And he thinks, you know, the messaging and the policy will change the outcome. One wonders what he thinks of those foolish 1950s abolitionists. True, as Condoleezza Rice put it, politics is the art of making the impossible inevitable. This ain't, he wants to, this ain't it, sorry. He wants to make it inevitable, though. He wants to do it. But enough on climate. This is an opinion piece. And if my opinion is that we should act as if climate change, shouldn't act on climate change at a scale sufficient to the threat. There's not much I can do. Let's face the facts. First, the idea Obama won in 2012 because of his oil and gas platform, really? I don't know if this is true, because there are certain like things where it's not clear to me that they're true, and he's not really presenting data, and I don't know exactly what data you could cite, at least in the New York Times article, that would prove it or back it up. That election had a robust debate over the Gulf War and the scope of the 2008 bailout. Romney was framed as an out-of-touch plutocrat. To the extent energy came up, it was the criticism of Dems for Waxman and market cap in trade in 2009, not thank you for drilling. But even beyond a political conversation, you can't compare 2012 energy policy to 2025 without understanding the massive shift in U.S. fossil fuel production and net imports over that period. Look at the net imports line on this chart. It went down. Whoa. Did he literally mention how Obama got us closer to energy independence, didn't he? Like, in 2012, the U.S. was a net importer of oil, and domestic production, after decades of decline, was starting to tick up. Today, the U.S. is a net exporter. Couple that with concerns about Middle East politics in 2012, and you have a very different set of issues for U.S. consumers. As a net importer, every incremental unit of domestic production reduces our exposure to foreign and oil associated price volatility. As a net exporter, every incremental unit gets shipped overseas. So my understanding is that, well, this has to be true to some extent, to be fair, but like the oil that we export and the oil that we import is not the same. And like Matt Iglesias credits Obama with making that trend a thing in the first place. Thanks to Obama's era policies, including a historic deal that legalized crude oil exports while increasing investments in clean electricity, the United States is now a significant net exporter of oil as well as natural gas. My understanding is also, like I said, like we import a lot of oil from Mexico and export a lot of it to Canada, and it gets refined in Canada, and then we like import it back or whatever. Like the oil that we import and export is not quite the same. They're like different. Some of it's sour, some of it's sweet, and we don't have all the refineries here for sour oil. So Canada has a competitive advantage in refining it. That's not going to be exactly accurate, but it's not something along the lines of there are different types of oil. I know sour and sweet are terms used to describe it, and countries have competitive advantages in refining it versus extracting it and such. But today, new production only benefits IOW in 2012, new production benefited domestic producers and consumers. But today, new production only benefits producers? That's a fundamentally different policy and political environment. And no, I don't see how this follows at all. And note also that domestic consumption is basically flat for the last 20 years. Every incremental unit, even if it's shipped overseas, is still going to push prices down, supposedly. If we're engaging in free trade, the global supply is what matters. That's a good thing. We're just warm. We're just as warm, able to travel as we were 20 years ago, and rising vehicle efficiency, EV deployment, etc., is giving consumers more useful energy with less oil expense. That's good for consumers, even if it hurts producers. I think it's this one. What is this one? Political pressure on the Fed. It's just the one. I know Hamsters cited a study similar to this. It might have been this one. Good for consumers, even as producers. And if we were to talk about the politics, here's some easy math. There are a lot more voters who consume energy than there are who produce energy. If you're confused on a point, you might be a crappy pundit. True. And this isn't just true of oil. We've also moved from a net importer to a net exporter of natural gas in 2012. Also because of fracking, which again means to take Iglesias' advice in 2025 is to prioritize energy producers over energy consumers. Okay, the wealth transfer of natural gas is perhaps even more direct, since gas, unlike oil, isn't quite a global commodity. The cost to liquefy and transport gas per whatever MMBTU are a lot higher than oil, which creates much higher local price disparities. As such, when the U.S. producers can swap oil/Asian markets for the U.S. market and make higher margin, even after accounting for shipping costs, it puts significant upward pressure on previously landlocked domestic price. This is the reverse of getting off Middle Eastern oil in 2012. Now, instead of decoupling from global volatility, we absorb it. That gets quantified whenever a U.S. LNG export facility has an outage and domestic LNG prices fall. Who you rooting for, Matt? Wow, true. I can see this being true, but it's not clear to me that just because, you know, there are more producers than there are, there are more consumers than there are producers, that's necessarily a net negative, even in that case, because, you know, well, for one, those dollars are going to come back eventually. They're going to be invested in whatever. In fairness, invested in a way that probably is going to, you know, be unequal as well. And then, like, for two, you would imagine, you know, the LNG, you know, firms or whatever, like whatever they're doing with the expanded future revenue is going to be good as well. Okay, I don't. Easy money's not even here. Okay, I don't feel pressure to do it. Matt Iglesias' response is shorter, so I can read that. Okay, he engaged in a tremendous amount of inactive and name calling about me implies I'm working for the oil industry and widely ignorant, etc. It's rude and unworthy. He also engages a tremendous amount of throat clearing. Climate change is real. It's bad. Politicians need to lead, etc. But here's the actual analysis. The actual analysis is badly flawed on 4 scores. First, he completely blunders the economics of international trade. His argument is that the United States, as an exporter of fossil fuels, increased production has no benefit to Americans other than oil and gas producers. That is not right. Yeah, the United States benefits from being home to many successful export industries, ranging from civilian jetliners to software to Hollywood to music to oil and gas. Exports improve America's terms of trade and allow us to afford imports. Of course, there are people like the current president who don't believe in basic normal economic analysis of trade, but don't be a person like that. In addition, he has a very narrow view of who producers are, making it seem like this is just some tiny band of fat cats, but oil and gas are important parts of the tax base in Pennsylvania, Texas, Alaska, Colorado, and other states with big O&G industries. There's a reason Josh Shapiro and Michael Bennett don't agree with Kasten's approach to this topic, and why successful politicians from oil and gas states almost certainly never will. Second, on the climate impacts of LNG, he's relying on this badly flawed Robert Harworth analysis that, among other things, hinges critically on using a time horizon that's different, shorter from the one climate scientists use in all other contexts. There's a reason the Biden industry department rejected Hawthorne's analysis, and it's that the analysis is wrong. Third, he says we don't need fossil fuels to have an affordable, expanding, and reliable electricity grid. No actual electrical utility seems to agree with this. What we see in places like Texas that are expanding renewable output the fastest is that they are also adding gas. I would also note that if you want to boost renewables, which I certainly do, then you desperately need new legislation to address permitting and transmission issues, and in negotiations over that, you need to prioritize scoring wins for renewables over retaining power to block pipelines. Fourth, he goes over at great length. He goes on at great length about how the greater carbon intensity of U.S. fracking versus U.S. conventional oil, which is fine, but doesn't change the fact that U.S. fracking has lower carbon intensity than the world average. Replacing Russian, Iranian, and Venezuelan oil with American oil is a win for the climate. So I'm back to where I started. I get that Catherine wants to conceptualize the climate issue as something similar to the war on big tobacco, but the world economy and energy system are much more complicated than that. We should promote stricter regulations of American oil and gas industry to drive its carbon intensity down further. We should try to get climate-conscious importing countries to give preferential treatment to low CO carbon intensity. I'm assuming oil and gas. We should remove permitting and transmission roadblocks to renewable deployment. We should invest in research for low carbon approaches to heavy industry, agriculture, chemicals, aviation, and maritime shipping. To me, this is not a question of political cowardice or not taking climate change seriously. It's a question of taking seriously what the actual problem is. Embracing erroneous trade economics or Hawthorne's flawed emissions math is not a way of taking the climate issue seriously. It's the reverse. Yeah, wow, crazy. All right. Fun time. Ugh, but I think I'm done for the day. I think I'm gonna I don't know exactly what I'll do. I might edit, but I might just I gotta list some stuff on eBay. I've been listing a bunch of junk on eBay so I can buy a GPU. But yeah, I love streaming. I love that you guys watch me stream. Had a fun time. Is there anyone I can raid into at 6 a.m.? Let's see. Not really. There's the United Nations and, Al Jazeera Live. So, hold on. Maybe I can find, maybe. It's gotta be somewhere. I'm not subscribed to that I can find somewhere. Yeah, not really. Why is YouTube? I click on the live thing and it's showing me only 3 streams. It should load more than that. There's nothing good, I don't think. Unfortunate. Oh, well, I guess fucking Dusty. Well, head over to Dusty. I'm sure he's doing something very entertaining. But yeah, love streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. I believe I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Probably. If not, then the day after. Yeah, I might work on setting up a debate with that guy who was talking about the unrealized gain Saxon, Kamala of Destiny, and Anamocular. We'll see. If I can find him, I will. Other than that, see you tomorrow. Love you guys. Make sure to subscribe so you can be here next time. Follow Twitch, Kick, Twitter, YouTube. And love you. See ya. Goodbye.